Доброе утро! Мы на NADA Show 2021, точнее в его русской версии, которая стала возможной благодаря команде РОАД и поддержке команды Авто.ру. Сегодня уже третий день нашего мероприятия, и этот третий день, хоть он и последний, но во многом будет таким самым острым, потому что сегодня мы будем обсуждать две темы. Первая тема — это digital retailing или цифровые продажи, цифровая торговля. И рядом с ней всегда идет тема персонала. Мы редко об этом говорим, но для того, чтобы запускать цифровые продажи, без изменений персонала, без трансформации нашей команды, без новой мотивации, без новых навыков диджитал ритейлинг невозможен. Поэтому было принято решение поставить эти два потока рядом и так, рука об руку идти с ними. После каждого дня, как вы знаете, у нас проходит панельная дискуссия, и в этот раз обсуждать результаты сегодняшнего дня и семинары сегодняшнего дня к нам присоединится Сергей Кожухов из компании «Бизнес Кар», Владислав Рыдаев из компании «Прагматика», Олег Масеев, вице-президент РОАД, и Александр Зверев из команды Авто.ру. Я думаю, что команда обсуждающих в этот раз снова у нас подобралась интересная, будет много дискуссий. И я думаю, что вам очень понравится, поэтому обязательно сегодня по завершении трансляции семинаров не отключайтесь. Мы проведем час в очень хорошей компании и с классной атмосферой. Напоминаю также, что по-прежнему любую минуту доступен раздел с онлайн-экскурсиями по выставочной зоне, по зоне экспозиций NADA. Также напомню, что там вообще было порядка 300 компаний итого, но наши эксперты, которых у нас теперь 8. К нам присоединились коллеги из компании «Эквинет», которые сделали вчера дополнительную экскурсию, и эта экскурсия теперь доступна по оборудованию для станций техобслуживания. Так вот, 8 экспертов показывают всего по 3, 5, 7 продуктов, кто сколько выбрал. И таким образом, всего за 20 минут каждый эксперт создает определенное представление о каждой сфере. Например, там, темы, которые там есть, это цифровые продажи, это онлайн-маркетинг, это управление репутацией, это управление складом, финансовые услуги, ну и там новинки, которые только появились, те продукты, которые только появились в рамках этой идеи впервые. Ну и перейдем к первым семинарам, к первым сессиям. В потоке цифровых продаж мы решили сделать сдвоенную пару семинаров такую. Первым мы решили повторить вчерашнюю, даже не вчерашнюю, а в первый день. У нас была Лизет Гоул из Google. У нее очень классная, очень емкая и такое на злобу дня выступление о том, как дилеру можно меняться, смотря на другие индустрии. И оно довольно короткое, поэтому у нас нашлось время, куда его вставить. А Брайан Паш перед ней расскажет о том, каким образом по-новому нужно делать мерчендайзинг в мире цифрового ритейла. В свою очередь, в потоке «Персонал» нас ждет Джаред Хэмилтон. Джаред — это лидер американского рынка с точки зрения технологии HR, найма, адаптации и мотивации персонала. Он владеет там самой известной и самой авторитетной компанией на американском рынке по теме HR. И он поделится тем, каким образом новые поколения, поколение миллениалов, поколение Z, насколько по-другому с ними нужно разговаривать, насколько по-другому их нужно мотивировать, и как их мотивировать в столь меняющемся мире, в столь меняющемся и трансформирующемся мире вот новой цифровой торговли. Предлагаю приступить к просмотру.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Building Millennial and Gen Z Employees into Your Highest and Top Performers. I'm Jared Hamilton. And before we get going, let's take a moment and celebrate our legal disclaimer. Moment of silence. Make sure we're all following the rules. Okay, now that we got that, let's get going on the presentation. Again, my name is Jared Hamilton. I'm the founder and CEO of DrivingSales. We build employee management software and training solutions for the auto industry. And that gives us a unique view into the millennial and Gen Z workforce, what they're looking for, and how to engage them and create top performers. In addition to my role at DrivingSales, I'm also a partner and owner in 3 dealerships. And so I understand what it's like to be sitting in your seat. I know what it's like to be having my money on the line, looking at the inventory, checking the financials, looking at the reports, and managing the employees. And we all know that this is the people business disguised as the car business. And so this, as you will see throughout the day, is arguably the most important topic that we face, particularly as we come out of the pandemic and as our industry begins to resettle back into what becomes the new normal. Our job is going to be, as leaders, to make sure that our employees are properly given the direction and the tools that they need to succeed in this rapidly changing world. So today's topic becomes highly, highly relevant to that. Essentially, there's 3 learning objectives that we're going to go over today. The first thing we're going to go through is we're going to really quick look at the financial impact on the dealership of the lack of engagement from millennial and Gen Zs and the high turnover rates, and why that's important to us. Then we're going to somewhat quickly, we're going to just go through, I'm going to simplify this, and we're going to go through the 3 most important things that the modern generations are looking for in employment. So this is the filter that they're using to determine where they work and whether or not they engage and stay employed, or whether or not they leave and go to another place. So again, super relevant. And number 3, we're going to spend the bulk of our time today outlining 3 processes to drive at those motivators that these modern generation has. And so as a quick note and summary, this topic is relevant for dealers, general managers, owners, because this really talks about how do we take the future of the people business, the car business, and how do we succeed in it with all of the changes that are taking place. But I do want to note and set the expectation that this isn't a breakout on why Gen Z or millennial employees think the way that they do. This is not about the psychology of what happens to a child who grows up connected to electronics and being able to play video games and get badges and have the world's information in the phone in their pocket, and what happens when that generation becomes a full-time employee. There's a lot of psychology behind it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to skip most of that. That's a topic for a different day, and I'm just going to show you the practical outputs of it. And the reason why that's critical is because many of the managers that we have in the dealerships are not of these younger generations. They might be Gen Y, Xers, even boomers. And there's this clash. The psychology just doesn't fit. The lens that the different generations see the world because of the way that they've grown up and the way that they've learned things, they have a different value system. And so their different lenses creates natural misalignments. And certainly it's interesting and helpful to learn the psychology about how and why they're misaligned and how you could in concept put them together. I'm going to skip that, and I'm going to show you that, look, our dealerships are already process oriented. Your managers already know how to build and execute process. And so regardless of the psychology, I'm just going to give you the answer. And the answer is found in you are good at process. So let me give you the 3 processes that you need to implement at your store. And if you implement these 3 processes at your store, the psychology naturally aligns. Your boomer or Gen X general manager doesn't have to understand the whys and the hows behind the millennial or Gen Z lens. They just have to know, if I do these things, I win. And ultimately, that's what's most important. So while strategically this is important to dealers and general managers, tactically, I've designed this workshop to be very digestible for the mid-level managers, the early managers that are just coming in, and those that are on the ground floor at the dealership. So ideally, because this is virtual, you can take the recording and share it with your different employees and get the whole dealership in alignment about these processes and get the store performing the way that it should. I would also note that during this past year, during the pandemic, one of the things that we did that I'm going to bring a lot into the presentation is we went to stores saying, look, the world is changing really fast, and we sort of accelerated and onboarded these processes into about 250, almost 300 different dealerships. And what I'm going to share is the insight into that. So I'm going to use some slides, some examples that I used last year in my presentation. But what I've done is I've tweaked it based on the learning. We got, some bruises. We fell down a few times, scraped our knee, so to speak. And implementing this in such a concise period in time in such a high volume of stores, there's some really interesting takeaways for those of you that are saying, okay, it's now time for me to wrap my arms around this. And I'm going to be able to help give you that insight so that you can put this in place. Everything that I'm going to show you can be done in Google Docs. You can do this in a Google spreadsheet. I'm going to show some nice, from a design perspective, ways of organizing this, but think all of this can be done inside of Google Doc. And I would encourage all of you to type questions into the chat box so that when I'm done, I can go ahead and answer them. And we can talk about very specifics about how to implement these things into your store. So with that, let's get moving. First thing let's talk about is the financial impact of this modern generational challenge. We surveyed about 800 dealerships and managers, particularly sales managers. Surveyed about 800 sales managers. We said, is turnover a problem at your dealership? And resoundingly, they said no. There is no turnover problem at our dealership. There is no lack of engagement. And yet, when you notice here on the slide is when you compare the turnover of a dealership sales department in a national average sense against the other industries that these employees might be going to look at, you see that the other industries average less than 18% annual turnover. We bounce around in the 80% zone, meaning our turnover is about 400% higher. We do 4 times worse job of hiring and engaging these employees. And while this 80% stat represents all employees in the dealership sales department, all employees across these verticals, you see that financially speaking, there is costs associated with this, and we are not at par with what other industries are doing. You also need to note that 57% is the average turnover rate for the millennials. They turn over 219% faster than baby boomers. So this young modern generation is quick to disengage and quick to move on with another job, where boomers are kind of saying, I'm going to find a place, it's going to be my home. The millennials and Gen Z are saying, hey, I'm going to find a job that's going to get me to the next level, and then I'm going to bounce to another job to get me to the next level. It's about climbing that ladder. What can you do for me? And we can complain all day long that this is a selfish approach. It really doesn't matter. This is the modern approach. Jobs are a lot more portable today than they used to be, and we need to adapt to that reality. It costs just shy of $50,000. It's about $47,500 every time that employee turns over. And while dealers say, man, that's hard to swallow, I don't understand the math behind it, the easiest way to think about it is that the difference between an average employee that'll sell you 8 cars a month, and which is not a high performer, average 8 cars a month, and that employee that joins sells you, maybe they have a good first month, and then maybe they sell 1 or 2, and then maybe they don't sell any, and they kind of struggle. They tend to average, they bounce out at about the 90-day mark. And in those 3 months, they average 3 cars a month. So they've sold you 9 cars in those 3 months as opposed to 9 cars a month. So you take the delta, the difference that an average employee would be giving you, and you see the average employee would be giving you 6 additional car deals per month. And when you take that difference in the gross that they would generate, and you calculate you multiply that by the 90 months, these employees are coming on board. They're taking your most valuable asset, which is your customer. They don't know how to handle them. They haven't been trained. They haven't brought up to speed. And they waste what would have been a fruitful opportunity had it been given to a fully trained, fully developed employee. So bringing somebody on and letting them leave is incredibly costly. You're spending all this money in marketing. You're getting a customer to your door. They're finally there ready to transact, and we're not ready to handle them because we have a brand new or less than 90-day employee. And then the employee leaves and we go do it again with somebody else, and we get caught in this cycle. It ends up costing the average dealership about $500,000 a year, by the way, in lost gross. Said differently, if I didn't change your marketing, if I didn't change your inventory, if all we did was improve your ability to onboard younger generations, millennial and Gen Z employees, I could put about $500,000 in the bottom line to your store without, that's an average dealership, average NADA size, without investing another dollar. And so that's really important. It speaks to the magnitude of the opportunity that's in the store that we can capture if we could get this right. I would also note that, you're probably during the NADA show looking at a lot of other things that you could change and implement at your store. You're saying like we could increase our digital retailing, maybe we're going to build an accessory business, etc. None of these things can happen without highly engaged, high-performing employees. So this really is the foundation to all of the changes that you want to make today, and at every time you come home from a 20 group with a to-do list and the commitments that you're going to report back in the next meeting. So this really is at the foundation. I would just like to note that almost 2/3 of new hires are of this younger generation. So the problem isn't going away; it's getting bigger. And those dealers that get on that bandwagon earlier and faster, we're seeing that they have a tremendous advantage over the other stores. So this is one of those things that has a multiplier effect. The faster you get in, the faster you can grow your business vis-a-vis the competitors. You don't want to be a late bloomer here in this regard. So again, I'm going to simplify this. We're not going to go into why having access to technology since the time they were young kids has changed their outlook on life. We're not going to talk about why they're so used to being on video games and leveling up. It just is. We're going to simplify this. There's 3 things that you need to know about millennial and Gen Zs that drive their motivation. And if we can tap into that intrinsic motivation, we can help steer them to a personal win for them. And when they're personally winning, their personal win is aligned with our organizational win, all of a sudden you've got a great match where that employee needs to do for themselves the things that make the organization win, and everybody's sort of on the same page. The first thing you need to know, the thing that's most talked about, is that 87% of the modern generations expect a career path. So when they're looking for a place to go be employed, they're online, they're networking, they're talking with friends. The top thing that's in their mind is, how does this progress my career? Where does this take me? And if we're saying, hey, good news, you can give yourself a raise, all you got to do is sell more cars. It's not a career path. That doesn't equate to long-term value for me. That creates to a short-term paycheck, not long-term value. I want you to be able to answer to me today, before I decide to take this job with you. I want you to be able to tell me, here's where you are today, and here's where you can become in 2 years. And these are all of the promotions that you're going to get along the way. And you're going to collect these skills because we're going to train you these things, and they can go with you. We hope you stay employed here for a long time, but if you move on, you're going to take these skills with you. These are the things that you will achieve. This is how your income will change. This is how your job title will change. This is the ladder, the roadmap that we're putting you on. And it becomes highly motivating when the vision becomes clear of what they can do. It's no different than us as owners going into our general managers, going to a 20 group, and seeing somebody else in our group that had to breakaway success in some area, and they're able to talk about it, and it paints a very clear picture of, wow, how they built that special finance department in their stores, same franchise, similar market. It's a lot like mine. I can see and taste the vision of what they did. We get excited about how to go put that in place in our business. We can win too. We're doing the same thing to these employees. We want them to see and taste what the future can be for them as part of our organization. And that's why career pathing is the #1 most important thing that they look for. Second thing that's super important is that they want professional training. Part of this becomes because knowledge is portable, and these generations are so used to having knowledge at their fingertips, they want to know that they're going to become better. Oftentimes, as you'll see, this training is beyond just how do I do my job. They want to know things like, how am I gaining life skills, and how is this going to make me more successful in the long term in my career? Talk about that in a second, but that is the #2 thing that they're going to look at. And the third thing is, and this one has a sharp cliff, but 66% of them demand regular feedback. And when you read the survey that this was done by, it asked specifically for monthly feedback. So these younger generations are saying an annual performance review isn't sufficient, which makes sense because they're used to being on a phone and have instant feedback. They can post a picture on Instagram and blah, 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 count the likes, and everything's sort of instantaneous. They're looking for that dopamine hit. And then they come to work and they're like, how am I doing? I think I just won. And if we do an annual performance review, it's once a year. What they specifically said in here when I mentioned steep cliff, it's that 66% of these modern generations, 66% will begin looking for another job if they do not receive job feedback within 30 days. That's powerful. All of a sudden, they're 45 days in with you, and they haven't been given feedback on where their wins and losses are, and their body is sort of used to these instantaneous dopamine hits, and their body is saying, oh my goodness, I don't know where I'm at. I don't know if I'm close to leveling up. I don't know if I'm doing a good job or a bad job. I'm uncomfortable here. I'm going to go look for another job. And that's what I mean by a steep cliff. This isn't like, oh, my job satisfaction goes down. This is like, I'm looking to leave. 66% if they don't receive feedback within 30 days. So the mindset that we're going to have needs to shift from some of us saying, I've had on my plate that I want to do annual performance reviews for my employees. That needs to shift. That's obsolete. The modern generations are used to instantaneous feedback. It must be every single month. Now, what I'm going to show you, not only with the notion that they're demanding regular feedback, but with all three of these stats, the good news is that your team is already process oriented. We know that if we want to have a high PBR in the F&I office, we're going to present 100% of the products to 100% of the customers 100% of the time. And you have an intro to finance process, and you have a menu process that finance uses. You have rules about how they price your different products, et cetera. And we sort of do the same thing over and over. We like make it a song. You got to know the lyrics and you got to have the melody. And we do that process with engagement with the customer, and we know it's going to yield successful results. And that's how we drive a high PVR in a finance office. We do the same thing with inventory, whether it's in the parts department where you got phase in, phase out requirements that are programmed into your DMS, or you're talking about the used cars that you purchase. We know when to buy a car based on, days supply, price to market, et cetera, when to drop the price down, when to wholesale it out, what my turn policy is, et cetera. Everything we are successful at in the dealership, we're successful at because we create a process and then we do it over and over again. Managing millennials and Gen Zs, helping them drive to top performance is the same thing. 3 processes that will give me these 3 results, give them a career path, provide them professional training, and then give them that feedback that they need to stay engaged. And if you can run these processes, the psychology behind it doesn't matter. Your store will win. You can attract and engage the greatest talent. You can take someone that's never sold cars, that's just coming out of school. You can engage them in your workforce, and you can watch them flourish and succeed. And their success will be aligned with your success. So let's dive right into what these processes are. The first is career management, and how do you build a proper career path? And what I want to note here is that when the average employee starts, they can see the vision. Like, I know where I'm going. I'm going to get to the top of that cliff. And our managers subconsciously mistake this confidence in the employee that says, I know where I'm going, I know what I want, to equal, I know how to get there. Just because an employee interviews well and gets excited and says all the right things like, I'm going to sell 20 cars a month, I'm going to make 120 grand a year, like I'm going to crush it, I'll do whatever it takes, that still gives you zero indication that they know how to get there. And at the end of the day, the employee needs to know how to get to that success level, or they get burnt out. Eventually that ether goes away and that employee is toast. And so what's really important is that we paint that picture and then we give them all of the steps. The first thing that we do when we implement career maps inside of dealerships is that we take each job role and we break it into 4 levels, okay? So a salesperson is no longer just a salesperson. There is a trainee, then you get to a junior salesperson, a sales consultant, then you get to a sales consultant, then you get to a senior sales consultant. And so we're going to give them a map. There's going to be a finance manager trainee, or you could call them an apprentice. You can name them something different, but the idea is there's a training period to get them up to speed. Then there's a junior level, there's a standard level, and there's a senior level. And these three sort of operational levels, with the fourth being the trainee, becomes really important when giving that employee longevity and something to strive for, something that there's a sort of always a carrot in front of them that they can achieve. Now, determining what each of these levels is also really important. And so each level is going to be broken into three criteria. I want you to think about the level as a checklist. The first thing is, what's the training that I have to have at my particular level in order to move on? What are the skills? What are the competencies? What's the processes, et cetera, that I have to know to do this job well? The second thing is, you can look across the showroom or look across the service drive, and you can see that service advisor that just nails it every single month, is always hitting their numbers, or that salesperson that's always like a top volume, top gross, top CSI performer. And you can say, what do they do every single day, week, and month that makes them successful? We call these habits. And what we want to do is we want to develop those habits in this new employee that's sort of like a clean whiteboard that you get to draw whatever, value you want on it. And we're going to program in them the right daily, weekly, and monthly habits. The third thing that's on the checklist are, quotas. What are the requirements that it takes to do my job really well? So this career path, if you will, a level for a trainee might be something like, you need to know the history of the dealership. You need to know the overview of the sales process. And the habits are, you need to check in with your manager in the morning so we can prep them for, daily huddles. They need to log into their CRM and complete their CRM tasks every single day. They need to do a checkout with their manager at the end of every day, et cetera. And then the performance quotas might be, look, you're brand new. I'm not expecting you to sell cars, hold gross, or get good CSI. But before you can graduate from a trainee to a junior sales consultant, you must shadow a senior sales consultant for 5 deals. You're going to learn the internet process, and you're going to respond to 100 leads. And we have a grade lead scoring process, and you have to score an 8 out of 10 or better, or a 4 out of 5 stars or better on your lead scoring. And so when they've now passed the minimum of, for example, the internet lead handling process, the phone process, or shadowed a senior sales consultant with the sales process, those are the achievements or the quotas. Usually you can graduate from a trainee program in somewhere between, let's call it 3 and 6 weeks. You don't want them to be trainees forever, but it's probably more than a 1 or a 2-day event. Usually you're going to target about a month. They're given a checklist with the training, habits, and achievement or quota requirements. Once they've check the boxes, met all the requirements, they get to go into the manager, request the promotion. The manager is the only person that can grant the promotion. Even if you check all of the boxes, the manager might say, hey, but you show up late to work all the time, or you have a bad attitude. The manager controls the promotion, but the employee is given controls over their grading scale. When I sit down with my boys and I want to have, some father-son time with them, these days they're like, let's play, Fortnite together or something. And I'm playing these video games with them, and everything, all of their stats for their players are right there. They know what, weapons they've collected. They know how many, kills they've got, how many points they've got. They know what their health is. They know everything right there. They're getting instant feedback. And we're sort of recreating this dynamic for them in the job role. I want you to think about them as leveling up like you would in a video game. All of my stats are right there. And so in practicality, it looks like this. Here's your sales training level here's your sales career level 1. You're a trainee. You have to do this training, these habits, and achieve these quotas. Check the box. I'm going to give you a new checklist. This one will probably take 90 days, maybe 3 months to 6 months. The next one might take 6 months to a year. The next one might take, 18 months plus. And all of a sudden, they're on a long-term path. Now, when you do this, I'll show you in the end how we're going to implement this at the dealership. Right now, what I'm doing is painting the vision for you so that you can see what it is that we're building. The notion here is that everybody knows where they're at. They know what's expected of them to progress. And now their value is aligned with the dealership's value. So for example, what's important is on the quotas, they might start out at, you got to shadow 5 deals, respond to 100 internet leads, depend on the time frame that you're going to have them in that level. And then they get to a junior sales consultant, and it might be like, you have to sell 5 cars with a mentor, and then you have to sell 10 cars on your own to graduate. It might take you, 1 month. It might take you 4 months. You're going to graduate as a junior sales consultant at your own pace. You might say something like you have to sell 6 cars a month or 8 cars a month for 3 months straight, or you have to average 8 cars a month over 3-month time period. So there's different ways of thinking about these quotas based on the goals of your dealership. Now, when I talk to dealers about this, one of the questions I have is, how do we build this stuff? I do have templates for all of this. It's too much for me to put in the presentation, but if you want help or you want to discuss these are great things to just chat in the question box, and we can talk about it, when we're done. So this is what the career path looks like. Now, when somebody comes in for a job, I can put in front of them, we're interviewing them, and I can say, this is what we do. Everybody at our organization gets a career path. And you can see you're going to start out as a trainee. You can move to level, junior sales professional, senior, and there's a split in the road. And then you could have this career path or that career path. Over here, you get maybe like a sales professional or a team lead or a mentor path. Over here, you might say, I want to get into marketing. Okay, well, here's what the marketing path looks like. Well, I want to graduate into the finance office. Great. Well, once you've achieved, senior sales consultant, here's what a junior finance manager path is. And some of you are all of a sudden getting a little uncomfortable. You're saying, yeah, but Jared, now we're promising these people these jobs. First off, we're not promising them the jobs. What we're doing is we're saying, I want to create a culture where I build a bench of high-performing employees. Just because somebody gets to level 4 doesn't mean they graduate immediately to the finance office. What it means is when a job becomes available in my finance office, because either A, there's turnover because somebody moves on, somebody wasn't performing, or we buy another dealership, regardless of what causes it, when that job comes open, we do our best to hire from within. We're going to go to everybody that's level 4 or within the criteria of the job responsibility who has raised their hands, and you're now going to compete for that job with them. And you don't have to make building your organization dependent upon running that ad or poaching from the competitor down the street. You're going to be the place that everybody comes to grow. And you say, yeah, but what if they recruit from me, and what if they steal my employees? Look, that may happen from time to time. But don't stress that, because when you have this bench, you're going to have multiple employees ready to fill that role for everyone that leaves, and that employee was a high performer while you're there. Note, I am not saying that I am building employees so that they can go elsewhere. The opposite ends up happening. People end up with more loyalty towards the job that's building them because they know that you've built them once, you're going to build them again. This is a path that we're all on. In order for you to grow and have more career upside, they're going to be selling more, servicing more, making customers more happy, which fuels your ability to grow the dealership, buy more stores, etc. It becomes a win-win that becomes very sticky, and people stay at your organization, and you are now have a team that's full of high performers. Believe me, it's a fantastic problem to have if you're bursting at this seam with high performers. We're going to now jump into some training, and we're going to move through this one pretty quickly because the greatest value and where dealerships are missing the most is process 1 and process 3, the career path and the performance review, or what we call the scorecard review process. But let me go through this real quick on the training perspective. A lot of us make the mistake because we came up through the sales department and that training is sales training. And sales training is a really important component of this, but it is radically inefficient for today's modern generations. It is important, and you have to have sales training. No, I didn't say it's not important. What I said, it is not complete. You need a whole lot more than just that. The way that I want you to think about training is I want you to think about it in a competency-based model. So when you get into the science of adult learning, if I were to summarize it, what they do is they break down competencies. Competencies are essentially building blocks of success. What are the individual behaviors that I have to know in order to succeed? And inside of a dealership, and most organizations, frankly, there are 4 types of competencies, 4 flavors. They are not the same thing, and you must have them all, and it must be a well-rounded approach. But we're going to use a service advisor and a sales consultant 2 different departments, 2 different jobs, and we're going to use this model to explain what they have to do to become the most high-performing employee possible. The first set of competencies or behaviors that you have to train is the process. What is the roadmap to take a customer from on the phone, online, or in person to success, meaning they buy and they'll come back again? So I have to know what my sales process is. I have to know what my trade-in process is, how I'm going to intro them to finance, how I'm going to do a delivery. These are just simple steps. Do this, then do this, then do this. And it's just a roadmap. And that tells me how to get from A to Z. There's no skill involved in this, frankly. It's just moving from one step to another. We're going to tackle skills somewhere else. For a service advisor, it's the same sort of thing, right? They need to know how to meet and greet the customer. They need to know how to listen, they need to know how to take what the customer wants and then get them right back into doing a walk around with the vehicle. They need to know how to write the RO. They need to know how to get the vehicle checked in for processing in the service department, et cetera. And so this is, again, just a roadmap of saying, how do I take this customer that's on the phone, it's online, or that's in front of me in person, and get them to buy the service and come back again? And it's just a roadmap, how to get from A to Z. Those are a set of competencies that are unique to each job role. Your title clerk has processes that she has to follow. Your funding clerk, if you have a different funding, or your inventory manager, it's a process of how to get the allocation from the factory and buy the right cars. Every job role has unique processes that they have to know. The second bucket of competencies or behaviors that an employee needs to know are the skills that allow them to go from step 1 to 2 much better. So these are things like, how do I build rapport with somebody in a very short period of time? How do I make sure that I come across warm, that I'm inviting to them? How do I ask the right questions? Overcoming objections, making that customer feel comfortable, moving somebody from an apprehensive or sometimes defensive to apprehensive to cooperative state of mind. Those are skills that our employees need to have, interpersonal skills. And regardless of whatever the process is, you've all taken a service advisor and seen a service advisor moves to the sales department or vice versa. And some of those skills translate, because skills are a different bucket of competencies than processes are. To build a high value employee, they need both. And we need to be deliberate about how we give them that training. The third bucket of competencies are around knowledge, things that the products that you sell, the intangible products that your store represents. You need to know about competitive products. So I can compare the Toyota versus the Honda, et cetera, on my Honda showroom. And the product knowledge also must include the tools you use. So if you're using employee management software like DrivingSales, you got to know how to use that. If you're using a inventory management software like Viato or First Look, there's all of the vendors out there. It doesn't matter what vendor you use. What matters is that your employees know how to use that vendor to drive the process, or that employee can't be at value for you. They're going to be sort of playing outside of bounds, and that's not going to bring the value to your business. So don't forget about the vendors that you use. Again, I don't care who you pick. I just care that your employees know how to use those tools, or the tools can't deliver any value for you. And that's our job, to make sure that those employees absorb that knowledge. The fourth bucket of competencies is the employee's temperament. This is the employee's ability to get up when they make a mistake, get right back up and keep going. It's the growth mindset, somebody that wants to solve problems, that wants to progress and move forward. It's somebody that can come into the office and be happy and motivated and not be negative and a cancer to your team. So the way I want you to think about this is, your job as a leader is not just to create, okay, I need service advisor training or sales training. No, break it into these 4 roles, because it's going to force you to think very specifically about how to build a training roadmap that can develop or create that high performing employee. I just created essentially a factory of high performers. I can take anyone with no skills and no ability to succeed, and I can give them the skills, give them the process, the knowledge, and I can make them a highly successful employee. So the notion is, as a leader, my job is to get those things to overlap, and maximum success is when you have the right overlap, just the right amount of process with the right amount of skill and product knowledge. When you look at the Venn diagram and when you think about this, I want you to realize, when you're hiring, a lot of dealers make the mistake of, you're hiring somebody and you say, how would you handle it if a customer said this? I need to wait until I get my tax return back before I buy the car. How would you handle that objection? And we sort of gauge their ability to overcome the objection in the sales process while they're in the job interview. And that's just faulty. You are not hiring somebody who has this perfect competency roadmap built into them. You are looking to hire somebody who has the right temperament. The employee's part of the bargain of the deal is that they're going to bring the right temperament. You're going to then teach them, train them on the process, the skill, and the product knowledge that's unique to your dealership. Now, as you climb the ladder and you're hiring for, say, managers, if you're hiring for a general manager, it's radically different than if you're hiring for an individual sales consultant. You want to know that that general manager has processes or that he's going to bring, or is malleable and will accept and run your processes. So it's a strategic decision we make as a dealer. But as far as interviewing and hiring sort of younger, new employees, new to the business, new to the job roles, whether it's a marketing manager, a BDC agent, a sales consultant, a service advisor, it doesn't matter. You need to think about it that when you look at these 4 buckets, you're going to hire for temperament and you're going to train the process, train the skill, train the knowledge, because that is the secret sauce of your business. The secret sauce of your business is what your process is, that your employees have the skill to execute the process with a great degree of effectiveness, and that you give them the knowledge to succeed. That's the secret sauce right there, those 3 things. You hire somebody with the right temperament, and I can deliver those 3 things and make that well-rounded employee that drives them to success. So if that's the logic, and that's the basic framework when you get into the science of adult learning and how you literally develop high performers in training. I want you to think about my manager's job is now to create a training calendar once a quarter that says that each employee at the dealership, based on the role that they're in, based on the level, is going to have a minimum amount of training that they're going to do. And this training is going to be a blend of process, skill, product knowledge, and temperament. And it's going to depend. Each dealership will be slightly different. You might own 2 Honda stores, and one Honda store needs a heck of a lot more process than the other, et cetera. So this is now your ability to read your team using that competency model framework and then create a training calendar that they can follow. The reason I like quarterly training calendars is because your managers don't have to rethink this every week when they go into a sales meeting. It's lined up for a quarter. It's tied to your strategy. And then once a month, you can review it and say, is this next 30 days training calendar in line with what the store's goals are? And you might say, hey, we got too much lease training in here. They did really good on leasing last month, but our phones really dropped. So let's reduce the lease training, dial up the phone training, et cetera. But if you just have sort of like one deal per quarter, and then you replay that quarterly training schedule 4 times a year, your employees get the repetition that they need. Now, your top employees that have been around a long time start complaining, man, we've already done this training. But that doesn't matter. Humans learn and stay sharp through repetition. If you aren't driving for that repetition for your employees, you just aren't driving for high performance. So take one training calendar every quarter. It's going to repeat. So you got one quarterly training calendar. It's going to go 4 times a year. And then you're just going to tweak that every single month based on the needs of the store. Now, last process. This is the most important of all of the 3. Millennials and Gen Zs, 20 groups, et cetera. Everyone's talking about career pathing. I'm telling you, especially after where we crunched and put that 250, 300 stores and installed these processes, and I looked at with a failure and a success rates, this process right here is where you start. This is the most important piece. This is the glue that holds it all together. Strategically, this is the most important thing. First thing you need to know before we get into this is a 4-step process. First thing you need to know is job descriptions are essentially obsolete. Having some, job description that you can hold up and say, here's what you're going to do, and it's written by HR and it's all beautiful. That's nice. I'm not saying it's not good to have. You should have it, but it doesn't drive the strategic value that you need. I want to replace those job descriptions in the employees' hands, and I'm going to give everybody a scorecard. Job descriptions replaced today by scorecards. What is a scorecard? It is taking each job in the dealership and outlining the 5, ideal, 10, max, the 5 to 10 most important metrics that define success for that role. Every job in the dealership has them. For a sales consultant, it's how many cars did you sell? How much gross did you generate? What was your CSI? If your store's big on leasing, it might be a lease percentage. It might be how many new opportunities you took, internet, phone, walk-in, et cetera, depending on the flavor of the store. It might be a closing ratio, right? But I can narrow this job down really quickly. Some stores want a disproportionate focus on used and new. Some stores want more of a focus on PVR and gross than they do volume, right? So this can be dialed. But bottom line is now each employee is given a roadmap that says, hey, by the way, here's your scorecard. This job that you're applying for, that we're hiring you for, this is how it's graded. You need to sell 15 cars a month to get 5 stars. You need to sell, 13 cars a month to get 3.5 stars. And you need to sell 10 cars a month to get 2 stars. And 2 stars is minimum performance at our dealership. So if you're anything less than 2 stars, you know that we're not happy with you. You shouldn't be happy with you. Your paycheck's probably not going to be right. But now the 5 most important things that I'm asking you to do, just like on my son's Fortnite, their metrics are going to be right in front of these employees all the time. They need to know them. They need to eat, breathe, and sleep these important metrics. And each metric's going to have a scale, 0 to 5 stars. And employees need to know, as long as you're above 2 stars, your job is secure. You don't have to wonder whether or not, we like you or dislike you. You're going to know what your performance is, and you're going to know how to drive more success, more growth. You're also going to know that if you're under 2 stars, we got problems. And it shouldn't be a surprise when your manager sits you down and says, hey, we got problems, we got to do better. This type of clarity drives so much success alone in employees, because all of a sudden now they control their career just like they control their character in the video game. And so every employee, every job needs a scorecard. 5 to 10 most important metrics and what they're expected to achieve, 0 to 5 stars on every single one of those metrics. And then how does this process work? It's very simple. First, at the very beginning of the month, the first few days of every month, the employee needs to note down how they performed on all of their metrics. It is not the manager's job to go to employee by employee and put or save or note down the employee's metrics. Again, I'm showing you some software screens. This can be done in Google Sheets. We have customers doing this in Google Docs. I can help you install these processes. You don't have to have software. Software makes it a heck of a lot easier, but this is the process I want you to own. Your store needs to own the process. Managers can't be responsible to babysit each little employee. There's 5 to 10 metrics you have to know. If they don't know it, they don't know their job. So that employee on the 1st to the 3rd of every single month simply puts in how many cars I sold, what was my gross average, what was my CSI for the month, how many new ups or opportunities did I take. If the employee doesn't know those or doesn't have access to those things, then you as a leader can't look me in the eye and tell me that those are the most important metrics for my employees, because you're blocking their access to the most important metric they need to be successful. We got to open that up. The employee needs access. The employee is responsible to say what their results are. The employee knows what their score is before they ever sit down with their manager. That starts putting responsibility on the employee to own this, and it makes the process a lot more streamlined to the manager. Next, the manager and the employee are going to sit down. In today's world, it can be via Zoom. So another thing is I can now help you manage your store remotely, which is fantastic for groups. But in this pandemic, it's wonderful for everybody. But now the manager and the employee get some dialogue every single month. The dialogue ideally is a 15 to 20 minute face-to-face. Managers should only have between 6 and 8 maximum direct reports. If they have more than that, they're not going to manage effectively. There's numerous studies that show that. So my job as a manager is to have 6 to 8 of these 15 to 20 minute performance reviews or scorecard reviews once a month. And I have to find the 4 to 5 hours necessary to sit down and have these meetings. And if I can't do that once a month, we need to change the manager's role, because your manager isn't in a position to lead. This is absolutely critical. It can be over the phone, it can be via Zoom, it can be via chat. I don't really care, but there needs to be dialogue. First thing the manager and the employee is going to do is they're going to analyze their results. They're going to look at each quota and they're going to say, where did we perform really well and where did we not perform well? And the job is to diagnose why they won and diagnose where they lost. I coach a competitive soccer team, and it's really, really important for the growth of any individual to be able to diagnose not just where they went wrong, but where they went right. So this is your chance to high five them, congratulate them. Here, you crushed on this metric. You sold so many cars. Why? Look how many more opportunities you took this month than a regular month. Look at what your closing ratio was this month. You adhered to the word tracks better than you did last month. You must diagnose the wins is equally as important as the losses. That's only a few minutes. It's a quick high five note of the diagnose of the why, and then we're going to plan. We call this the coaching worksheet, and this is attached to every scorecard review that gets done every single month. And the idea is we're going to take the two most important losses or opportunities to grow, and we're going to put a plan in place on how we're going to improve them next month. If the thing that would have the biggest impact to the store is that employee talks to more guests so that he has more opportunities because his closing is in line, his gross is in line, his CSI is in line, I just got to get this rock star in front of more opportunities, then that's the plan for the month. If it's that they talk to plenty of people, but their closing rates are low because they don't stick to my word tracks, we're going to have a plan to put them into word track training. We're going to practice, drill, rehearse with them, daily, weekly. We're going to test them on these things in, once a week. We're going to make sure that they're using the word tracks effectively to bring their closing rate up. Whatever the analyze phase, whatever we've diagnosed is the problem, we're going to create a plan. And now every employee in the organization every month has a very simple, very digestible plan about how I'm going to improve the following month. The employees made commitments to what new training I'm going to do, what new activities I'm going to change to drive my performance. And then each employee leaves their performance review with a score of a 1 to 5 stars of how well they performed that month across all of their quotas. And they have a plan. What's the training and the tasks that I'm going to do to drive more performance next month? And now you as a manager or as an owner can look across your entire organization. And if you own stores, you can see which stores are performing at 2 stars, which stores are performing at 5 stars. And by the way, your general manager's metrics align with what you want in your composite for your 20 group. And so your store's financial performance now cascades to your GM, to your GSM, your fixed ops director, to your service manager, your sales managers, your inventory and marketing managers, to your technicians, to your salespeople, to dispatch. You're making sure that cash flow is turning on time. You're making sure that sales volumes are up. You're making sure that the CSI is where it needs to be. And it's very easy. You can see the store as a whole. And then you can drill down to each department. Which departments are performing at 5-star versus 2-star? Which teams are performing? Which individuals are performing? And you can even click in and look and see the plan for each employee, that every employee is on a plan to improve. Then when you're reading your financial statement, and you see that there's a blip in performance, you can just look and say, what is to the GM, to the GSM, to the sales manager, to the salesperson? Finance manager, we had too many chargebacks last month. What is the plan to fix our chargebacks for this month? Service advisor, we didn't have enough hours per RO. What is the plan for this month to increase and improve our hours per RO? You go to a 20 group and you make your commitments, it immediately changes in the scorecards, and now everybody is on the same page. Now, I mentioned that when I'm installing this we used to start with career pathing. We now don't install career paths until dealerships have a scorecard and review process, because the scorecard and review process is what tells you if the quotas are being hit and they're achieving those levels for their careers. This is what drives the meeting. The other thing that we've done is we find that when you tie a small portion of the employee's compensation to the scorecard performance, some employees, you can just bump them. You get a $1, a $2, a $5 an hour bump in pay based on your scorecard. Some it might be there's a $100 a month that you can get, and when you get 5 stars, you get $100. 4 stars, you get $80, et cetera, all the way down. Some you might see there's $500 on the table. A salesperson might change their commission percentage, but if you tie it some way, somehow to the employee's pay, then think about what the motive that I just aligned in the dealership. Every employee is going to finish and save their performance into their scorecard and want that review with their manager before the first paycheck of the month, because they're going to want that bonus on the first paycheck. And now the employees are pulling the managers along saying, let's sit down and do my review, which means you get your metrics faster. Everyone has their plan and the months start rolling. And if you can start with this process, everything else, career paths fall in place, training falls in place. We found that installing career paths alone, there was not a lot of processes in the dealership to anchor it to. I learned from a friend, it was actually kind of a stupid thing, but I found it was really wise. He said, Jared, if you want to create a new habit in your life, attach it to a habit that you already have. Classic example for him was I really wanted to work out. And I told myself I was going to work out and lose weight and get shaped for months, years. And I couldn't do it. Different times of the day, I kept promising myself, but he said, I never miss taking my kids to school. My kids have to go to school 5 days a week. And so I just told myself I was going to attach my existing habit, take my kids to school. I was going to attach that to the habit that I wanted, go to the gym. And he said, I don't come home from taking the kids to school. I go to the gym. And now every time I take my kids to school, I go to the gym. And he says, next thing you know, I've attached the new habit that I've wanted to an old habit that's in place, and the habit sticks. What I'm suggesting is that there's not a lot of habits, there's not a lot of processes inside of your organization to anchor a career path to. So it becomes psychologically difficult for dealers to install. Just take it from experience. So instead, what I'm saying is everybody wants to get paid. That's a habit that's going to take place in your dealership. We attached the habit of the new process of scorecard review to the first paycheck of the month. And all of a sudden, everybody in the organization gets their reviews done on time. Now I can attach career maps to scorecard reviews because the scorecard reviews are already happening because they're attached to payroll. And all of a sudden I've created change inside of the dealership. Last thing, and we're winding down, is we're all spending millions and millions of dollars on inventory, millions and millions of dollars to bring customers in through marketing, and we're finding breakage in the employees. We have all this opportunity on our store that we can capitalize on. The way to make this happen, my biggest tip from having installed this now, 200 to 300 dealerships this last year, is start with that scorecard review process. It creates the stickiness and it drives success inside of the dealership, and it makes life so easy to manage. We even use it inside of DrivingSales. It is so helpful to know what's expected of me and how well I'm grading against it. That allows you to put in the quarterly training schedule when you need it, and then the career management rides on top of that performance review. I've found a dealership after a dealership that jumps right into career management or the career pathing, and it's the right concept. We know we need to do it. It's super important with these modern generations, but there's no adjacent process with which we can anchor it to. Anchor the scorecard process to payroll. And then once the scorecard process goes for 3 or 4 months, you can drop career pathing in on top of it, and it works like clockwork. That's tip number one. The next tip that I want to tell you is that you need to don't swallow the entire dealership at once. I've given you examples of how you can do this for a title clerk, how you can do this for a salesperson, for a service advisor. I want you to think about, make this small enough that it's easy, big enough to matter. Most stores start with a sales department or the BDC. The BDC seems to be the magic place that we can put the foothold in. So we create scorecards for the BDC agents and the BDC managers. How many calls, how many appointments set, how many appointment shows, how much RO revenue they generate, how many calls, how many appointments set, how many appointment shows, how much sales deals they show up or close. And we create those scorecards, we give them to our BDC agents, and we start managing the scorecard review process with the BDC team. And we install that over a period of, say, 60 to 90 days. The culture's set. It is small enough that it's easy to get our arms around. It's big enough to matter. Once we have it in the BDC, everyone goes, I see the value, I see the vision. And then boom, you can drop it in the sales department, the finance department, the service department, and you can just start, sort of taking over the store department by department. So the second tip is that start with scorecard review, but don't start with the whole store. Start with a singular department, get the scorecards done, get them launched, and then we'll bleed it from there. Again, ask me lots of questions in the comments. I have templates for every job role inside of the dealership. You can tweak them, you can make them your own, but I can save you a ginormous amount of thinking because we've done this now in hundreds of stores. So with that, I appreciate your time. I hope this is helpful. Leave any questions in the comments, and good luck in your store, whether it's implementing digital retailing or a new accessory department. None of that can happen as easily as it will if you don't start with this. Getting your employees right in the car business is the singular most valuable thing that you can do as a leader. Reach out to me with questions. I wish you the best of success, and thanks for your time.
В продолжение этих двух замечательных и содержательных семинаров мы запускаем следующие два. В потоке цифровых продаж, или digital, как мы его назвали, у нас будет Стив Розлер. Стив поделится тем, каким образом можно использовать текстовые коммуникации и видеомаркетинг для того, чтобы существенно, просто в разы повышать конверсию ваших входящих обращений в реальные визиты в дилерский центр, ну и логично, что в продаже. С точки зрения трека по персоналу мы ждем Джеффа Коуэна. Джефф Коуэн посвятил много лет работе по тому, как дилерам помочь нанимать сервисных консультантов, мастеров-консультантов, как их мотивировать и как их удерживать. Уверен, вам многие из тех инструментов, которые есть, о которых он расскажет и которые есть на рынке США, будут полезны. Ну что ж, смотрим.
Well, hello, everybody. Jeff Cowan here from Jeff Cowan's Pro Talk, and I am so excited to be part of the NADA 2021 workshop sessions. I'm sorry that we can't get together and do a live session, and we have to do it this way, but this way is better than no way. And so I'm going to do everything I can in my power to make it as exciting and as content-filled as I can. Now, for those of you who are watching me for the very first time, let me just give you a very brief background on who I am and where I come from and what gives me the right to be on this stage, if you will. Like I said, my name is Jeff Cowan. I have a company called Jeff Cowan's Pro Talk, and I've been in business in the automotive field for over 33 years. And during that time, I've committed myself to helping service advisors and all service personnel at automotive dealerships become the absolute best they can be. I've shown them how to get the maximum sales, highest hours per order, highest effective labor rate, how to get perfect survey scores, eliminate heat, and how to get customer retention through the roof. I've spoken at NADA over 20 times, and I love speaking at NADA because what it forces me to do is to bring my best content, makes me raise my game. And today, I hope it's going to be no different. I'm bringing you a message today that I think is going to be one that you're really going to enjoy. And if you put it into practice, you're going to find that it's going to become invaluable to you. Now, the name of the presentation is Attract, Hire, and Retain the Best Techs and Service Advisors. And I'm going to show you how to do exactly that. But before I do that, there's a disclaimer that the NADA needs you to read. And that just basically says that they're not responsible for what I say. So if you do something I say and you get sued, don't sue them, sue me. But I think that we're going to be okay. So just take a look at that if you like, and we'll go from there. So with that, let's jump into this, because I don't have a whole lot of time here today. And so I want to make sure that I'm able to get the core of the message across. Now, before I even get started, let me tell you where I'm coming from on this. You know, it stuns me that all the time I've been in the automotive industry training service advisors, that dealerships have found that one of the hardest things to get is service advisors. And they tell me even through this day before COVID started, no matter what era you pick out, no matter what year of the last 33 years you pick out, they're always something, we run ads, we can't get anybody to show up. We can't get anybody that we can walk through the door that's of any quality. And I don't get it. And I'll tell you why I don't get it. Let's talk about what a service advisor does and what they can make and what that means. The average service advisor out there today will make somewhere between $75,000 and $100,000 a year. The average one makes $75,000. So let's just take a look at those numbers and the kind of lifestyle that delivers. At $75,000, that puts you in the top 15% of all income earners in the United States of America. Just under 21% of the people, by the way, doing the job right now are making over $100,000 a year, which puts them in the top 6% of income earners in the United States of America. The average service advisor out there today, let's take a look at their average lifestyle is. Now, again, this will depend on where you live, but here's what the average person has. The average person writing service today that makes $75,000 lives in a 2,500 square foot house that sits on 1.3 acres of land. They have a brand new car sitting in the driveway. If they're married and their spouse works outside the home, you can add another 1,000 square foot to the home and a second car, a new car in the driveway. They get 2 weeks paid vacation, and in most instances have a benefit package that rivals the biggest industries out there, yet you say you can't find these people. Well, the reason you can't find them is because you're not running the right ads, you're not interviewing them the right way. And if you do interview them and you end up finding somebody you want to hire, you're not able to keep them because you're not training them the right way and keeping them motivated once they are trained. So today, hopefully, I'm going to put all that to bed for you and show you how to solve all of those problems. And everything that I'm going to show you today was developed in real service departments with real service employees over 33 years, and it works. So to get started here, I've got a couple of opening thoughts I want to read to you, and I think you're going to find these really interesting. The first one's this: if you're looking for a knight in shining armor to solve your sales problems, they will not arrive on a horse, okay? But they will arrive in an SUV that has payments. Moving on here, the first thing that you should ask when hiring a brand new service advisor is in tough times is, can they close sales now? The first thing you should be on your list when hiring a salesperson or service advisors in good times is, can they close sales now? Because that's what the role of a service advisor is. We got to take this term service advisor and get rid of it because it makes people think they're more of a consultant than they are a salesperson. And at the end of the day, they're a salesperson. And what you're looking for is people who can sell. And just as a side note here, I think it's important to note, since we're in this COVID mess with the virus and whatever, I can tell you that we've never seen, because the way we do our training, I'm not doing a commercial, I'm just telling you where I get the information, is we stand side by side with advisors and service employees, coach, critique, role play, and do the job with them to show them how things work. That being said, we've been doing that even through this pandemic. And what we've discovered is we've got the easiest customer we've ever seen to make happy. These customers have never been easier to handle, never been easier to please. They've never been more willing to invest in their vehicles, and the numbers and the increases that we're seeing are off the charts. So the reason I'm telling you that is because if you're not having one of your best service years, it's because you're doing something wrong. And what it might be is that you may not be finding the right people. You're hiring advisors when you should be looking at people who can sell, because at the end of the day, that's what this job is. It isn't advising, it's being able to handle customers, and it's being able to sell. So let's move on here. Now, the first step to finding somebody is to make sure that you got the right ad. And most employment ads that I see in regards to finding service advisors really aren't very good at all. But I'm going to give you two here that you can use that will draw people in and will draw the absolute best people in. So let's start with this first one. It's going to come up here on your slide, and I'm going to ask you to read along with me on it. I'm going to go ahead and pull the whole slide up here. So bear with me just for a second. Read along. Whoops, I went too far there. There we go. Here's what it should say. There's two different ones. Here's the first one. Our technicians, now you can only say this if this is true. So if your numbers are different, put different numbers in, but you have to have good numbers to make this ad work. Our technicians put in an average of 68 hours a week. Our service advisors average 3.0 hours per customer paid repair order. Our average service advisor will earn $75,000 a year this year. $100,000 plus is possible. If you feel you have what it takes to be on this elite service team in the business, send your resume to Ever. Now, I want to stop there just for a second. I want to point something out to you. The key word there is elite. Now, why is elite the key word there? Because that's the team the best of the best want to be on. They want to be on an elite team. They're serious about what they do. That's why they're already the best of the best. And so they're looking for an elite team that will make them even better and allow them to be the best of the best. If you take the Navy, the United States Navy, for example, every recruit that goes into the Navy, once they get through basic training, every one of them is allowed to apply to be a Navy SEAL, yet very few do. But the very few that do apply to be a Navy SEAL, the type of Navy person you can be, are the best of the best. They're the people that believe and have the confidence to know that I believe I'm good enough to be on that team, so they show up to the interviews. That's important. They send the resume to you. That's what you're going to ask them to do. And then you finish it off with this. Our most recent awards and accomplishments are the President's Award. Again, if that's true, we're the top 3% in the nation with our survey scores. We have an 86% customer retention rate. Our service department was ranked number 1 in the city, state, region, whatever you can put up there. That's what you need to put up there. And you're going to see with both these ads, what's important is this. It's a very simple ad. You say, well, Jeff, you didn't talk about anything that we're looking for. Well, you know what? I don't put those in ads, and I suggest you don't put it in ads because people that are already in the business, somebody's got experience, they know what the job is. They know what you're looking for. They have a good idea of that. So they know what you're looking for. What you need to tell them is what you have to offer them. That's what's going to attract them in. I mean, you show me a technician or service advisor that sees that ad that doesn't want to work in a store like that. I mean, or you show me one that wants to work in a store like that, and I will guarantee you they will be the best, or believe they have what it takes to become the best of the best. Now, the next ad that I have here is no experience necessary. And again, I'm going to put this all up here so you can read along with me. You're going to find that this is a great ad. I've used this in hundreds, if not thousands of different service centers, and it always draws the best candidates in. And here's what it says. Career-minded individuals needed for a first-class sales position at a company established in whatever year established. Now, notice I said first-class sales position, because if you're in sales, that's where you want to be. You want to be, and you know you're good, or you think you can be good, that's where you want to be. If you have the desire to acquire the lifestyle you've always dreamed of, then please send your resume to us. Now, look what it says down here. What I'm going to do is I'm not going to tell them what we're looking for, because that's irrelevant. That may scare them away. That may give them the wrong impression. But what I'm going to tell them and show them is what we as a service department have to offer to you. Our average salesperson will earn $75,000 in the next 12 months, which allows them the opportunity to do this. Now, again, time out. Notice I'm saying salesperson. Why? Because salespeople looking for sales jobs understand what salesperson is. They may not know what service advisor is. And chances are, if they do know, they might have the wrong opinion. But we're going to put sales. They have the opportunity to do this. Live in a 2,500 square foot house on 1.3 acres of land or larger. They drive new vehicles. They get 2 weeks paid vacation. They have a benefit package that most people would envy, and they have the opportunity to make over $100,000 a year. And then we finish it off where it says this: we will show the perfect candidate how to earn the same type of income and lifestyle by showing them how to be a top salesperson in an industry and for a company that requires only the best. So again, these two ads, experience are no experience necessary. Again, I'm not telling what we're looking for. That's irrelevant at this point in time. We're going to scare people away like that because your ads, it looks like everybody else. We're going to show them what I have to offer you. What I have to offer you if you come in. This is what's going to make the phone ring, and it's set up with just the right words to get the best of the best, or people who believe they can be the best and belong on an elite team. That's who it's going to draw in. Now, when it comes to looking for service advisors, what are we looking for? What is the essence of service advising? What's the skill set that we need here? I've got 6 different things here that I want you to follow along with. That they're going to help you find this. Oh, I went too far there with that one, didn't I? All right. Number 1, we are looking for somebody that has enthusiasm and passion. That's part of the essence of being a service advisor: enthusiasm and passion. And when you're interviewing somebody, you can tell whether or not they've got enthusiasm and passion just by talking to them. Are they enthusiastic about life? Are they passionate about life and what they want to do? 2, you're looking for people that have the ability to show empathy and understanding. 3, you're looking for somebody that has the ability to listen and take excellent notes. Now, this is an easy one to uncover in an interview, because anybody that goes into an interview, in my mind, that's serious about getting the job is always going to walk in the front door with something to write with and something to write on. And even if it's not old-fashioned, where they're using a pen and a paper, maybe they bring in their tablet, maybe they're using their phone, but they're taking notes. And when they take notes, that shows that they have the ability to be an excellent listener. Number 4, the eagerness to give realistic expectations. And this is easy to pick up on when you're interviewing somebody, because, people come in, they all say this, don't they? I know I can be the best. Well, what makes you think you'd be the best? Because I just know I can be the best. If somebody's willing to give realistic expectations, will tell you, I have no doubt in my mind that if you have a training program and you show me what it is you want done, and you show me exactly how you want it done, that I would be able to quickly pick up on it and put it into play. I would think that if you give me a week or 2 out here in your scenario, that you would see that I'd quickly rise to the top. See, so what they're setting is realistic expectations. They're not telling you they're going to be the best out of the gate. They're telling you that you show me how to do what you want done, give me some time to do it, and I'll make it happen. So that's something that you can look for when you're looking for an advisor, because again, that's the essence of a good service advisor. Number 5, the willingness to follow through. And that's easy to pick up on, because when they come for the interview, do they send you a thank you note afterward? Did they give you a telephone call? Did they text an email and say thank you for their time? Or do they just leave it to the wind? Okay, I mean, that's going to tell you a lot. And then number 6 is the willingness to ask for the entire sale. And I'm going to give you some things here to look for, some characteristics in a service advisor that would tell you they'd be able to do that. I'm going to give you some questions here that you should ask. So let's talk about, when we're talking about salespeople, what we're really looking for here is we're looking for master closers. So how can we tell we've got a master closer in front of her? Well, number one, just write this down to the side. A closer knows no stranger. A closer knows no stranger. A closer is willing to talk to anybody, anytime about anything, especially their products, at any time, anywhere. What do I mean? Let's say you're standing in line at a grocery store and you hear the couple behind you, in front of you, start talking about how they need to budget their money because they need to get a new set of tires. Well, here's what a closer would do in that situation. Hey, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard you a second ago talking about how you were budgeting for a new set of tires. And that being the case, I wanted to give you my business card, or at least give you my information, because I'm a service advisor at the local Ford store down the road. You may have passed it. I don't know what type of car you drive, but if you've driven past our store, you see that we have a used car lot with all types of makes and models on it, because we can work on anything. So no matter what type of vehicle you have, you need tires. Why don't you come and see me? I can get you set up very quickly for a reasonable amount of investment. That's what a closer would do. So you say, well, how do you flush that out? You bring that up in the interview. Hey, hey, interviewee, you know, and being a salesperson, because that's what this job really is, and being a salesperson, let's say that you're at a grocery store, or you're out and about at a movie, or you're someplace, and you hear somebody you've never met, but you hear somebody close to you talking about how they need a new set of tires. What do you think would be the right thing to do, or what would you do? Would you just make a note of it in your mind? Would you introduce yourself and tell them that you're in the tire business, or do you think that would make you look too pushy? What would be your take on that? And the way they answer that will tell you exactly what you got. A closer is somebody that enjoys helping others, and they love it when new people start, and they take them under their wing. That's what closers do. I mean, when somebody new comes in, they don't look at the new person and say, you know, I hate that you're here, and I'm going to set you up for failure. What they do instead is they see the big picture. They go over to that new person and they say something like this. Look, congratulations. You just joined an elite service advisor team. Nobody's better than us, and we're glad to have you here. So here's what I'm going to do to ensure that you're successful. You know, I know that every time you step out there on that service drive, you represent not only yourself, but all of us. Every time I step on the service drive, I not only represent myself, but I represent all of us. So all of us have to step up and be the absolute best we can be at every turn. So I'm going to take you over the next 2 to 3, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, or however long it takes. I'm going to put you under my wing, and I'm going to show you exactly how to be the best you can be, so you can experience the same type of success that I'm having and the rest of the team has. You see, that's what closers do. They're not intimidated when you bring in somebody new. They're glad you brought in somebody. I got my own customers. You coming in doesn't get to do anything but build the business for us. So how do you flush that out in an interview? You know, when you worked before in sales and they brought new people in, how did you feel about that? Even if it was too many salespeople, how did you feel about that? And how did you respond to that person? And the way they answer that will tell you exactly how they think. A closer is a goal setter. You know, they have not only business goals, but they have personal goals. And they set up their personal goals first and figure out what it is they want, what it's going to take to get that, and then set their business goals up to be able to meet those standards. And the way you get that is the way you've always got it. When it comes to setting goals, in what areas of your life do you set goals? And do you mind sharing with me what some of those are? And you'll be able to see right there what you have. And I got to tell you, you know, at the end of the day, Pro Talk, my company, it's a sales organization, and I interview salespeople. And I got to tell you, I mean, it's so easy to blow people out that aren't going to work with that question there. And here's what I mean. I'm laughing because I had a guy in here just a few days ago, and I was interviewing him, and I said, what are your goals? Where do you see yourself 6 months from now, a year from now, 5 years from now? Standard question, right? And he looked back at me, and he just kind of stared at me. And finally he says, oh, you're serious? And I said, yeah, we're very goal oriented around here. And you being in sales, I'm sure you are too. So where do you see yourself the next 6 months, year, 5 years down the road? He looked back at me and said, well, I think my first thing would be to go watch all the TV programs I've stored online before they erase themselves, because if I don't watch them, they erase themselves after I get to 80 hours. So you know what I did? Me being a goal-oriented person, I helped them accomplish that goal. I ended an interview right now at that point and let him go home. I mean, are you kidding me? At four, another thing that can tell you whether or not you've got a salesperson in front of you is they're self-starters. They don't wait for things to happen. They don't wait for people to tell them things to do. They just do it. They know that if sending out handwritten thank you notes is a smart thing to do, they don't wait for the boss to tell them that and give them that suggestion. They approach the boss and say, look, I would like to send out handwritten thank you notes to my customers. Do you supply them? If not, do you have a problem with me getting some printed? And if I get them printed, do you have a problem with me writing them out and mailing them? And would you pay for them being mailed, or would you want me to be mailed? And you say, well, how do you flesh out if somebody's going to do that in an interview? You ask them, okay, when it comes to being an employee, do you find yourself being somebody that you just kind of make things happen and you do things because of common sense, or do you wait for somebody to tell you? That'll tell you right there. A closer and a master closer will have more ambition and more motivation than the customer has objections. How can you flush out if they're able to do that and they're willing to learn the word tracks and the closes, the way to handle objections to make that statement come true? By their goals. The more detailed they are in their goals, the more serious they are about hitting those goals, and the more they're willing to prepare to hit those goals. Number 6, a closer thrives on the art of the deal. And they understand the art of the deal isn't closing the sale to collect commission. The art of the deal is solving problems. You see, that's what service advisors do. The skill is being able to handle customers and close deals, but you close deals by solving problems. I know that if I'm an advisor and somebody brings me a problem this morning and I solve it and they pick up their vehicle and they go home happy, everything else will take care of itself. So they thrive on the art of the deal. Number 7, closers give great service. Great service means that they get there early so they're prepared for their customers. Great service means that they're willing to make that extra 2 or 3 phone calls if necessary. Great service means staying a few minutes later for somebody who's running a little bit late to come and pick up their vehicle because I know I have to deliver this vehicle to make sure this customer is totally satisfied. Number 8, a closer understands they're in business for themselves. Now that's what I tell service advisors all the time, and that's what I tell my salespeople. Now don't get me wrong. I tell advisors, look, if you're working at a car dealership, you're on the dealership team. So you want to do everything you can to make sure that dealership team is successful. But if you work in the service department, you're not part of the service department team, and you want to make sure you can do everything you can to make sure the service department is successful. If you're an advisor, chances are you're on an advisor team. So you want to do everything you can to make sure that advisor team is successful. But at the end of the day, I tell them this, and the smart ones already know this. Nobody's going to care more about your family, your goals, your house payment, your car payment, your commitments than you. So the more you can do to prepare yourself and the more you can do to maximize the opportunity, the more successful you're going to be. And the great people understand that. I've even had great closers that come in and say, well, I approach this as like being in business for myself. If I get my customer base built up and I build my business up, then everything will take care of itself. And you know, when I say being a business for yourself, we struggle so many times to get service advisors to really maximize the opportunity. I've often wondered this. I wonder what would happen if instead of hiring salespeople and giving them all these tools and all this opportunity, I wonder what would happen if we'd rent them the space, kind of like the hair care business. You know, that's how that works. Most people don't work for a hair care place. They rent booth space. If the booth space costs $1,000 a month and they only do $500 for the haircuts, they're in the hole for $500. But if it's $1,000 a month for the booth space and they do $10,000 for the haircuts, then they made a lot of money. And I just often wondered what would happen. I'm not suggesting you do that, but what would happen if we rent that space out? Here's the text, here's the lifts, here's all the parts and everything else you need. It's going to cost you $5,000 to sit there. Number 9, closers know the good points and the bad points of their products, and they know how to show their products in the most positive light. And a closer knows how to make every product look great. And, you know, that's a real art in itself because there's not a lot of sex appeal when selling. You know, I mean, like when you're selling cars, it's kind of sexy to sell a car because there's a lot of sexiness and a lot of sex appeal in cars, but there's not nothing sexy about selling a new set of brakes or a new set of tires. And so how do you flush that out with a service advisor? You ask them to make a presentation. Is their presentation short and to the point where it's, hey, you really need these brakes and we got a special for $399? Or they go into the benefits, and they go into the features, the advantages, and they make it look as great as possible. 11, a closer knows they never stop learning. They constantly seek out new knowledge. They're looking for better ways. They read 15 minutes a day. They commit an hour a week of time to improving themselves. They never stop trying to learn. And number 12, a closer's a showman. Now, when I say that, I think I lose a lot of people because I think a lot of people think what I'm saying when I say that is I'm asking to be this person. Hi, how you doing? By gosh, my day was crap until you got here to help me out. How's it going? Now, if that's who you are, then it might explain why you're single, but that's not who I'm asking you to be. What I mean by when I say showman is this. A showman is somebody that shows up a half hour early for work because they want to get their head in the game. They want to be prepared. So when that door opens up, they're ready for that first customer. A showman is somebody that has shine shoes and a crease in their slacks and they got a bright, clean shirt on, and they would never take that work uniform home and wash it in their own washer and dryer because they know by doing so, within 3 washes, it's not going to look brand new anymore. Instead, they take a couple bucks out of their paycheck and they clean per uniform, and they get those uniforms cleaned professionally because they know by doing so, that uniform will look as good today as it did the first time they put it on 2 years ago. Their glasses are clean. They have fresh breath. They keep toothpaste on them at work. So if they go and have garlic pizza, they come back and brush their teeth. They have combs. So if they walk outside and the wind's blowing, they come back in and comb their hair and look professional. Their flashlights, tire gauges, and all their tools are on them. They're prepared. That's what a showman is. And you say, well, how do you flush that out in an interview? Look at the way they come in the front door. When they come in the front door, are their shoes shined? Is their hair combed? Are their slacks have a crease in them? Is their blouse or shirt, is it pressed? Does it look fresh? Do they have a resume? Is it in a leather case, or is it just something they're going to hand to you? A showman's easy to flush out. So that's what you're looking for when you're looking for these people. And for the advisors out there listening to that, these are all things you can develop within yourself. Most of those things are taught. They're just not things that people are born with. So now, we know what we're looking for. We've set the ad, and now we have people calling us. So now what do? Well, the next step is we're going to do something that I'm going to recommend you do, and that's this: a pre-interview on the phone. Now, a lot of you do that. I know. You get a person on the phone. Hey, I saw you sent in a resume. We'd like to talk to you. What's your background and all that stuff? And they get the person there, and the person says, I don't know if this is really something I want to do, or I don't think this is the situation I want to be in, and you waste all this time. So this next step is something that is going to save you hours and hours and hours. It's going to save you tons and tons of heartache. It's a pre-interview. You do it on the telephone, and here's exactly the way it should be. Now, let me share with you where I got this. For those of you that know much about me, you know that my first selling job was actually selling furniture. And it was the first professional sales job I had. And I call it that because it was the first one where I went in where they had a professional system. They didn't play around. They were serious about selling furniture. Now it was a great place and a fun place to work. And it may not sound like it when I give you a couple of these descriptions here, but it was great because of the way they set it up. Now, the owner of the shop, she always had to interview everybody before she'd let them step on her showroom floor. And she had 80 salespeople spread out over 10 different locations, right? So, I mean, this was no small time thing for her, but she didn't want to waste time. So before she would personally interview somebody, she did a pre-interview. And that's what we're going to do here. And so here's the way it would start out. I'm going to put this up here. Read along with me. You're going to get them on the phone, and you're going to say, look, before we waste each other's time, I want to be clear about the position that you're interviewing for. What you're interviewing here for is to be an elite service advisor on an elite service department service team. This position is where you will be compensated, and you'll be compensated very well, but you'll be required to do certain things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read to you a list of things that you're going to be required to do with every one of my customers every day you show up. And as I'm reading through this, if there's anything you feel you can't do, you have a question about it, ask me now. And I'll try and convince you on why it's the right way. But if you know after I read this list to you, you can't do or won't do what I'm asking you to do, no harm, no foul, but there's no place here for you because this is the way we do it. And then what you do is just like the list here that I'm going to put up here, you just add on that list anything that you want to. Okay. And I mean, when I say anything, it could be anything. For example, things like this, you're going to execute our selling process, which includes, but is not limited to, walking around vehicles every time one comes in, memorizing 65 word tracks, attending weekly meetings, attending monthly meetings, and attending an annual sales meeting where we're going to go back over the basics over and over and over. And you know, if you have somebody stop you right there and say, oh, time out. I know every time I go for an interview, somebody says they want 100% walk around, but having done the job, I know you're probably looking for, you know, if I can do it 75, 80% of the time, because it'll be time. No, stop. Time out. I'm telling you exactly what I'm going to be paying you to do. And so when I say I want this done 100% of the time, that's what I want done. If you think you can do that, and I'll show you a process, we'll train you to show you how you can do that. So if you think you can do that and want to try that, well, then I'll continue with the interview. And I might even invite you in for a face-to-face one. But if you know right now you can't or won't do that, there's nothing to talk about. She put things in there like an annual recertification training process. Now, this is one I loved when she did this. And again, I've done this with hundreds and hundreds of service centers, and it's great. And that's this. Bev Nelson at that furniture store believed that every training certificate should have an expiration date, and it did, and it was July. And so every July, whether you're the number one salesperson or the 80th salesperson in her company, You had to go back through a week of training and recertify yourself and prove you knew the process and the word tracks and could do it, or you couldn't stay with her. She put in there things like you'll be ready and at work 15 minutes prior to your shift starting. You'll stay 15 minutes after it's over. You'll wear your uniform. You'll be well groomed and have shine shoes, and on and on and on. Now, note, you can put whatever you want on that list. You can take these off and put your own things on. You can take these and add to it. It doesn't make any difference. You do what you want to do. But the thing is you tell them what it is they're interviewing for. And so what happens is this quick, because it sounds long here, but this quick little 10-minute telephone conversation, it will eliminate half the people that you're going to talk to, because they're going to tell you on the phone, I don't think that's me. And that's great. If it's not them, why waste the time? Now, once we do that, then what we're going to do is we're going to go into how do we keep them? Because now we've interviewed them. All right. Now we've interviewed them. Now we've hired them. And so now what we got to do is we got to keep them. Okay. We've got to keep them, because why do we go through all this brain damage of finding people and then we lose them 3 or 4 months later? Well, I'll get to why you're losing them, but I'm going to show you right now how to not lose them. Okay. So the first thing you're going to do is every sales position requires a training program. Okay. A real training program. So what's the first step in making that happen? Number one, you got to decide who you are. I mean, you got to have a brand. Who are you? What do you do? How do you handle customers? Now, when I say decide who you are, this is a big area that I feel most service centers just blow it on. They have no identity. And I don't get it, because what we're looking for is a brand. And we brand the front end of the dealership, if you will, the car sales side of it. I mean, I travel a lot, and every time I go into a town, I like to turn on television and see the local automotive ads. You've got the low payment store, you've got the no down payment store, you've got the biggest selection store, you got the highest volume store, you got the longest store that's been in the area, and on and on and on. Those are brands. Those are brands, and they use those because it draws in a certain type of person. And when that person comes in, the sales staff is trained on how to handle that type of customer. You're going to do the same thing here. Decide who you are. Are you going to be the low price service center? I hope not. Are you going to be the most experienced? Are you going to be the highest quality? Are you going to be the best? What are you? What are you going to be? Once you decide that, then number two, what you're going to do is you're going to develop a process to support who you are. Okay. So now that we know that we're going to be dealing with this type of customer, what type of process does that customer respond to? Okay. So now you develop your process, and if anybody needs any help with that, you can call me. I'm not doing a commercial. I'd be more than happy to talk you through that on behalf of, just to help out the NADA. And then once you decide who you are, you develop your process to support who you are. Now you're going to train your staff to execute the process. And this is what's going to separate the people that are serious about service and the ones who are not serious about service. And so the first thing that we're going to do here is I'm going to recommend you have a service contract for each new hire. Now, you can do this in every department, but especially for your service advisors, you want to have a service advisor contract. Now, before I go any further, for those of you who have followed me, you know that in my training, I routinely tell people to never use the word contract when talking with customers. And the reason I say that is because we've been taught growing up by our parents that contracts are bad. Don't sign contracts. When you sign contracts, they're binding. It means things are going to get real. It's serious. You can't get out of them, and on and on and on and on. But here I'm going to use the term contract because I want this new hire to know I'm serious about what it is I expect, and I'm serious about the lifestyle I'm willing to provide for you. So we're going to go ahead here, and I'm going to encourage you not to read this contract because it's a lot of words and you'll get distracted and all that stuff. I just want to put up here an example. So what this is, and we do this, I got to tell you, service advisors love it. So here's what we're going to do. I even do this here at Pro Talk with all my salespeople. Okay. And that's this. When the first day they show up to work, what you're going to do is you're going to sit them down the first 20 minutes they're there, and you're going to give them a copy of your contract. And this is what you're going to tell them. Look, when we talked on the telephone, we talked in the interview, I told you exactly what the job was. I told you exactly how the job was to be performed. I told you exactly what you're going to be required to do. I told you what would happen if you did that. I told you what would happen if you exceed those expectations. And I told you what would happen if it didn't. That's what this contract says. So I'm going to give it to you. I want you to read through it. I'm going you to take your time. I'm going to go get you a cup of coffee. I'll be back in 15 minutes. When I get back, you sign the bottom of it. You're ready to go. You bought in, and I'll start training you. If you got questions about something and you haven't signed it when I got back, I'll try and answer those questions and explain to you why this thing says what it says. There's no surprises in it, but I'll explain what it says. Or if I get back and you just flat out have to change your mind and you can't or won't do what I'm requiring you to do here, then I'll cut you a check for $100 and we'll part friends, because this is the way we do business. Now, in this contract, all it says is what you wanted to say. We're going to do walk-arounds. We're going to memorize word tracks. We're going to follow a process. You're going to be paid this. You're going to be paid that. You're going to do whatever. It's just standard stuff. It's basically a job description, but they sign off on it. And again, service advisors and employees like this. You want to know why? Because it shows them you're serious and you're willing to do what you said you're going to do. It sets the parameters, so there's no questions on what's going to make me successful and what's not going to make me successful. They love it. And it allows them to perform at a higher level, and it gets them to want to stay and do business with you and be the best they can be. Now we're going to go on here. And I don't want to click too fast here. I got to make sure I'm doing this the right way here. All right. So again, we're going to decide who you are. We're going to develop a process to support that, and then we're going to train your people to execute that. Now you're going to see off to the side there where it says this, because this is again what separates the people who are serious about this versus the people who are not serious about this. Here's what I mean. We're talking about accountability. All right. Now, people that look at these contracts, well, it says in the contract, Jeff, that we hire this new person, and at any time they don't hit our minimum standards, that we'll let them go. I can't do that. These people are like friends, and I got to tell you, there's been hundreds of times I've shown up at dealerships. Right? I'll go out to service drive and I'll work with the 4 or 5 advisors, and I'll say, hey, I just got through working with this lady over here, and I see a lot of greatness there, but I see some things I need to work with her on because, whoa, time out, Jeff. Time out. She's a personal friend of mine. She's been here for a long time, and she's got 2 kids, and she's got a full plate. So I'm not gonna work with her. Well, let me go talk to you about this guy over here, because I was working with him, and here's what I'm saying. Well, he's gonna be a tough guy to train, but we like him because he shows up on time every day and he works his full shift, and he just he never gives us much trouble. You can sell a little bit more, but I think he's okay. So I'm not going to work with him. And so, which is ridiculous. And because what happens here is we start to think of these people, our employees, and I say these people, I'm endeared to the people who work with me. It's not that I think that they're beneath me or anything. So I don't mean it to sound that way, but we got to understand, we got to hold them accountable. This is a business. We're required to hit certain numbers. So this is a business deal. We have no problem doing this on the car sales side. I mean, and here's what I mean. I was in a dealer 20 meeting not long ago, and I got to the end of my presentation, and a dealer raised his hand. He said, Jeff, I got a question and a comment. We've used your training over the year, and every time we use it, you guys come in, our numbers go up, and things are good, and then all of a sudden, everybody stops doing it. And so we really struggle to get people to walk around cars. We really struggle to get people to learn the word tracks. We really struggle to get people to follow the processes. And so that's the big problem we have. And I looked back at him in my sarcastic way, and he said, so what do you do? And I said, I will look back in my sarcastic way, and he said, well, you pay him, don't you? And then I answered his question for real. I said, look, if you ran an ad for Saturday car sales, and you knew it was going to be a big event, so you get to your own dealership at 9 o'clock in the morning, the store just opens up, and when you pull onto the lot, you see that there's 50 or 60 people on your lot looking at cars, and you're looking for the salespeople, and you don't see any of them out there because it's a little bit cold outside. It's chilly. Maybe it's raining. And you notice that all your salespeople are sitting inside. Now, what would you do in that situation? You'd walk in the front door and tell those salespeople, get your butts out of those chairs and out there on that lot, and let's roll some metal across that curb. And if they did it, great. If they didn't, what would you do? You'd cut them loose. Why? Because you pay them to sell cars. It's a business deal. Yet back in service, we look at it as friends and family. And let me help you decide and make the difference between what's family and friends, because it's ruining your career. You're going to cost yourself a career as a business owner or a service manager if you don't hold your people accountable. Look, at the end of the day, it's a business. There's certain criteria you got to meet. And if you meet it, you have nothing to worry about. If you don't, somebody's going to lose their job somewhere. And let me tell you, I'm going to share a story with you. And I don't know if I'm smart to share it, because I don't think it ever makes me look like the smartest guy on the planet. But it's a true story. And it was what made the difference for me, because for the first 20 years I was in business, I ran it with the idea that all these people that were working with me were family and friends. And boy, was I awakened to a rude awakening. Let's go back to 2008. In 2008, when the recession hit, me and my wife, my new wife, the woman of my dreams, lost 70% of our income. 70% of our income. And here's why. We lost 70% of our income because you're our customers. And if you're not selling, if you're not doing business and making money, then you're certainly not going to call us and take our phone calls, right? Well, when this thing hit, again, we lost 70% of our income, and we tried to ride this thing out. But having only been married a short time at that time to my beautiful wife, I noticed about 6 months into this, so next March, because the recession started in September, that she wasn't sleeping very well. So I woke up one morning at one in the morning. I was actually awake because she was awake, and I'd had enough of it. And I just turned on the light and I looked at her and I said, "What's wrong?" And without missing a beat, she looked up at me and she said, "Are we going to be okay?" Now, you take a guy with an ego the size of mine and the love of your life ask that question. I mean, you want to talk about a gut punch. It was a gut punch, because what she was asking is, are you going to be able to deliver what you told me you'd be able to deliver? Well, I was happy with the way I answered it that night. I was proud of the way I answered it, because I looked back at her and I said, as far as Pro Talk goes, I don't know. I mean, I think I see light at the end of the tunnel, and I think we're going to be okay. But if you were to ask me right now for definite, I don't know. But I don't think we should worry about things that haven't happened. I think we should worry about and think about the things that Pro Talk's delivered, because we dated for several years before we got married. Look at the people we got to meet, the places we got to go, and the things we got to see. I mean, that's what we should focus on. And moving forward, I hope it works, but I don't know. But here's what I do know. I know that you married a salesperson. And when I walked you down, and I can close deals and I can hold gross profit, and there's businesses out there looking for people like me. So when it comes to the house, the car, and everything I've promised, the lifestyle, you've been able to eat, never have to worry, that's going to be there because I'm a salesperson. I know how to sell, and I'll make it work. And it seemed to calm her down, and she was fine. And we decided that what we were going to do when that thing, but it was a real gut punch. Because see, when the thing started, the recession, me and the wife sat down, we said, look, the people working for us, they didn't sign up for this. They have families, they have mortgages, they have commitments. They're our friends, they're our family. We can't let them strive. So instead of making them take the hit, we'll do everything we can to make sure they get their full pay, no matter how long this recession works. And it cost us 70% of our income. And I got to tell you, to make it work, I did free workshops. I showed up on service drives for free, just because it was the right thing to do. I made phone calls. I did everything I could to make sure these people were working. And then it hit me that night that my wife asked me that these family and friends that I was trying to protect to the point of nearly sabotaging my own life, they weren't friends and family. Because not one time did one of my trainers call me up when they were working on the East Coast and say, Jeff, I just stepped off the service drive. And even though it's 5 o'clock here, it's only 2 o'clock on the West Coast. Can I make 15 or 20 phone calls to make something happen? None of them did that. None of them said when they were off for a week, once every 6 weeks doing their paperwork, said, look, I can do my paperwork tonight. How about if I get on the phone today, every day this week, and make 100 phone calls and make something happen? None of them did that. Nobody came into the offices on Saturday when I was putting together manuals for workshops I was going to do for free so these people could be working. None of them did that. It was real simple. I paid them to do a job, and they did it. Why? Because it was a business deal. That's the way they saw it. And when I started seeing it that way, it became infinitely easier for me to hold them accountable. Now at Pro Talk, it's real simple. I love you people. I want to work with you people, and I'll do everything I can to make you successful. But if you're going to sit on that chair, you're going to do that job, you have to deliver these numbers. And if you can deliver these numbers, you get to sit in the chair. But the second you can't deliver the numbers, I will retrain you. And if you can't or won't do the job from that point and get me the numbers, you simply can't sit in that chair. And it changed everything around. Now, I lost my two best people when I put those rules in place because they didn't like being held accountable. They didn't like having a boss. But you know what it did? It took our business and sent it through the roof because everybody else knew this guy was serious and he's going to make sure we're successful as long as we deliver to him. And it's still that way today. That's the way you got to look at this. The reason the service contract helps, it's all in writing. Everybody knows where it is. Everybody knows what it is. And there's no questions about it. It's a business deal. You can be nice to your people. You can treat them like friends. You can treat them like family. And as long as they deliver the numbers that you want them to deliver and hit your minimum standards, they can sit in that chair. But the day they stop, you retrain them. And within 2 to 3 weeks, if they're not back at minimum standards, they can't sit in that chair. The sooner you get brave enough to start doing that, the easier it's going to be able to for you to find great service advisors, because the best want to work in a system like that. It's going to be easier for you to keep service advisors, and it's going to be easier for you to hit your numbers because everybody's going to know that, yes, we're friends and we're family, but we're here because of a business deal. The next thing you're going to do is initial training. Now, when it comes to initial training, the best way to do it is not rush it. Now, what we do and what we recommend is we have a no rush system. And so what I would do and recommend you do is you bring in your new person and you have a training program and you break it into 10 segments. And the first day you come in, you teach them the first steps in the 10 seconds. So the first step might be meeting and greeting somebody and asking diagnostic questions. So then what you're going to do is the next day you're going to say, look, I'm going to let you handle 1 or 2 customers. Don't give them 15 because it's going to blow them out the door. They can't handle 15. How do you know they can handle 15? So you give them 1 or 2 and you say, look, I'm going to be out there with you and we're going to do these things I just taught you when we role play. Once you prove you can do that, and then at the end of the day tomorrow, we'll sit down and talk about it. If you feel like you've got it down and I feel like you've got it down, then I'll teach you the second module. And when I teach you the second module, then the next day we'll go out on the drive and I'll give you 3 or 4 customers and we'll do the first thing I taught you and the second thing. And once you get that down, whether it's 1 day or 2 days, then I'll teach you the third and we'll do the same thing. We'll stair step this. Now, if you get somebody that's really on the ball, you can get through that 10-step process in 10 or 15 days. The average person, it takes 30 days. And you say, well, Jeff, 30 days, getting them from 1 all the way up to 15 customers and training them that slow, that's a slow way to do it. I don't have time for that. Do you have time to find somebody else? Do you have time to train somebody else? You see, it's not how fast you get somebody trained. It's getting them trained to a level that they understand it, they can do it, they can perform it, and they can be successful. Because how many service advisors have you hired in the past that within the first 30 days, they're making at least as much as the lowest person on the game? They're on the path to make $75,000 to $100,000 a year. That system will get you there. You have to have weekly training. You have to role play. Now, role play is a bad deal. It's got a bad connotation, but I tell you what, if you start role playing with your people, they will actually come back to you and ask you to role play more. Now, we role play all the time at Pro Talk. And again, it goes back to my furniture days. With the initial training I went through with Bev, it was a 3-week training program. And this woman had thought up 50 different scenarios that we could be in on a furniture store showroom floor at any given minute. And so she set up word tracks and closes and the ways to handle objections. And we role played them over and over and over. And the result was the very first day I stepped on her sales floor, my shoulders were back, my chest was out. And I dared people to walk through the front door. It wasn't a question whether or not I was going to get a sale. It wasn't a question whether or not I was going to close somebody. I knew I was going to do that. I dared them to walk in the front door. And so what happened was when she teaches something new, we'd role play it. And so when we got out, it happened to us for real. And it worked. Guess what we wanted to do? Next time she taught us something, we wanted to practice before we put it into play. Your people do the same thing. You start role playing, and then it gets easier for them on the drive. They'll come in and we'll role play with you. They do that at Pro Talk. I have salespeople come to me all the time and say, Jeff, in my presentations, I seem to be slipping here. Do you mind if I role play my presentation with you before I get on the phone again? Because I want to make sure I got the best opportunity and maximize opportunity. We role play constantly around here. And then the next thing you're going to do is you're going to have a sales board. Now, the sales board is extremely important. All right. And here's what it's going to look like. Take a look at this. You're going to take and have one of these made as big as you can, and you're going to hang it in a place where all the employees can see it. All right. And let's say you have 3 service advisors. I'll walk you through how this thing is set up. On the left, you're going to have the names of the service advisors. And daily, you're going to either you or somebody on your staff is going to rank the service advisors month to date. So whoever's number 1 today may be number 3 tomorrow and vice versa, right? And so you're going to put this so every employee, no customers, that every employee can see it. And what you're going to measure is the previous day's results and the month-to-date results. You're going to measure hours per repair order, effective labor rate, dollars sold, survey scores, income, if you want that on there, and then percentage of hitting their goal. Because at the beginning of the month, you're going to sit down with them and talk about what their goals are in each one of these categories. So what percentage are they hitting their goals at what time in the month? Now, the benefit to having this hang up is guess where everybody hanging this up is guess where everybody wants to be. Number 1, guess where nobody wants to be. Number 3. So it puts pressure on them. The other great thing that it does is it shows them month to date where they are to hitting their goals. Because the next thing you're going to do, in addition to hanging this up, is you're going to have what we call a daily sales sheet. Now, I know that with computers today, we like to do everything online and all that stuff, but there's still a place for things like a daily sales sheet. And what we're going to do is I recommend you have these printed in little pads, and you give each service advisor a pad of these. And every day they come in, they're going to fill one of these out. And here's what it looks like. It's on the next slide here. Take a look at this stuff, man. This stuff is great. This is how you're not going to find people. This is how you're going to keep them. And this is how you're going to make them successful. So they're making you and themselves a ton of money. What they're going to do every day when they come in, they're going to put their name on the top of this sales sheet, and they're going to put the date, and they're going to put all these different things down on whatever it is you're measuring. Total number of ROs they plan on writing that day, the customer repair average, effective labor rate, total dollars sold they predict they're going to sell today, how many follow-up calls they're going to make, and how many thank you notes they're going to send out. They're going to sign it off, and give it to you. Now you say, well, Jeff, how can they predict what they're going to do today? Because the night before, you're actually going to have them fill this out the night before, because the night before they go home, they're going to take a look at their pre-writes, and based on what people are coming in for, the mileage on their vehicle, they're going to predict what the opportunity is that they have, and they're going to write these numbers out. And so they have a plan, and at the end of the day, they're going to hand this back to them and say, how close did we get to this? Where did we succeed? Where did we fail? And you're going to match that to that daily sales board. And what you're going to find is that now that you know how to get them to walk through the front door, and now that you know how to interview them, and now that you know how to get them trained, what you're going to find is you have people that really want to play the game with you. And the final few steps in this is you're going to continue. Went too far there. Okay, what you're going to do, just like it says on the next slide here, is you're constantly going to search for new ideas to keep your people trained and new products, and you're going to stop waiting, and you're going to take control. Nobody's going to walk in and bring you a service advisor on a silver platter. If you want a great service advisor, you're going to have to place an ad that's going to attract a service advisor. I gave you a great service advisor. I gave you two. If you want to get them hired, you have to know how to interview them and what you're looking for. I showed you how to do that. And once you get them, you're going to have to keep them. And the way you keep them is train them. Now, let me just talk about training here for just a second. You know, I've been hired by hundreds, thousands actually at this point, of service centers. And before we go in and install our training, I will ask them, look, I see that you've had a lot of turnover in the last year, because I asked for their numbers for the last year. You've had a lot of turnover. Can I call some of those people and find out what their opinion was? And I would call these people and I say, look, you worked for this place for 3 months, 6 months, 7 months, and then you left. What was the problem? And I tell you, if I had a dime for every time somebody told me this, I wouldn't have to play the lottery. I'd already won it. I'd be worth billions, right? But here's what they tell me. Jeff, they never trained me to do the job. They told me that when they hired me, I had a shot at making $75,000. I was a truck driver making $45,000 a year. I've got 2 kids and I've got a spouse. This sounded like a great opportunity for me. But I got there and tried to do the job, and they told me what numbers I wanted to hit. So I went to them because I wasn't hitting them and said, my CSI, my survey scores are low. How do I get them higher? They said, be nicer to your customers. When I realized my sales wasn't where they needed them, I walked in and said, how do I get more sales? They said, try harder. And Jeff, I didn't have time to play. I gave them 6 months, and instead of making 45,000, I was on the 75,000. I was on the path to making 40,000. I was going backwards. I took it as they were full of crap and they weren't serious. So I went back to driving a truck. The number one reason people leave once you find them is because you don't know who you are. You don't have a process, and you don't train them and continue to train them forever on how to maximize that opportunity to your customers. I mean, one of my best friends says it best, Brad Lee from Lightspeed VT. He says, training isn't something you did, it's something you do. You find sharp people by putting ads out that attract them. You get sharp people by interviewing them correctly, and then you keep them by training them and actually giving them the tools that they need to be successful and maximize the opportunity you have. It's really that simple. Anything short of this, you're going to be chasing your tail. And I got to tell you, I said it earlier, and I'll say it now. And that's this. Since the pandemic has started, you know, every time that there's a major event that happens in the United States of America, it resets people and how they buy and how they spend their money and the like. It changes them, you know. I mean, for example, after the recession in 2008, people decided that they wanted to keep their cars longer. So instead of trading them in every 3 to 4 years, 5 years, they realized they didn't need a new car all that often. So now they keep them for 6 or 7 years. Well, with this pandemic starting, the service customers reset too. They understand that the car has now become the most valuable thing that they have. You know, they don't want to fly. They don't press conference away from flying and buses and trains and public transportation being shut down because of the virus. And then there's people out there that wouldn't use public transportation because of the virus. So what do they have? Their cars. Now that they're more important, they want to make sure these cars are efficient, they're reliable, and that they're there when they need them. You know, because with 30 or 40 million people out of work, I walk out the front door, my car doesn't start, knowing those 30 or 40 million people are knocking on my boss's door trying to take over my job. So what we're finding is the customers are much easier to handle these days, and they're spending money like we've never seen. You should be having, if not your best service year, 2020, if it was not your best service year, it should have been one of your best service years in 2021, 2022, and 23. That's my prediction. These will be the best service years you've ever had because this pandemic has reset this customer. But to do that, you're going to have elite service advisors. And the way you get elite service advisors, repeating myself, is you have to have an ad that attracts them. Because if you're not getting people to respond to your ad sucks. These two ads draw people in, and the best people. Once you draw them in, you have to interview them and make sure they understand what it is they're interviewing for. And you have to look for the sign of great salespeople or somebody you can mold to be a great salesperson. And then once you get them in, you have to have them sign a contract, which tells them exactly what you expect, how you expect it to have done, what happens if they do it, what happens if they exceed it, what happens if they don't do it, because you're going to hold them accountable and you're going to train them to execute the process that you set up based on the brand that you've established. It's never been easier to find service advisors than it is right now. For crying out loud, there's 30 million people, 40 million people out of a job, and you can't find somebody that wants to make $75,000 to $100,000 a year, putting them in the top 15 to 6% of income earners in the United States of America with 2 weeks paid vacation, the benefits and everything else that goes with it. It's because your system isn't working. The one I just showed you, it works. I know it works. I've set it up thousands of times in real service departments with real service managers, real business owners, and real service advisors. And we've maximized the opportunity and succeeded every single time. And you will too, if you use these methods. Okay, so with that, does anybody have any questions on anything we've covered in here? Any thoughts, any concerns you'd like for me to address right now?
Мы продолжаем трансляцию NAD 2021, организованную командой РОАД при поддержке и партнерстве Авто.ру. Мы перейдем к следующим семинарам, но сначала я хотел упомянуть пару технических и важных моментов. Первое — это то, что я напоминаю о том, что вам доступны экскурсии по выставочной площади NAD Show, которые сопровождают наши эксперты из технологических компаний. Таких экскурсий уже 8, они находятся в специальном разделе на сайте. Наверху в меню вы можете в него перейти, и там будут расположены 20-минутные ролики. Каждый из экспертов освещает свою тему. Эти ролики будут доступны до конца сегодняшнего дня. На часто возникающий вопрос о том, когда именно вы получите материалы по трансляции, материалы видео, которые вы сейчас просматриваете, могу ответить, что уже сегодня, в конце дня, они будут отправлены всем членам Ассоциации РОАД, а для всех зарегистрировавшихся слушателей, кто не является членом Ассоциации РОАД, эти материалы придут на следующей неделе. Переходя к следующим семинарам, я хочу вам представить в потоке персонала Джеффа Хевенса. У него тема, которая называется «Выпусти своего зверя». У NAD есть очень интересная практика приглашать спикеров не из автобизнеса. В первый день у нас была звезда NBA. Он рассказывал о том, как правильно строить команды. Сегодня Джефф Хевенс поделится истинами насчет, может быть, стоит это назвать, мотивации самого себя на результаты, на успехи. В свою очередь, в потоке цифровых продаж и диджитал мы ждем сначала Джима Дода. У нас тоже будет сдвоенная в очередной раз секция без перерыва. Первый у нас будет Джим Дод. Джим Дод — это сотрудник NADA, то есть сотрудник Ассоциации дилеров США. Он поделится взглядом, таким собранным взглядом и основами, как NADA и дилер, в широком смысле среднестатистический дилер, воспринимает технологии цифрового ритейла. Сразу же после него, я вам очень рекомендую, будет Деннис Магин. С Деннисом мы познакомились 3 года назад. Каждый год, встречаясь с ним, я получаю истинное удовольствие. Он помогает дилерам. Во-первых, он автор пары книг по этой теме, по теме предпродажной подготовки автомобилей с пробегом, и он помогает дилерам налаживать и настраивать процессы, чтобы предпродажная подготовка от момента выкупа автомобиля до момента его вывода в продажу составляла минимальное количество времени, а значит, оборотный капитал компании использовался более целесообразно и, соответственно, снижались расходы на хранение склада. В общем, очень классное выступление, рекомендую. Что ж, приступим.
Hello and welcome to what is going to be the best conference you have ever attended. Now, I know this is a little bit different than you were expecting this year. You were all hoping to be in New Orleans, but listen, things don't always work out as we plan. And besides, I've been to New Orleans, not that interesting a city, almost nothing to do there. So this is way better. I'm very excited about this because there's a lot of advantages to virtual conferences that you can't do in person. Did I take a shower today? It doesn't matter. That's what's amazing about this, and I hope you didn't either. So like I said, this is going to be a wonderful conference. I know it's been a very weird year, but we are going to have an awesome time together. We are going to talk for the next hour about leadership, or as I like to call it, bending others to your will. Now, this is not going to be your typical leadership presentation. I'm certain that you have heard people talk about leadership, and some of the garbage that those people make you listen to, quite frankly, boggles my mind. You've heard people talk about servant leadership and treating your employees like equals and listening to other people's opinions and taking responsibility for your failures. I don't want to do any of this stuff. And I'm pretty sure you don't want to either. So like I said, today is going to be a little bit different. You have been given a lot of advice in your professional life about how to be a better boss, a better leader, better motivator of your team. Well, I'm not here to give you advice. You have had enough of that. I am here to give you permission to act exactly the way that I know you want to act. Because history does not remember the good leaders. We don't remember the benevolent people. It's the dictators. It's the tyrants that we never forget. So that is why I am going to help you unleash your inner tyrant. That is right. Would you like the people you work with to scamper down alternate hallways when they see you coming? Would you like your colleagues to pray every day for your forced retirement? If so, you are in the right place. So we are going to talk today about some of the worst leaders and leadership practices in history. We are going to talk, for example, about how to establish positional dominance, demand the impossible, focus on the negatives, talk more than you listen, and a lot of other tried and true techniques of some of the worst leaders in history. Things that I hope you're already doing right now. But instead of trying to get you to memorize everything I'm about to tell you, because I don't think there's going to be a lot of note-taking happening right now, I have created a system that is going to help you unleash your inner tyrant to greatest effect. Everything we're going to talk about in the first portion of my presentation can be grouped into one of 4 major courses of action. This is a program of comprehensive oppression that I like to call the Tetrarchy of Tyranny. So first, you want to create an environment of fear, self-interest, and mistrust. You need to establish the appropriate tone, okay? Next, trample your underlings, then trample them again. You don't just squish a bug once, do you? You squish it lots of times to make sure that it's dead. And that's what you need to do with your people. Now, we're going to move on after that to outsourcing blame, easily the most popular portion of what we're going to talk about here today. And last, but certainly not least, we're going to focus on resisting change. These are the things that are going to help you become the most effective tyrant that you can be, and I'm excited to help share them with you. But before you can become a tyrant, you first need to create an environment in which your tyrannical qualities can thrive, which, as you know, involves fear, self-interest, and mistrust. And the first thing that you need to do is establish positional dominance. You need to remind the people you work with on a regular basis that you are better than they are. I like to affectionately call this laying the smack down. Now, our role model for this section, our guiding light, if you will, is Harry Cowan, founder and first president of Columbia Pictures, who was described by one of his subordinates as absolute a monarch as Hollywood ever knew. Orson Welles, the famous filmmaker, called him a monster who tended to snarl rather than speak. And it is said that when Cowan died in 1958, of the approximately 1,300 people that attended his funeral, the vast majority were there to assure themselves that he was actually dead. And you can only hope to be so lucky. Now, what can you do to establish your dominance over other people? There's a lot of approaches you can take, all right? Corner offices, for example, and windows. Listen, there is nothing like having 2 walls of windows to remind your people that they have none, okay? Closed door meetings, these are amazing, especially if people know that the meeting is happening but not what's happening in it. Posting salary distinctions, this one's amazing. It's like an NCAA bracket you can play all year long. Never talking to anybody more than 1 pay grade below you because, you know, what could they know? I mean, if they knew anything, they wouldn't be more than 1 pay grade below you. I think you see where I'm going here. Never answering your own phone, never scheduling your own meetings, especially if your assistants are on maternity leave or vacation or sick leave or whatever. There's a ton of things that you can do to let people know you're too important for them. But I think the best approach is also the simplest approach, and it involves your standard organizational chart with one modification. Now, here is an example of an org chart. It's not your organizational chart, but it's an example that you can look at. You might not even have a written one in place. You might just have sort of an informal one. We all do, right? Now for the modification. It is very simple, but it will convey exactly the kind of message a good tyrant should always be trying to convey. This is going to let your people know exactly where they stand, okay? Not just at your dealership, but in the world. You need to remind people on a regular basis that you are above them in every conceivable way, that they are sinful, fallen, barely worth your time and attention, and that you, by comparison, are incredible, that you are, for example, smarter than they are, wealthier than they are, more interesting than they are, a better dancer than they are, everything. A good tyrant always makes sure that those beneath him or her truly appreciate their status as peasants. And one more thing before we move on, and that is the way that you dress. Because the unfortunate truth is, most of us dress alike regardless of our position. Most of you, I'm willing to bet, just like myself, are not wearing terribly expensive clothes. And even if you are, most people can't even tell the difference between inexpensive and expensive clothing. There's a great quote by Warren Buffett to illustrate this problem of leadership. He says of himself, "I wear expensive suits, they just look cheap on me." And they do look cheap on him. He looks like the kind of guy who might try to sell you used carpet. And that's part of the problem. He's the third richest guy on the planet, and no one cares. They think he's adorable. And part of the reason for that is the dressed down way he carries himself. Now, I know some of you might be going small here, cufflinks, tie clips, Prada shoes, designer purses. But listen, if you are dressing in part to make people realize that you're better than they are, you better go big or go home. Capes. I think that would be amazing for you to use. Or a scepter. They're awesome, they're symbols of power, and you can also use them to beat people when they get out of line. If you are going to first want to act like a tyrant, you first need to look like one. So once you've positioned yourself above the Neanderthals that you are forced to work with, it's time to move on to the next element of creating the proper tyrannical environment, remaining aloof and above. Now, I know that you have heard of the supposed advantages of knowing your people and the benefits that accrue from spending time with them. Maybe you know that Herb Kelleher, for example, Southwest's longtime CEO, was famous for occasionally going onto the tarmac and chucking bags into the plane with the entry-level baggage handlers at Southwest. And in 1994, his employees spent $60,000 of their own money to take out a full-page ad on Boss's Day in USA Today to thank him for, among other things, remembering all of their names. That is embarrassing. I don't want that for you. I mean, look at that face. Yes, he returned the highest shareholder value of any company in the S&P 500 during his tenure, but more importantly, he looks like a goober, and I don't want that for you. Listen, you don't have to write anything down today, okay? But if you take one sentence away from today, one takeaway, it should be this one. Other people are annoying. That's why we live in separate homes. That's why our offices are separated by walls, or at least fake walls, so we can spend as little time with each other as possible. That's why we do virtual conferences. Exactly, right? I don't know any of you. I've never even met you, but I can just tell, just looking through the camera into where you're sitting right now, that there's just something about you that's just, ugh. I am certain that the act of eating lunch with you is like pulling teeth, right? And I know I'm not alone in thinking that. So, this is how you become a tyrant, by treating your people like disgusting blobs you don't want to be near ever at all, okay? Because as every tyrant appreciates, the more time you spend with your employees, the more you will become like them. And what exactly are they like? Well, for this, we're going to take Douglas McGregor's Theory X. This is a management philosophy that was described by an MIT management professor back in the 1970s. He didn't advocate it, he just described it as something that some managers were doing, but I advocate it. I think it's amazing. So, to figure out if you're in the right zone here, all you need to do is figure out if these are the philosophical underpinnings of your managerial style. So, what does a Theory X manager look like? Let's look at it. Employees are naturally lazy, and they need to be constantly beaten and prodded in order to get them to do anything worth doing. Employees will avoid work whenever possible, so you need to monitor them and surveil them, because if you don't, they're just going to spend all day smoking out back. Employees naturally dislike work, so you shouldn't try to make it fun, because they're not going to like it no matter what you do anyway. And this last one, which he left off, but I think is super important for you to keep in mind, employees are gross, all right? People are just gross. And the more you spend time with them, the more aware of that you become. Here's a great example of that, all right? And there's a few hundred people watching this right now, and I guarantee at least one of you did not wash your hands the last time you went to the bathroom. And you're just there. It's a good thing we're in a virtual environment, because otherwise we'd all be together and you would just be in the middle of all of us, infecting us with your foulness. And that is exactly what's going to happen if you spend time actually with the people that you work with. Now, fortunately, many of you might already be very good at avoiding contact with these folks. A 25-year study by Gallup of over 80,000 managers in over 400 companies found that the average total time a manager spends talking with their employees about their employees' style and performance is approximately 4 hours per employee per year. Half a day a year spent talking shop with the people who work for you. And that's great. That's hardly any time at all. So the next time you can, I want you to think about how much time do you actually spend talking about work with the people who work for and with you. Not the work they have to do. You talk about that every single day. But how they do that work, and more importantly, how they feel about how they do that work. If you are in this 4-hour-a-year average, you keep on keeping on. You have figured it out. So, we're going to move on now to another wonderful way to create an oppressive and demoralizing environment. Make the chain of command as complicated and redundant as possible. Bureaucracy. That is what we are shooting for here. The more approvals every action requires, the more steps you can create between the beginning and end of every process, the more effective your tyranny is going to be. Now, why do we need to do this? Why create unnecessarily complicated systems of checks and balances? The reason should be obvious, because you cannot trust the people who work for you. When it comes to being a tyrant, trust is the great destroyer. Caesar trusted Brutus. We all learned that in high school, and we all know what happened to him, right? He was stabbed right where the dressing comes out. A good tyrant should appreciate the fact that most tyrannies eventually fail. Instead of passing the baton to your chosen successor, many tyrants find themselves overthrown by the very forces they've spent so long attempting to repress. And the best way for you to avoid that fate is to just keep your people separated from one another so they never have the opportunity to communicate effectively or do anything else that might threaten your hegemony. For example, I'm certain that many of the people watching this right now have children of driving age. Now, rhetorical question for you. Do you let those kids drive the nicest car in the family? Of course you don't, because they're idiots and they'll wreck it. So why would you let your childlike employees handle anything important at work? That's the analogy I'm trying to make here. Now, I know many of you are not on board with what I'm saying right now because you have read the wrong books. You've read The Speed of Trust, or The Power of Trust, or The Trust of Trust, and you think that trust is a good and worthy element of leadership. And if you subscribe to that philosophy, you've probably seen this quote by Theodore Roosevelt. It's been in a lot of management books over the last 25 years. The best executive is the one who has sense enough to pick good people to do what he wants done and self-restraint enough to keep from meddling with them while they do it. Now, obviously, Teddy here trusted the people that worked for him, and let's look at what happened to him, okay? Most people focus on the fact that he's usually considered one of our country's 5 greatest presidents, but I don't think that's a very big deal. But what is a big deal, and there's no disputing this, okay? This is just an objective fact. He got the crappiest spot on Mount Rushmore. Look at him there. He's right in the divot. Most people forgot that that's him. Is that how you want to go out? Do you want to be the big head next to the better heads? I don't think so. It's first place or nothing. So, how can you let people know that you don't trust them? There are a lot of ways you can do that. You can just stand over them while they work. You know, lean in a bit, leer at them, maybe sift through their trash. I know that the virtual environment has sort of taken that option away, but you can just do video calls all the time. Never text anyone, never actually phone call anybody, never just email them, just always force them to stare at your face with your nose a little too close to the screen. That's a great way for you to do it. Now, if you are in an open office environment, you can consider getting a telescope that you can point at different people while they're working. Make sure that that telescope moves from time to time so that it doesn't look like just an art object. And if you don't have that much space, do not underestimate the power of the periscope. It is a very effective close-quarter surveillance tool. So, where is all of this leading? One beautiful word: micromanagement. You know the phrase, if you want a job done right, do it yourself. That is the natural extension of everything we've talked about so far. If you are a stickler for positional authority, if you have no real contact with the people that you work with, if you've created unnecessarily elaborate means of communicating ideas back and forth between the members of your workforce, and furthermore, if you don't trust these people with any autonomy, you will naturally tend toward micromanagement. And if you've done everything right, then maybe someday you too can become as successful a micromanager as Harold Ganine, former head of ITT, who once said, if I'd had enough arms and legs and time, I would do it all myself. And he would have, because apparently he only employed morons. Even into his 80s, Ganine worked a 10-hour day. He was so good at micromanagement that ITT collapsed almost immediately following his departure, and in the month of his death, that company was taken over by another conglomerate. Which leads me to another important point that I've alluded to already. Even the best tyranny rarely lasts longer than the tyrant who created it. But don't worry, I'm going to make sure you know how to take your dealership down with you when we get to a later section. So it is all coming up. So okay, serious time now. I know you guys are thinking, this guy is weird. And yes, I am, but my goal is to keep you focused. So we're going to focus now on micromanagement, which is what that whole last section was about. And I think all of us know that none of us want to be micromanaged and none of us want to be called a micromanager. And yet, it is a very common managerial strategy. So let's look at it for a little bit and see how we can avoid it. Research has shown that in general, 75 to 80% of the work that we do is routine, which means it is baked into the job description itself. So, if you left your position and another person came into your position, 75 to 80% of what they would do is exactly the same as what you would do. A good manager, therefore, is trying to figure out what minority of a job is actually influenceable, what 20 to 25% you are actually able to have an impact on, and then leave people alone to do the parts of their job that you cannot have an impact on. So that should be the first thing that you're thinking about as you manage other people. What can I influence and what can I not influence? And use that to guide your managerial philosophy. The other thing that we should look at with respect to micromanagement is when it is actually a good idea. It does exist as a strategy. There has to be some benefits to micromanagement, and it turns out that there are two. Micromanagement works really, really well when your employees cannot or will not do their jobs well. And we do this all the time when we hire new people. We call it onboarding, we call it training, but it is micromanagement because they don't know the job yet. And so we're constantly on top of them, we're checking everything, we're talking to them all the time, and as they get more experience and as they gain more confidence, we generally step back and eventually they become fully functioning employees. That is micromanagement, and it is the right thing to do. If you are hiring new people and not micromanaging them, you're not giving them the tools they need to be successful. The only other instance in which micromanagement is the right managerial strategy is when things are really, really bad. And all of us saw this happen this year. When the pandemic hit, every business on the entire planet went into micromanagement mode, or needed to, because no one knew what was going to happen. And it was all hands on deck, and there are no sacred cows left, and we are going to look at every single thing to figure out how we're going to get through this crisis. If you didn't micromanage yourself in March and April of 2020, I have no idea how you're still in business. So these are the two instances in which micromanagement is the right thing to do. And I think all of us know this. Even if you've never thought about this, I think all of us know this instinctively. So if you're micromanaging people and these two conditions don't exist, your people either believe that you think they don't know how to do their jobs very well, or that things at your company are not as good as maybe you've led on to believe, okay? So, in order to avoid micromanagement in any situation other than these two, all you really need to do is ask yourself one simple question: are you giving your employees the permission and the ability to fail? Because if you do not allow for the possibility of failure, you are not allowing for the possibility of growth. That is what all of us have to do in order to grow. We have to be able to fail. Think about the way that we teach children to ride a bicycle, okay? Your kids are 6 years old and they want to take their training wheels off, and you say, sure, we'll do that, but we're going to do it on a weekend in case things go south. I want to be able to take care of you, right? And you get them out there and you take the training wheels off, and your kids are like, okay, I'm ready, but you're not going to let go, are you? And you say, no, of course not. I love you. I would never do that. But you're lying, because you do let go, and eventually your kids figure that out and then fall down. Every single child on the planet falls down sometime when they learn to ride a bicycle, and and sometimes they get right back up, and sometimes they cry and they don't try it today or for a week, but eventually all of us get back on the bike, figure out how to ride a bicycle. That's the process of learning to ride a bicycle. We all fail before we succeed, and you need to apply that same logic to your employees as they're moving forward in their careers. And if you're wondering why I'm using an example of teaching a 6-year-old how to ride a bicycle when I'm talking about how to manage your grown adult employees, I will explain that in a little bit. But first, back to the torment. So, we have just finished the first section of the Tetrarchy of Tyranny, and your workplace, if you followed me, should now be a tense and joyless environment, like a little viper waiting for its unlucky victims to make the wrong move. But all we've done so far is atmospheric, okay? There's a general, carefully contained sense of nervousness and misery, but now I want to focus on the things you can do to actively oppress and demoralize your people, all right? Remember, the tyrant's mantra of employee relations: trample your underlings, then trample them again. We are going to have a lot of fun. Now, there is no culminating moment here like there was in the last section. There's no micromanagement to tie this whole thing together. So this is really just like a potpourri of fun, all right? You take the pieces that you like and ignore the parts you don't. First, because I feel like it, talk more than you listen. This is the easiest way in the world to let people know you do not care about what they think, and it is also the easiest thing in the world to do. For example, I'm going to open it up to questions right now. How is everyone doing? Are you having a good time? I'm having a ball right here. I'm hanging out. I'm getting to dance a little bit. This is a whole lot of fun. I kind of wish we were in New Orleans, but that's okay. This is a close second. Anyway, what are some of your hobbies? What do y'all like to do? Do you golf? I don't really golf. My brothers are golfers. My brothers are amazing golfers. One of them could have gone pro if he really wanted to. I am terrible. I have like a 70 handicap. I am not lying to you. The last time I went golfing, I drove the ball directly into a goose's butt. I actually did. Wicked slice off the 6th tee, and it went into this pond area with some geese. They weren't in my way, but I nailed one on the second shot anyway. Most people go for an eagle. I got a goose. Anyway, what do you think we could do to fix healthcare in America? It's your turn. You guys have the floor. Seriously. Because you know what I think we should do? I think all we need to do is take all the people who don't have insurance and just put them right into prison. Because we already have a healthcare system for prisoners. We don't have to change anything. So here's how this works, okay? If you need to go to prison to get healed, all you need to do is pick a crime that carries a sentence approximately as long as whatever you're trying to fix. You don't need to commit arson. That's like a 40-year sentence. Nothing takes that long to fix. You know what I'm going to commit? You know what I recommend for you? Aggravated battery. And let me tell you why. It's a 2-year sentence in most places, but you can get out on good behavior in like 6 months, and that's a good enough time to get a good head start on whatever's wrong. But more importantly, and this is the part I think you're going to appreciate, there are already a ton of people that I would love to beat the crap out of. This isn't even a punishment. I will have my cake and eat it too. I will go to court and tell the whole truth. Why did you assault this man? Because he's a jerk, Your Honor, and I have polyps. So take me away. I'm ready for treatment. Do you see what I've done here, folks? I have crushed your desire to offer your opinion, even if you could. But you can't. That's one of the other advantages of virtual conferences. You can't interrupt me. I love this. But I've used my positional authority, right? Like, I have your attention. I got the camera on me. I got the microphone on me. And I've used that to my advantage. But more importantly, most of the people you work with are just too nice to let you know when you're being rude. They're not going to stand up and shout at you and storm out. That's just not how they were raised. And I know how to use that against you. And you can too. To gauge your effectiveness in this regard, all you need to do is ask yourself one question. When was the last time one of your employees directly contradicted you? Said specifically that one of your ideas was wrong or misguided or could be improved? If you can't remember, chances are you're doing a very good job of talking more than you listen, and I salute you. Moving on to another wonderful way to destroy your people's will to produce: demand the impossible. Now, this is different from demanding difficult things that are possible but require work. That is what good leadership looks like. If you've ever had a coach or a drill sergeant or a personal trainer, you know that their job is to push you past the point you thought you could get to all on your own. That is good leadership. That's not what I'm talking about. When I'm saying impossible, I mean physically or logically impossible. And let me give you some examples. The following were submitted to an internet competition by employees as actual statements they had heard from their employers. What I need is a list of specific unknown problems that we will encounter. Specifically unknown. Awesome. I'll get right on that immediately. Never. Email is not to be used to pass along information or data. It should be used only for company business, which apparently contains neither information nor data. This project is so important, we can't let things that are more important interfere with it. Okay, I don't even understand how to prioritize now, but thanks for the confusion. And this last one, which is phrased more as an exchange, I need a status report on your project. Sure thing, I'll get it to you tomorrow. Well, if I wanted it tomorrow, I would have waited until tomorrow to ask for it. You can appreciate the tyrannical overtones of this one right here. Now, this one leads very nicely into another wonderful way to trample your people. Demand perfection, but do not allow for a learning curve. The fact that your employees are young or new or working with a new kind of product or a new kind of customer, whatever it is no excuse for them to not already know how to do everything. Follow this syllogism, okay? Learning takes time. We all know that. And time is money. We all know that. So you need to constantly be reminding people how much money they're wasting by learning. Now, I know you're probably thinking that goes against that whole people should be able to fail thing that you just said. And you probably have some examples to support that theory. Thomas Edison, for example, went through about 1,000 versions of the electric light bulb before he found one that A, worked, and B, was cheap enough to commercially reproduce at a level that people would buy. Maybe you know that Sony's original name, Tokyo Tsushin Kogyo KK, which just rolls right off the tongue, and their original product, a rice cooker, were both total failures. And that company managed to power through that failure to find some modest success in today's business world. Based on these examples, you might be tempted to argue that some amount of failure is necessary in order to build and grow and become better. And you're wrong. Or rather, what I should say is, you can fail all you want. I'm totally fine with that. I already said I was fine with that. But your people can't. And how can I stand here and say what I just said? How can I say that? Because of these three words: create double standards. Unquestionably the most annoying tool in the entire Tyrant proposal, which is why I want you to pay careful attention. We are going to take for our mantra here the words of Leona Helmsley, who I don't think was cute even as a baby, and who very famously said, "We don't pay taxes, only the little people pay taxes." Trust me, nobody is mourning her death, which I'll talk about later. So the point of this presentation is to give you strategies that you can use tomorrow as soon as you get back to work. So here are some very common double standards you can pull out of your pocket as soon as you need to. Recognizing key milestones for some of your employees, but not for others. Anniversaries, birthdays, years of service, things along those lines. Only saying hello to selected members of your team as you walk past them, hopefully because you only know some of their names. And this last one, which I think is probably the most common, using different words to describe similar behaviors. This one happens all the time, and let me give you some word pairings to get you started. Assertive versus aggressive, a straight talker or rude, gregarious or chatty, a go-getter or pushy, a messy dresser or not concerned enough about appearances, a risk taker or impulsive, determined or bitchy. Now, if you can think of some of your employees who fit in the green column and others who fit in the red column, then congratulations. You are already working to create the kind of unfair and biased environment that your people will eventually hate. And last but not least in this section, in fact, my favorite part of this section, focus on the negatives. A tyrant is never happy. Things could always be better, and you need to communicate your constant disapproval at every opportunity. Now, fortunately, we actually have a formula that you can follow here. Those of you who are married or in relationships might be familiar with the work of John Gottman, a psychology professor from the University of Washington, who in 1995 published this book, Why Marriages Succeed or Fail. Very seminal book in the world of relationship psychology. And in this book, he argues that the ideal ratio of positive to negative communication is approximately 5-to-1. In other words, for every critical, demeaning, constructive, or otherwise imperfect thing you're going to say to somebody, you will eventually need to say 5 nice things to counterbalance it. To test this hypothesis, Gottman interviewed 700 married couples for 15 minutes apiece. He didn't know them. They weren't patients. They were randomly selected for the study. 15 minutes with them. He videotaped the interviews and then later on wrote down the number of nice things they said to or about each other and the number of not so nice things they said to or about each other. Then, using only this 15 minutes of knowledge and his 5-to-1 hypothesis, he predicted how many of these couples would stay married and how many would get divorced. 10 years later, he interviewed the same couples, and it turns out that his predictions were right 94% of the time. So this 5-to-1 ratio is probably a good one to use to gauge the health of your personal and professional relationships, which means that an effective leader might have a constructively critical conversation with an employee somewhere along these lines. Excellent work on the Parker project. You met your deadline. You came in at budget. Your presentation skills are getting a lot better. But I want you to focus on how to communicate with me as projects move forward. I didn't always know what was happening while this one was going forward. It was an issue for me. I want you to work on that for the future. But overall, you did a very good job. You can see the 5-to-1 ratio here, and you definitely heard the criticism, but it doesn't feel too heavy. It almost sounds like an honest attempt to help somebody improve some particular element of their business. And that is not what I want you to do. What I want you to do is the compliment sandwich. This is a 2-to-1 ratio of positive to negative that might make you think you're being nicer than mean, but which is really only going to convince people that those bookended compliments, the bread of the sandwich, the empty calories that we all sometimes throw away because we're watching our carb loading, is the cover for the purpose of the conversation, which is the juicy, succulent chicken tender or fish sandwich of criticism in the middle. I don't know what kind of meat that is, but it doesn't matter. The point is, this can be a lot of fun, and I want you to see how much fun this can be. I know you're in a virtual environment. I know this might be hard if you're not near anybody, but if you are near somebody, I want you to turn to them, look at them, and then repeat after me. You look great today. I hate you and wish we'd never met. I like your shoes. All right, now, which one of those was the most fun? The criticism, of course. That's the one you're going to remember. Some of you will also remember the shoes too, but the criticism. And that is exactly how your people are going to interpret the compliment sandwich. One other thing about the power of negativity before we move on, okay? In 1925, an elementary school math teacher conducted an informal science experiment on her class of math students. She gave them all the same assignment, gave them 5 days to learn it, and then divided them into 3 groups. In group number 1, she only praised them for the good work they did. In group number 2, she only criticized them for the bad work they did. And in group number 3, she didn't talk to them for 5 solid days. And these are the results of their improvement based upon her interaction with them. Now, there are 2 things that I would like you to take away from this study. Number 1, I think we can all agree that the 1920s were a better and happier time in America than today, because back then, apparently, it was totally fine to experiment on children. Like, why did we give that up? They are an endlessly renewable resource, and we should be using them. We can always make more, is my point. But more importantly, you might be tempted to focus on the fact that praising people seems to be about 4 times better at getting improvement out of them than does criticizing them. But I'd like you to ignore that and focus instead on the fact that criticizing people seems to be about 4 times better than doing nothing. So just look at this graph and ignore that graph, and you will know exactly what I want you to know. So, okay, serious time now. I have just gone through 5 of the approximately 1.008 billion things that you can do specifically to make people really dislike talking with you and working with you. There are a ton of things that you can do in this space, either correctly or incorrectly. I just picked 5, but I could have picked 100, all right? And I want to summarize all of this section by asking you a question that I've already asked you once, because I'm going to twist it on you in just a second to make my point. When was the last time one of your employees directly contradicted you, said specifically that one of your ideas was wrong or misguided or could be improved? My guess is that your answer to that question is slightly different than your answer to this question. When was the last time your spouse directly contradicted you? You don't need to answer this one because I know the answer. It was today. It was maybe yesterday if you somehow didn't talk to him yet today. It's every day. I don't know you, and I don't know your marriage, but I know it would be easier if your spouse didn't have a brain and independent thoughts. They keep getting in the way of what we want to do. And you want to know why our spouses keep bothering us with their different opinions and alternate ways of looking at the world? It's because they don't fear us. It's because our ability to communicate with our spouse is open. It is a 2-way street, and it has to be if we want to have good relationships for any length of time. And the rules that govern our personal relationships are the same rules that need to be governing our professional relationships. You are going to have a different type of relationship with the people you work with than your friends and family. But the rules that build, strengthen, and sustain relationships, active listening, moderating your tone of voice, trying to find mutually satisfactory compromises, seeing things from another person's point of view, having an open door policy, all of that stuff is exactly the same, whether we're talking about our friends, our family, our spouses, our employees, our bosses, all of it is exactly the same. I think sometimes we think of business communication like it's a separate skill set, like you have to do something different here than we do in our personal lives, and I just don't believe that. So, if you want to improve your relationship with your employees, look into your personal life. Look at the relationships in your personal life that are good, that are solid, that are strong, and figure out what it is about those relationships that makes them strong, how you communicate with those people, apply those strategies to work, And 99 times out of 100, you are going to see an improvement in your working relationships as well. So we are halfway through with the Tetrarchy of Tyranny. We're going to move now to the third section. We're going to kind of group the last two sections together. They're both short, but both awesome. And we're going to focus now on how to outsource blame. Because from time to time, mistakes are going to happen. Things are going to go wrong. And it should be obvious that you, as the aspiring tyrant, do not make those mistakes. Your subordinates do. They are imperfect, barely worth the air they breathe, which of course is why you need to remain a tyrant. I cannot think of a single instance of any tyrant anywhere ever blaming him or herself for the failings of their regimes. Hitler never blamed himself for the complete destruction he brought upon the world, and a lot of business leaders have adopted a similar approach. Former Bear Stearns CEO Alan Schwartz, for example, in an interview with the New York Times, actually said of his company's catastrophic failure as a result of the subprime debacle, looking backwards, if I'd have known exactly the forces that were coming, what actions could we have taken to have avoided this situation? I simply have not been able to come up with anything that would have made a difference. Yeah, me either, Alan. I mean, as an investment guy, there's no way you could take your money out of bad investments and put it into good investments. That's beyond anyone. So if you want to remain as misguided and despotic as people like this, you will learn to blame everyone but you for everything that goes wrong on your watch. And this is the easiest part of my entire program. This is as easy as learning to speak or learning to breathe, and I'm going to prove that to you with an extremely short group exercise, all right? Now, if you're watching this with others, this is super easy. If you're watching this alone, you're going to have to just imagine that you are a part of a team, okay? So imagine that you're part of a team, and I want you to imagine that something has gone wrong. And I do not care how you decide this amongst yourselves or in your own head, but I want you to decide which person in your team is going to be blamed by everybody else in your team. So at the end of this exercise, I want all the fingers in this group pointing at one person. You have 5 seconds, ready, go. You don't even need 5 seconds, do you, right? Because you know already. You're just like, boom, done. I figured it out. And that is amazing. That is what I'm trying to say. You already understand how to outsource blame. I got to catch you to the line for you. Don't linger, point the finger. That is exactly what I want you to understand here, okay? And there are 2 things I want you to take away from this. Number 1, this was fun. You had a good time, right? Except the person being blamed, but who cares about them? But more importantly, this is the real takeaway. You did not know what I was going to ask you to do. I gave you no time to prepare for it. And what that means is that you instinctively knew the weakest among you. And you circled like vultures. And it is a beautiful thing to witness. Now, the important thing when you're outsourcing blame is that you are a part of a group, okay? If it's just 2 of you, then you're going to point at them, they're going to point at you, and it becomes this he said, she said struggle, and I have no idea who's going to win. I don't know who's going to win your argument. I don't know who's going to win this fight here. I don't know who's going to win this fight here. That is why it is super important for you to be part of a group, because the more of you that you can gang up on the weak and wounded member of your organization, the more effective this is going to be. In a competition between a person with a car and a bunch of baboons, baboons is going to win. Now, the flip side of outsourcing blame is, of course, hoarding credit. Receiving recognition for good work is consistently in the top 10 most important elements on job satisfaction surveys. Among non-financial considerations, it is consistently second most important, right underneath opportunities for advancement, which is sort of a financial advantage too, because most advancement means more money. So this could be, giving people credit for the good things they do, could be the most important non-money-based thing that you do to give people satisfaction in their jobs. So, if you want to take that away from them, you will not only blame everybody else for things you do wrong, but you will take all the credit for the things that they do right. And we're going to do another exercise to show you how easy this can be, okay? Same group as before, but this time I want you to decide who the best person in your group is. 5 seconds, go. And you don't need that time either, do you? Because it's you, isn't it? Yes, it's me, it's me. And you do this here by yourself in a virtual environment. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Do that in a group of people, not so funny. So, okay, like I said, this is a very short section, but very important. And now we get to move on to the 4th and final piece of the Tetrarchy of Tyranny, which is resisting change. Now, I should hardly have to tell you that change is evil. It is the enemy, and we need to fight against it with everything that we have, okay? Change is the thing that can turn something like this into something like this. That needs to be changed, people, probably several hours ago. The point I'm trying to make is that change means uncertainty, uncertainty means possible failure, and that means the potential overthrow of the system that allows you to remain a tyrant. If you want to be tyrannical, you cannot afford for anything to change. But how are you supposed to resist change when it happens naturally and a lot of people like it? Well, there's a couple strategies you can follow. The first is to just avoid risk, not only because it's a stupid board game, but also because, as I've already mentioned, risk means uncertainty and that means possible failure. Now, I wanted to find an example for you of a tyrant avoiding risk, but I really can't, because avoiding risk is essentially a non-action, and it's very hard to find an example of somebody not acting. But then I thought, well, not acting, that's the same as doing nothing. And there's a billion ways that you can resist change and avoid risk by doing nothing. You can play all day on social media. I mean, I think the average user now is 47, so rock on old people stealing it from the young ones. You can rock it old school with Sudoku because like those books, they fit really nicely into bigger books, so people will look at you and think that you're learning something. You can barricade yourself in your office so you never have to talk to anybody. You can take unnecessarily long bathroom breaks because nobody questions those, all right? And even if they do, even if someone's like, you were gone a long time, all you gotta be is like, yep, wasn't pretty, end of conversation. You can kill 2 hours a day that way. But if you want to fully impress upon your subordinates your aversion to change, you will unfortunately have to talk to them. Now, I know I've already told you I don't want you talking to people, but this is one of 3 exceptions to that rule. It is okay to talk to people when you are letting them know you're better than they are. It's okay to talk to people when you're going to criticize them. And it's okay to talk to people when you're letting them know that you will not, under any circumstances, entertain new thoughts. And here is what you could say. I want you to try to do all of these at least on a weekly basis. The best of you will knock every single one of these out every single day, okay? I don't think that will work. Notice, I don't want you to say why you don't think it will work. Simple, out-of-hand rejection, that is what we are shooting for here. That's not how we do things around here. Absolutely. Coming up with solutions to problems or streamlining existing inefficiencies is not how you should operate. Now, let's get a little more aggressive. Don't rock the boat. Never mind that boats are literally designed for rocking, and that rocking is one of the most soothing motions known to our species. The point is, shut your mouth. And this last one, which I came up with, but I haven't trademarked it, so you can use it too, think like that again, and I'm calling security. The point here is to reject ideas, folks, as many as you possibly can. But if that doesn't work, and if you find yourself surrounded by new people with new ideas and weird ways of doing things, if the repressive autocracy you've worked so hard to create finally starts to crumble and crash down around your ears, there's only one thing left for you to do, okay? When everything else fails, company sabotage. Because if you're gonna go down, it's just more fun with others. And our role model here, you might not remember the face or the story, is Stuart Parnell, former president of Peanut Corporation of America, which in 2009 was found to be responsible for a salmonella outbreak that sickened over 700 people, killed at least 9, and led to the largest food recall in American history, affecting about 3,900 products and 350 companies. His actions are estimated to have cost the peanut industry about $1 billion in lost revenue, which is impressive for a guy whose company had a $30 million annual take. He punched way above his weight class. Now, how did he do it? Is it that he was so focused on the short term that he consistently refused to repair their facilities so they would function in the long term? Yes. Is it that he denied all knowledge of salmonella tests, despite the fact that 12 of them in 2007 and 8 had confirmed its existence? Yes. Is it that he then authorized the shipments of products that had previously tested positive for salmonella, because at the time the law said you need 2 positive tests to not ship it, but one is, use your better judgment? Yes. It was all of these things, all of them and more. This is a man after my own heart, a man who put profit before conscience, who refused to see the writing on the wall until that wall was being destroyed at his feet. But I don't think it's fair to single him out. There's a lot of people could have occupied this top spot. And so I have for you, presented for your edification, the Symphony of Awesomeness. These visionaries had the courage to sink their own ship rather than let the enemy take control. They knew the truth that I am trying to impart to you, that success is not a team effort, but failure should be. That if you're gonna go down, it's just a lot more fun when there's others to go down with you. If you have listened to everything I've said today, then maybe someday you too can address the press corps on the steps of a courthouse while an angry mob of protesters is held back by a wall of riot police. That is what I call a good Thursday. So now, folks, if you've stayed awake, if you've stayed conscious, if you've followed the whole tetrarchy of tyranny, you now know how to create the proper environment, how to deal with your people, how to handle responsibility, and how to manage change. I am proud to pronounce all of you unfit to lead. Give yourselves a hand. You have done amazing. I cannot wait to see the damage and destruction that you are about to wreak upon the world. So, based on that last sentence, you should know that I don't mean that, right? For the couple of you who are like, he's weird. I was kidding. Haha. It's just more fun this way. But I do want to talk a little bit about responsibility and about change by asking you a couple questions that I just want you to think about, okay? So first, why do all of us sometimes blame other people or outside forces for our own perceived shortcomings? And that's true of all of us, okay? And why are all of us sometimes afraid of change? And again, that is true for all of us. There are probably a lot of right answers to these questions, but mine is this. I believe that all of us, at our core, are a little tiny bit terrified that someday the world is going to realize that we are a complete fraud. That we have no idea what we're doing, that we have been faking adulthood for as long as other people have called us adults, and that someday the world is going to wake up to that fact. I know for myself, every time that I do one of these presentations, I worry that about halfway through, you guys are going to stand up and be like, this guy doesn't know anything. And then you're going to tell everybody that was the worst presentation I ever saw, and that's the only thing in my life that's going to go viral, and then I'm never going to get a job again. I don't cry myself to sleep at night before I do this stuff, but it's in there. It's a nagging little fear in the back of my head. And I think if you're honest with yourself, you have a little bit of that as well. And I think it gives us this very unusual and sort of illogical attitude towards change. Because I think what happens in our heads is something like this. Okay, no one's figured out that I'm faking it now, so haha, I've tricked them. So as long as nothing changes, I'll be okay. But if anything does change, it opens the door on the possibility that people will realize that I've, been in over my head for a while. And all I would like to say about that, and this is certainly a year to deal with change, right? All I would like to say about it is that change is, and is probably the only thing that is, the natural state. None of us are the same person we were a year ago, or 5 or 10. None of us will be the same person in a year, or 5 or 10. Our country is unrecognizable from the one that it was when it was founded. Our forefathers never argued healthcare, not once. They just gave everybody whiskey. That's all they did. Whiskey and a stick. That was healthcare 250 years ago. Didn't matter what was wrong with you. They always had the same 3-step process. Drink this, bite on that, I'm going to cut you. That was healthcare. You are not doing the same work in the same way as you were even 2 years ago, even without the pandemic. I mean, this is the way things always are. You have some people who've retired. You have other people who've been hired. You have new products. You have new technologies. Nothing stays the same. You want to know how I know that nothing stays the same? I'm so glad you guys are here. So I found excerpts from a Fortune 100 company's employee manual from 1956. Now, to be fair, not actually a manual for the employees. It was a manual the employees were given and then told to take home to their wives so that their wives would know how to be good company wives. And already right now, you'd be sued a billion different ways if you tried this today. But hey, let's look back at the past. Oldies but goodies, right? Why isn't this stuff here today? So, honest to God, printed stuff from a big giant company that is still around today from 64 years ago. Give him the pleasant picture of the girl he took for his life's companion by grooming yourself to be attractive and neat. That's awesome. Hardly condescending at all. Thank you, Father Company. How about this one? Even if your husband likes to rise and eat alone, set the table the night before and leave the kitchen and living room in an orderly state so that he will leave home with a renewed impression of your good housekeeping. That's amazing. Cannot believe they said that. But here is why I'm sharing this with you. These next 2 sentences are the best 2 sentences I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm so excited that you're here. I give them to you. Try to harmonize with his mood, but especially before he leaves for work. If he likes companionship before he leaves for work, give it to him. What? That's incredible. I cannot remember the last time I got companionship before I went to work, but now the company's ordering it? How does that even work? I don't even want this, sweetheart. It's for the company. Profits are down. We need a boost. You would be sued in 9 billion different ways if you wrote that today, but 64 years ago, they printed it and then sent it home to people. It's ridiculous. Anyway, that's how change operates. Nothing stays the same, never has, never will. And you know what? For the most part, we don't even care. The only time change bothers us is when we're told it's going to happen. That's when we freak out. Changes are coming. Oh, no. You can handle change. You know how I know that? Because I'm a parent, and you might not be, but I think you'll appreciate where I'm going here, okay? I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, and I still remember what I thought parenthood was going to be like before I had kids. My wife and I had our conversations. Are we ready to do this 24/7 for forever? And we saw our friends with their kids and we thought, well, we're going to do better than they're doing. And then we, got it together and we decided we were going to have children. And then we're 8 months pregnant, and 3 weeks before my son's going to be born, I sat my wife down at the kitchen table and I said, we've got this nailed. We've got this covered, all right? We got the house ready. We got the nursery ready. We got the emergency bag ready. We are ready to be parents. So let's just enjoy the last 3 weeks before we have them, all right? We got 3 more weeks before we're going to have children. So let's just enjoy one another's company. And the next day, I had to go to a speaking event in Florida. And the day after that, I'm getting on the plane to come back home when I get a call from my wife in a total panic because our son is coming right now. Because he apparently heard me say I had 3 weeks, so he's like, I guess they're ready. And that's what happened. I became a dad somewhere over Florida or Georgia. I got there 5 hours late. My wife was under heavy anesthesia at that point because it was an emergency C-section, so she didn't really remember that I wasn't there, so that worked out. Rock on. And that's how I became a dad. And every day since then, I have just been running to keep up. The decision to become a parent for me has changed me more profoundly than any other decision that has ever happened in my life. And I'm certain if you are not a parent that you have something in your life that has been equally transformative. Some change that has happened to you that has seemingly overhauled everything, and I'm also certain that you've come through it, okay? And that is how change operates. It doesn't require a new set of skills from anything else that we've been doing. If there's anything that all of us are and have always been experts at, it is managing change. So I'm not promising you're going to like all the changes that happen. It's impossible to like all the changes that life throws at us. What I'm trying to say is that you will figure out how to deal with them, just like you have figured out how to deal with the countless changes that have made you into the person that you are today. And I want to talk about one more thing before we wrap up, and that is employee engagement. Survey after survey shows that about 2/3 of us are disengaged at work. About 20% of us are actively disengaged at work. That means I hate my job. And that 20% alone, that 1 out of 5 alone, accounts for approximately $500 billion a year in lost revenue in the form of coming in late, leaving early, not trying very hard, not being a very good customer advocate, telling other people they should hate this job too. It's obvious we don't want those kind of people around. Now, interestingly, those same surveys show that most of us are satisfied in our jobs. And that's a really interesting paradox. Most of us are satisfied. Most of us are disengaged. How is that possible? I think it's possible because of the way that we generally conceive of what effective leadership requires. So if you think about the way leadership is usually presented, including the way that I've presented it to you up until this point, it's usually presented in a binary system. There's a bunch of things you could do that would make you a good leader. There's a different bunch of things you could do that would make you a bad leader. And the general advice is do the good stuff, avoid the bad stuff, things will work out. And I think if that's how we approach leadership, then we get what we have. We get a bunch of satisfied, disengaged workers. I believe that effective leadership actually has 2 equally important components, which I'm going to call good leadership and great leadership. Good leadership deals with issues of human connection, and these are the parts of leadership where you make people feel like you are glad they are a part of the team, you are happy that they are there, you like them as an individual, and there's a million different ways that we can do that. We can listen to them, we can take their ideas into consideration, we can praise them when they do good work. There's 100,000 things that we talk about on that side of leadership. The other side of leadership, though, gets a lot less attention, and that focuses on vision and mission. This is the part of leadership where we're telling people that the work they do has some kind of value, that it is important in some meaningful way. And both of these kinds of leadership need to be presented at the same time in order to drive employee engagement. And the reason I say that is because a few years ago, ADP, the giant payroll processor, crunched the numbers from a gigantic survey conducted by the Society of Human Resources Managers. About 300,000 people took this survey, and it was everybody. It was entry-level people and C-level people. It was every industry. It was every ethnicity. It was every age group. It was just a giant cross-section of the working world. And ADP crunched that data and found these to be, in order, the top 6 motivators of engaged employees. And if you look at this list, and you can say yes to all of these things. I like the work that I do. I like the people that I work with. I feel like I'm able to do what I'm good at. I like the people that I report to. I think that the work I do helps contribute to our overall success, and I'm able to do my job the way I want to. If you can say yes to all 6 of these things, then you are likely to say that you are engaged in your job. This is what we're shooting for here, right? And if you look at this, 2 of these things deal strictly 100% with issues of what I'm calling good leadership, of human connection, of making people feel important and valued as individuals. And 2 of these things deal strictly 100% with issues of what I'm calling great leadership, of vision and mission and purpose. It is very, very difficult to be engaged if we feel like people like us, but the work we do is pointless. And it's equally difficult to be engaged if we feel like the work we do is changing the world, but they would replace me with a robot if they could. That is why we have to be doing both pieces of leadership simultaneously. And right now, it might look like I'm asking you to do 6 separate things in order to drive employee engagement, but I'm really not. We can drill this down into 3, and those 3 things are remarkably simple. Because if we look at these 2 right here, if you really boil that down, all you're saying to people is, I like you. I like who you are. I'm glad you're here. These 2 right here, all we're saying to people is, the work we do matters. This job is important. And these last 2 right here, all we're really saying is, I know you can handle that job. I like who you are. This work is important. And I know you can do that work. Those 3 sentences, and there's a million ways to say each piece of it. Those 3 sentences, you say those on a regular basis. You show those on a regular basis to your team, and you will have higher engagement. And it's not particularly complicated. It's not easy, but it's not complicated. It's something you have to do on a regular basis, something you have to share to people over and over and over again in various different ways. But it's not a complicated approach to driving employee engagement. So I hope you have enjoyed this presentation. I hope you've had a good time. I hope it's been different than what you're accustomed to a leadership presentation being. And because it has been different, because I know I said a lot of stuff that you're not supposed to do, and I want to make sure you don't think I actually meant that stuff, here are the takeaways that I want you to have from today's presentation, okay? Your organizational chart is a measure of position, not importance. Everybody that you work with is important, and at a minimum, they all believe that they are important, so it will not kill you to gratify that belief. Avoid treating your employees like disgusting bags of stupid. Get to know them. You might find out that you like them, A, and B, you might find out they have useful skills you didn't know about because you weren't getting to know them. Trust the people who work for you. Remember that they do manage to feed and dress themselves every day, so it's conceivable they can do other useful things too. Listen to people and let them know that you're listening. That is my very polite way of saying every so often, shut up, which I'll be doing in about 2 minutes. Accept the fact that mistakes are a necessary and inevitable part of becoming better. You can try to minimize mistakes and minimize the impact of mistakes, but you cannot eliminate mistakes. If you try to eliminate mistakes, you eliminate growth. Beware of the compliment sandwich. I did not know anything about that 5-to-1 94% predictor rate before I started putting together this presentation. It was news to me and will hopefully be useful to you as you think about how to deliver constructive feedback. I am not saying, by the way, that you always have to find 5 nice things to say when you have something unpleasant to say. Sometimes there's nothing good to say. Sometimes everything is wrong, and that's what you have to focus on. What I'm trying to say is that over the course of your relationship, you need to try to be significantly more positive than negative in order for that constructive feedback to actually land and be useful, okay? Remember that change is natural and is the reason that you are hopefully less annoying today than you were when you were 4. Take your share of the blame and give away your share of the credit. That's old, boring advice, but that credit will return to you with interest as long as you are strong enough to give it away. Understand that the rules that govern your personal relationships are the same rules that need to be governing your professional relationships. You're going to have different types of relationships, obviously, but the rules that strengthen and sustain relationships are exactly the same in both spheres. Recognize that there are 2 facets of effective leadership and be sure that you are practicing both. There's 1,000,001 ways to do the human connection side, but there's really only one thing to say about the vision and mission side, and it is as important as all of the rest. Make it your mission to make your mission known and to tell every one of your employees how they personally contribute to its successful execution. And this last one, which we didn't talk about very much, but I still think is really good advice, when possible, avoid engaging in massive accounting fraud. It's just, something good to remember. I want to wrap up by saying this. Being a tyrant, being a bad boss will in no way prevent you from being a leader. Those people are out there, and sometimes they gain power and prestige, and you can continue to wonder how it's possible that they continue to move forward. And maybe the only day they wonder if they did it right is when they retire, and everyone they work with is super excited about it, and they think, I haven't seen that enthusiasm out of my people my entire career. I have given you 2 paths toward leadership. And on the one hand, you can do it like Herb Kelleher, whose employees spent $60,000 one day to say thank you for recognizing us. You can do it like Horst Schultz, the former president of the Ritz-Carlton Hotels, who personally trained every single one of their employees and whose employees lined up for a quarter mile the day he retired so they could wish him well, many of them crying because they were going to miss him so much. Or you can do it like Leona Helmsley, who by all accounts was a terrible person to work with, constantly stiffed her contractors, died a billionaire, and left more money to her dog than to any of her surviving relatives, presumably because she felt like it cared about her more than they did, and it only did because she fed it. One of the richest people ever and one of the poorest I can think of. You now have two paths towards leadership. I hope that this presentation, in an odd way, has encouraged you along the better one. So thank you very much. Have a wonderful rest of your conference.
Мы продолжаем трансляцию с NADA Show 2021, и у меня есть 5 причин, почему вам ни в коем случае нельзя отключаться. Первая причина — это панельная дискуссия, которая будет всего примерно через 1,5 часа. Эта дискуссия будет жесткой, яркой и незабываемой. Оставайтесь с нами. А другие 4 причины — это те семинары, которые мы предложим вам прямо сейчас. Они пройдут без перерыва, 2 в одном потоке, 2 в другом. В потоке «Персонал» нас ждут сразу же 2 спикера. Те самые спикеры, которые являются приглашенными и которые делятся опытом за пределами индустрии и делятся, заряжают и мотивируют участников на идее обычно в офлайне, теперь в онлайне. Это Банаян Алекс, который расскажет про секретный код успеха, и Эрик Боулс, который поделится своими практиками, как удачнее, лучше, успешнее строить классные команды. В свою очередь, в потоке цифровых продаж и там диджитал, как мы его называем, выступят сразу же друг за другом 2. Для меня это фавориты абсолютные, потому что на их выступления я записываю за несколько недель и жду с нетерпением. Первый — это Пол Дейли. Пол Дейли — невероятно интересный спикер, который расскажет о том, насколько важно для дилерского центра строить свой бренд, растить его и насколько важно коммуницировать ценности этого бренда в рамках сообщества, города, страны и так далее. И второй спикер — это Джон Сейнт-Джон, собственник и основатель одной из самых успешных компаний по продаже финансовых услуг и помощи дилерам с цифровым продуктом, который продает финансовые услуги. Он последние 2 года является таким законодателем мод, поэтому мы его оставили в этой части напоследок. Я уверен, что его презентация понравится вам не только с точки зрения контента, но она еще и просто сама по себе, пожалуй, самая красивая презентация, которая была на NADA с точки зрения дизайна. Поэтому смотрите и слушайте с удовольствием, а мы вернемся к панельной дискуссии сразу же после этих семинаров.
NADA, I'm Alex Banayan, and it's a huge honor to be here at 2021's NADA virtual show. And for the past 10 years, I've been obsessively studying success. I've spent thousands of hours researching, going through hundreds of biographies, and most importantly, sitting down one-on-one and asking questions to the people I was dying to get answers from. So for business, I spoke to Bill Gates, music, Lady Gaga, science, Jane Goodall, poetry, Maya Angelou, Jessica Alba, Quincy Jones, Larry King, Pitbull. It's been this unbelievable journey filled with surprising lessons at every turn. And the main reason I'm so excited to be here at the 2021 show is because in a time of, and I don't need to talk about it, I'm sure, we've over talked about it, the amount of change that we've seen in this past year. What I'm focused on is really how we can continue to grow, whether it's grow your dealerships, grow the mindset of your executive teams, of your salespeople, of your family members, whatever aspect of your life, of your professional life that you're focused on, how we can use some of the best tactics of success to accelerate that growth. And what I want to do today is really just share 5 of the best stories from my 10 years of research and interviews and give you some lessons that you can put into your pocket and start using today. Before we dive into those 5 stories, I'll give a little context of how this journey got started. And to do so, I have to take you back 10 years. I was 18 years old, a freshman in college, and I was spending every day lying on my dorm room bed, staring up at the ceiling. I don't know if any of you have gone through the, what do I want to do with my life crisis, but I was going through it and it was hitting me hard. And to understand why I was going through it, you have to understand that I'm the son of Persian Jewish immigrants, which pretty much means I came out of the womb, my mom cradled me in her arms, and then she stamped MD on my behind and sent me on my way. And you might think that's funny, but in 3rd grade, I wore scrubs to school for Halloween and thought I was cool. I was that kid in school growing up. And in high school, I checked all the boxes. I studied for the SATs, took all the science classes. I even went to pre-med summer camp. So by the time I got to college, I was the pre-med of pre-meds, but very quickly I found myself lying on this dorm room bed, staring at this towering stack of biology books, feeling like they were sucking the life out of me. And at first I assumed I was just being lazy, but very quickly I began to wonder, maybe I'm not on my path. Maybe I'm on a path somebody's placed me on and I'm just rolling down. So now not only did I not know what I wanted to do with my life, I had no idea how the people who I looked up to, how they did it. How did Bill Gates sell his first piece of software out of his dorm room when nobody knew his name? How did Spielberg become the youngest director in Hollywood history without a single hit under his belt? This is what they don't teach you in school. So I just assumed there had to be a book with the answers. So I'm going to the library and, ripping through business books and biographies and self-help books, assuming there had to be a book that focused on what I cared about. And it wasn't a particular age in life, but more a stage. When you have a big dream and you're trying to get it off the ground, no one's taking your calls, no one's taking your meetings, how do you find a way through? And eventually, I was left empty-handed. That's when my naive 18-year-old thinking kicked in. I thought, well, if no one's written the book I'm dreaming of reading, why not write it myself? I thought it'd be super simple. I thought I would just call Bill Gates, interview him, interview everybody else, and I'll be done in a few months. That I assumed would be the easy part. The hard part, I figured, was getting the money to fund this journey. I was buried in student loan debt. I was all out of bar mitzvah cash. So there had to be a way to make some quick money. So 2 nights before final exams, I'm in the library doing what everyone's doing in the library right before finals. I'm on Facebook. And I'm on Facebook and I see someone offering free tickets to The Price is Right. Now, I went to college in Los Angeles, not too far from where the show filmed. And my first thought was, what if I go on the show and win some money to fund this book? Not my brightest moment. Plus, I had a problem. I had finals the next day. I told myself it was a dumb idea and to not think about it. I don't know if any of you have ever had one of those moments where no matter how, preposterous an idea, for some reason, it keeps clawing itself back into your mind. So to prove to myself this was a horrible idea, I remember sitting there at the corner of the library, opening up a spiral notebook and writing, best and worst case scenarios, to prove to myself this was a bad idea. And I remember writing, worst case scenarios, fail finals, get kicked out of pre-med, lose financial aid, mom stops talking to me, no, mom kills me. There's 20 cons. And the only pro was maybe win enough money to fund this dream. And it was almost as if somebody tied a rope around my gut and was pulling in a direction. So that night, I did the logical thing and I pulled an all-nighter to study. But I didn't study for finals, I studied how to hack The Price is Right. And I went on the show the next day and did this ridiculous strategy and ended up winning the whole showcase showdown, winning a sailboat, selling the sailboat, and that's how I funded the book. And that's really when the journey set off. It took 2 years to interview Bill Gates. It took 3 years to eventually interview Lady Gaga. And when I had started on this journey, there was no part of me looking for that, one key to success. We've all seen those business books, those TED Talks, and normally I just roll my eyes. But what ended up happening over the 7-year journey of interviews is I started realizing every single one of these people treated life and business and success the exact same way. And the analogy that came to me was that It's almost like getting into a nightclub. There's always 3 ways in. So there's the first door, the main entrance, where the line curves around the block, where 99% of people wait around hoping to get in. That's the first door. And then there's the second door, the VIP entrance, where the billionaires and celebrities go through. And for some reason, school and society have this way of making us feel like those are the only 2 ways in. You either wait your turn with everybody else out in the cold, or you're born into it. But what I've learned, and what I'm sure many of you have seen in your own careers, is that there's always, always the third door. And it's the entrance where you jump out of line, run down the alley, bang on the door 100 times, crack open the window, go through the kitchen. There's always a way in. And it doesn't matter if that's how Gates sold his first piece of software or how Lady Gaga got her first record deal. They all took the third door. Now, when I was thinking about, NADA's virtual show this year and thinking about, what lessons we can really use, no matter where in the country you are, no matter what size dealership you have, these 5 really felt right. And, it's impossible to spend 10 years studying success and not come across a lot of lessons on persistence, but there was one moment on the 10-year journey that taught me the most. And it showed me that persistence wasn't exactly what I had thought. So this story takes place about halfway through my journey. And the context is important. And it's a longer story, and we'll actually get to the story later in today's talk. But the basic background is I had spent 8 months writing letters to Warren Buffett back and forth. And it just ended up being a giant, giant disaster. I went to Omaha, tried to hack his shareholders meeting in front of 30,000 people. It was a complete disaster. And what's important to know is at the end of the 8 months, I found myself feeling like I was on the floor, completely dejected, in one of those moods where you just want to stay in bed and pull the covers over your head. And it was one of the lowest points of my whole journey. And that's where this story begins. And, if there is one theme of, this 10-year journey, it's that when I was at my lowest points, it would be my best friends who would pull me up. And I have this one friend by the name of Cowan. And, after a couple of weeks of me sulking, he tried to, get my energy up. And he said, come on, man, let's go, grab lunch. So we go to a grocery store in town and we grab some sandwiches and we're sitting on the sidewalk, watching the cars pass by and, biting into our sandwiches. And Corwin says, come on, man, don't you have any other interviews lined up? And I said, dude, I got nothing. I was just in a real angry mood. And he said, come on, let's say you had an interview lined up, who would you want to talk to? And I said, dude, I didn't want to think about that. Look at what happened with Buffett. If I had an interview right now, I'd probably mess that up too. And Corwin goes, look, man, you can't be so hard on yourself. Interviewing isn't a science, it's an art. And as we're talking about this, the single most miraculous moment of my entire journey happens. A black car pulls up, parks right in front of us in the loading zone, tinted windows. The door swings open and out walks Larry King. Now, if you are anything like me, when things line up so perfectly like that, that's actually when I get the most scared. And I even, have a name for that feeling. I call it the flinch. It's that moment when, your throat tightens up and your feet turn to stone and it feels like your mouth is wired shut. And I remember sitting there on the sidewalk, watching Larry King walk right past me, right into the grocery store sliding doors. And I didn't say a thing. And my friend Corin, jabs an elbow into me. He's like, dude, why didn't you say anything? And this is the thing about fear. It is very good at making logical excuses. Fear is very good at making logical excuses. And I remember telling my friend Corwin saying, he's probably going into the grocery store now to get something for his family. I don't want to be that kind of guy. And Corwin goes, dude, you are that guy. And, again, my fear kept making more excuses. And I said, he's probably, deep into the grocery store now. There's no way I'll be able to find him. And Corwin goes, dude, he's 80 years old. How far can he go? So very reluctantly, I get up off the sidewalk and I walk into this grocery store looking for Larry King. And, I look around the bakery section, no Larry. I jog over to the produce section, there's fruits, vegetables, no Larry. And at that moment, I remembered he had parked in the loading zone. So he must be leaving any second now. So I don't know what gets into me, but there's this, bolt of adrenaline. And I start running down the grocery store, looking down every aisle, no Larry, no Larry, no Larry, no Larry, no Larry. And I'm cutting down the frozen food section. I figure he has to be at the checkout counter. So I run to the checkout counter and I'm looking down each one. No Larry, no Larry, no Larry, no Larry. And at that point, I wanted to kick myself because he had been right in front of me and I hadn't said a thing. And I'm walking out through the parking lot and, staring down at my feet. And I slowly lift my head. And right there, 20 feet in front of me, is Larry King, suspenders and all. And again, I don't know what got into me, but it's almost as if all the pent-up frustration started combusting inside of me and began to erupt out of my mouth uncontrollably. And I just remember yelling at the top of my lungs, "Mr. King!" And the echo in the parking lot was so loud. I'll never forget Larry King literally jumping up in the air and turning around like, every wrinkle in his face sprung back. And at this point, I didn't know what to do. So I just sort of ran over to him and I said, "Mr. King, Mr. King, my name's Alex. I'm 19. I've always wanted to say hi." And he goes, "Okay, hi." And he walks the other way. And now I'm like awkwardly following him on the sidewalk out to his car. He opens up his trunk, stuffs his groceries in, opens his driver's side door. And I'm just like, "Wait, Mr. King, can I go to breakfast with you?" And he just looks at me like I'm a lunatic. But before he can respond, he looks around on the sidewalk and sees there's about a dozen people watching this go down. So for some reason, he just sort of shrugs his shoulders and goes, "Okay, okay, okay." And I'm like, "Oh my God, thank you so much. Great. I'll see you tomorrow." And he tells me where to meet him and he gets into his car and he's about to shut the door. And I go, "Wait, Mr. King, what time?" And he just looks at me and, slams the door shut. And I'm thinking maybe he didn't hear me. So I'm shouting, through the window, "Mr. King, what time?" And he looks at me again and he starts the engine. I'm now standing in front of his windshield, waving my arms, yelling, "Mr. King, what time?" And he finally looks at me and goes, 9 o'clock. And he speeds off. Well, the moral of this story is not to chase any of your customers through a grocery store or through the showroom. The moral of the story comes next. So the next day comes around and, I walk into this, breakfast restaurant in Los Angeles. And sure enough, right there, corner table, Larry King with his best friends. And there's a seat open at the table. But, the night before I had some time to reflect on how I'd acted the day prior. And I thought today maybe I should take a different approach, be a bit more gentle. So, I show up the next morning, I walk over to the table and I just sort of, put a hand in the air and I go, "Hey, good morning, Mr. King." And he just looks at me and goes, sort of mumbles a response. And I figure, okay, maybe he wants some time alone with his friends to have breakfast and he'll call me over when he's ready. So I sit at the table next to him, waiting for him to call me over. And, 5 minutes goes by, 20 minutes passes, an hour passes, and finally he stands up and starts walking toward me. And, I can feel my cheeks lifting. And then he walks right past me and heads for the exit. And I just sort of, put a hand in the air and I was like, Mr. King? And he goes, "What is it, kid? What do you want?" And at that point, I felt a very sharp and familiar pain in my chest. And I just looked at him and I said, "Honestly, I just wanted some advice on how to interview people." And this slow smile spreads across his face, almost as if to say, "Why didn't you say so?" And he ends up giving me the greatest monologue of interview advice I've heard in my entire life. And at the end of it, he looks up to the ceiling as if he's debating something in his mind. And then he finally looks down at me, looks me square in the eyes and goes, "All right, kid, tomorrow, 9 o'clock, see you here." And I show up the next morning at 9 o'clock. I go over, he waves me over to his table. I pull up a chair. He asks me why I even wanted to learn how to interview people. I tell him about my book and he goes, "All right, I'm in. And over the course of the past 5 years, I've been to breakfast with him over 50 times. Now, when I had started out going to get these interviews, of course, I knew that the interviews would change my life, but what I didn't know is how much my journey to get these interviews would teach me too. And, before we get to the main lesson here on persistence from this story, we'll put a pin in it and we'll return to it in a second. One of the other things, and I'm sure you all will appreciate this because, sales is a big part of, this industry. One of the, side effects of me spending 7 years essentially pitching and selling the world's most successful people for them to give me their time was 7 years of tremendous amounts of rejection. And the side effect of that was many, many years of therapy. And one of the things I discovered in therapy is that there's a big difference between the implicit and explicit messages we hear in society. There's a big difference between the implicit and explicit messages we hear in society, and particularly when we're growing up. There's a huge difference between the implicit and the explicit messages we hear. I'll give you an example. A explicit message in your childhood is your mother saying, eat your vegetables. That's an explicit message. An implicit message is you waking up in the middle of the night and you see your mom eating chocolate ice cream in bed. That's an implicit message. And it's the implicit messages in our childhoods that have the strongest hold on our subconscious. It's the implicit messages. And the same is true in adulthood. It's not like we, go into adulthood and we just, someone in HR sits us down and says, all right, let's look at your implicit and explicit biases. Let's say a corporation might have, wonderful explicit values around innovation and risk-taking. They say, we want all our employees to take risks. But what happens when an employee takes a risk and fails and gets fired? What's the implicit message? And what message do you think has the strongest hold on that company's culture? And when you think about persistence, particularly in America, we actually have amazing explicit messages around persistence for young people. When you're growing up, I grew up in Los Angeles. What do they tell you when you're a kid? Try again. If you think it, you can do it. Never give up. These are the explicit messages we learn about persistence when we're young. But what's the implicit reality? Let's say you're trying out for the baseball team in high school. You don't make it the first year, and you try again, and you don't make it the second year. And let's say you're very brave, and you try a third year, and you still don't make it. What do the people who love you the most tell you? Maybe try basketball, maybe soccer. These are the people who love you the most. This is your mom. These are your best friends. These aren't your competitors. These aren't your enemies. These are the people who love you the most. They tell you to pack up your things and go home. And when it comes to persistence, what this situation with Larry King taught me is it completely blew up that implicit message, and it taught me the reality that in the world of business, when it comes to persistence, the truth is you have as many at-bats as you're willing to give yourself. You have as many at-bats as you're willing to give yourself, and that's changed my life forever. Now, for our next story, it took place towards the end of the 7-year journey. And this story and this interview completely changed my understanding of the relationship between success and failure. It completely changed my understanding. And it's the one interview where I can confidently say I walked in as one person and walked out as another. And the interview was with Quincy Jones. Now, before I dive into it, again, some context, just like with the last story, some context that's important to know is right before the situation with Quincy Jones, I had a disaster situation with Mark Zuckerberg. And again, it's a story for another time, but what's important to know is I had a meeting set with Zuckerberg. One of the presidents at Microsoft introduced me to Zuckerberg over email. And when I showed up to the meeting, I didn't do the right protocols, and the security of the building thought I was an imposter. They wouldn't let me in, and I missed my entire meeting. And it was one of those situations where you wake up day after day after day and you just beat yourself up. It felt like I had, fumbled in my version of the Super Bowl at the 10-yard line. And it was one of those times where my inside just felt black and blue because I had beat myself up over and over again after making such a stupid mistake. And that's how I felt walking into this interview with Quincy Jones. Now, I knew what a lot of people knew about Quincy Jones when I walked into the interview. I knew that he's, undeniably the most successful music producer in history. He has more Grammy Awards than anybody alive. He worked with, Frank Sinatra and Ray Charles. He produced the best-selling album of all time, Michael Jackson's Thriller, the best-selling single of all time, We Are the World. He, in the world of television, created The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. In film, created The Color Purple. He discovered Oprah Winfrey and Will Smith. He's undeniably one of the most successful people in entertainment history. But when I walked into his house, I realized I didn't know the half of it. So, I walk into his house and it's this, circular living room with, gold light coming from the floor. And I sit down on the couch and then walks in Quincy Jones. He walks in very slowly and he has, this long blue velvet robe with gold stitching on the bottom. And he looks at me and he asks me where I'm from. And I'm like, oh, hi, Mr. Jones. My name's Alex. I'm from Los Angeles. And he goes, no, I said, where are you from? I think about it and I go, oh, my family's from Iran. And he goes, that's what I thought. And he launches into like a 30-minute story about dating a Persian princess, trying to break the Ayatollah out of prison. And he sucks me into the Quincy Jones vortex. And it is the happiest place on earth. He has a story for everything. We're talking about the pyramids in Egypt, Rio's Carnival, and my head is spinning. Time doesn't even exist. I'm in the Quincy Jones vortex. And, an hour goes by and he has this way of telling you things that you didn't even know you needed to ask, but you definitely needed to hear. And about halfway through this interview, he tells me a story from early on in his career. And again, this is the story that completely changed my understanding of the relationship between success and failure. And the story takes place, again, early in Quincy's career. And he's explaining to me that at that time in his life, the music industry was completely run by the mafia. Completely run by the mafia. So Quincy is going in to get a publishing agreement with a music executive, and he walks into the executive's office that day. He sits down and the executive slides a contract across the table. And the contract says that Quincy's only going to get 1% of his own publishing. And Quincy's like about to say something, but he looks up and he sees behind the executive is all his cronies. And the executive says, look, you can ask for whatever you want, but you're only getting 1%. And, I'm sitting on the couch hearing this story and I'm like tensing up just hearing it. Quincy, on the other hand, is sitting there, smiling and laughing. He's like, oh man, they took all my stuff. And I'm just getting more and more tense. And Quincy's like, oh man, I'm still trying to get that stuff back. And I'm like, that's messed up. And he looks at me, very surprised why I would have an outburst like that in the middle of a story. And in hindsight, I can see I was still so, beaten up from that experience with Zuckerberg that any story of someone young making a mistake or getting taken advantage of was completely setting me off. And it's almost as if Quincy understood something about me that I didn't. Because he put a hand on my shoulder, looked me in the eyes and said, it's all right, man. It's how you learn. And it felt almost as if my body was this overinflated tire and he had just hit this escape valve and all this excess pressure was rushing out. And he looked at me and he said, look, 99% of people hate their mistakes. They don't want to talk about their mistakes. They want to pretend their mistakes never happened, and they treat their mistakes as their biggest enemy. And that's the biggest mistake you can make. It's only when you cherish your mistakes, It's only when you treat your mistakes as your best friend can you learn from them. And only then can you grow. Your mistakes are your greatest gift. And, of course I knew that was, great advice, but sure enough, the Quincy Jones vortex kept going and another hour goes by where my head is spinning. And, now it's been about 3 hours. And, you can sort of feel when a conversation's starting to slow down. And I just looked at him at the end and I said, Mr. Jones, I just have to tell you, this interview changed my life. And he said, that's so beautiful, man. How so? I said, well, you showed me how to really be a person of the world and how to grow. And he said, in what way? And I said, well, you showed me the only way you can grow is by traveling and going on adventures. And he said, no, you have to cherish your mistakes. And it's almost as if he wouldn't let me leave that room until that lesson sunk in. And in that moment, it did. And I remember sitting there on that couch and having this realization that I had spent my entire journey assuming the opposite of success was failure. Let's go back to implicit and explicit messages. What do they teach you in kindergarten? The opposite of up is down, the opposite of success is failure. But it wasn't until that moment with Quincy Jones that I realized success and failure are not only not opposites, they're just different sides of the same coin. They're both a result of trying. So the opposite of success isn't failure. The opposite of success is not trying. And that's one of the biggest lessons I can share with you today. And it's something that's completely changed my mindset when it's come to growth, particularly in a business environment. Now, our next story is one of my personal favorites, and it came from my research on Steven Spielberg. And, everyone knows Spielberg for, Jaws or Indiana Jones or E.T. But what most people don't know is how Spielberg became the youngest director in Hollywood history. And that story has a tremendous lesson for us. And the story takes place when Spielberg was about 19 years old. And there's a lot of different versions of this story if you read different biographies, but the version Spielberg tells himself goes like this. So, of course, a lot of people know Spielberg since he was a young kid, wanted to be a big director. And when he was 18, he applied to film school and didn't get in. But of course, he was persistent. He applied a second time and he still didn't get in. That's where most people would, give up. But Spielberg decided to take his education into his own hands. He signed up for a community college near Los Angeles, and he goes to the Universal Studios lot. If any of you have been to Universal Studios in Los Angeles, and there's a very famous ride. It's, the tram ride that takes you on the back lot of Universal Studios. And Spielberg went on that tram, went around the back lot, jumped off the tram, hit around the corner, went into the bathroom, waited for the tram to drive away, and then Spielberg started walking around the lot. And eventually he bumped into this older gentleman who saw this 19-year-old kid walking around and asked him who he is. And Spielberg said the truth. He said, I'm a 19-year-old. I jumped off the bus. My dream was to be a director. And they ended up talking for an hour. And at the end of that hour, that man, the older gentleman, his name was Chuck Silvers. And he was the head of the Universal Television Library. And Chuck Silvers looked at, young Spielberg and said, how would you like to come back on the lot the next 3 days? And Spielberg said, that would be a dream. And Chuck Silvers wrote him a 3-day pass. And Spielberg came the first day and the second day and the third day. And on the fourth day, Spielberg came, dressed in a suit, holding his dad's briefcase. And he walked right up to the security gate, waved a hand and said, hey, Scotty. And the guard just waved back and Spielberg walked right through. And Spielberg did this for months. He snuck into sound stages, went to editing bays, and he essentially just soaked up as much knowledge and wisdom as he could. He asked directors and actors out to lunch, and after a few months of this, Chuck Silver slowly became Spielberg's mentor, and he had a great piece of advice. He said, look, Steven, there has to be a point in your life where you stop schmoozing and you go create something of value to show people. Don't come back to this lot until you have a short film of quality that you can show. And Spielberg took the advice to heart and spent months directing and editing this short film called Amblin. And Spielberg goes back to Chuck Silver, shows him the short film. And it was so good that at the end, a single tear fell down Chuck Silver's face. And Chuck Silvers reaches for the phone and calls Sid Sheinberg, the vice president of Universal TV, and said, Sid, I have something you got to see. And the vice president goes, look, there's a lot of things people tell me I got to see. Chuck Silver says, no. If you don't see this, someone else will. And the vice president says, you think it's that important? And Chuck Silver says, yes, it's that important. And sure enough, the vice president watched that night, and the next morning, Spielberg got a call that he needed to be at Universal immediately. And Spielberg walks into the vice president's office. The vice president sits him down, and on the table is a contract making Spielberg the youngest director in Hollywood history. Now, there's a lot of aspects of this story that made it work. Of course, Spielberg had tremendous talent. But to me, what really differentiated Spielberg from many other aspiring directors who also had tremendous talent was sort of this thing that I like to think of as like the Spielberg game. You know, he jumped off the bus, he found his inside man, Chuck Silvers, and he used that inside man as a way to get into Universal. And if there's one part of the story that's the most important in my mind, it's that inside man. If Chuck Silvers didn't write Spielberg that pass, if he didn't give him that great piece of advice, and if he didn't pick up the phone and put his reputation on the line for this 19-year-old kid, the story wouldn't be able to work. And when it comes to an inside man, whether it's with your dealerships, whether it's with any of your personal goals in your life, one of the biggest things is that when you're seeing a situation not working, when you feel like you're stuck, the biggest question you can ask yourself is who's the inside man, the inside person, the inside woman, who's that person that you can reach out to, whether it's a cold outreach, whether it's someone you might already know that can open, can put their, reputation on the line and help you get in. So as we move on to, our last two stories, the next one is, pretty fun, but it's also pretty embarrassing for me personally. But the lesson's very important because we've talked a lot about persistence today. We, talked about this inside man, and this next story balances it out in an important way. And I mentioned it a bit earlier. It's the story of how I reached out to Warren Buffett. And again, it takes place about halfway through the journey. And I ended up realizing that, I read somewhere online that Warren Buffett answers his own mail on occasion. So I decided I was going to put all of my effort into writing the perfect letter for Warren Buffett. So I ended up, going on Amazon, buying, 15 books on Warren Buffett, reading every single book so I could write the most perfect letter for Warren Buffett. He's the most successful investor in financial history, and I wanted it to just be a home run. And after months and months of research, I finally handwrite this letter. I mail it to his office, and I get a handwritten response back. And the response says, Alex, my life has been covered many times over. Good luck with your project. Too much on my plate to say yes. Best of luck, Warren E. Buffett. And on the one hand, it felt like I had just gotten punched in the gut. But on the other hand, if he's handwriting a response back, I figured I must be like 99% of the way there. He must love me. I just sort of needed to do something, clever enough to get a yes. And that was one of the worst decisions I had ever made. Because for the next 6 months, I wrote letter after letter after letter after letter to Warren Buffett's office. Every Wednesday, I called his office over and over and over again to the point where his assistant, Debbie, knew Wednesday morning, 9 a.m., I'm calling the office. And what started off as, youthful persistence after 6 months, was driving them crazy. And after about 6 months, Buffett says, I'm on the phone. It's another Wednesday morning. I'm on the phone. I call, Debbie, Warren Buffett's assistant, and she goes, look, Alex, I know Warren, and I know when he says no, the answer is not going to change. So how about, as my guest, you come to our annual shareholders meeting in Omaha? And I'm like, this is like the Warren Buffett Super Bowl. So I'm like, oh my God, that's amazing. I would love to be there. And she goes, look, you can even bring some friends. I'm like, can I bring 5 friends? She's like, yes, I'll send you 6 tickets. Come as my guest. And I go, Debbie, while you're on the phone, isn't it true that people at the shareholders meeting can ask Mr. Buffett questions during the Q&A portion of the meeting? And she goes, Alex, I know what you're thinking, but it's not possible. There's 30,000 people there and only 30 get asked questions. So your odds are 1 in 1,000 and it's a random lottery. So I wouldn't get your hopes up. But what Debbie didn't understand about me is I am the king of hopes up. So me and my 5, childhood best friends go to Omaha, Nebraska. We're staying at the Motel 6, and at 4 a.m. we show up to Warren Buffett shareholders meeting, and we're waiting in this cold, blistering line. And finally the doors open, and thousands of people rush into the stadium. And briefcases are flying in the air, ties are going all over the place. People are yelling, pardon me, pardon me. It's a business casual running of the bulls. And we get into the stadium, and we secure our seats right at the front. And I realize, if there's one lesson I learned from The Price is Right, it's that there's always a way. So I end up going around talking to the different volunteers. Even though we didn't know how the lottery worked, we figured out we'll find a way. And sure enough, we found a loophole to Warren Buffett's lottery system. Even though the odds were 1 in 1,000, out of the 6 of us, 4 got winning lottery tickets. And that's how I asked my questions to Warren Buffett in front of 30,000 people. The only problem was Warren Buffett caught on to what we were doing and essentially ended the meeting so we couldn't ask our final question, and it sort of blew up in our face as this big disaster. Now, what I couldn't have known is that just a few months later, through a completely different avenue, I ended up getting my interview with Bill Gates. And the interview with Bill Gates went so well that Bill Gates' office said, how can we help? We love your mission. We love what you're doing. How can you help? When Bill Gates' office says, how can you help? How can we help? It took out a very long list. And of course, at the top of that list was getting to Warren Buffett. And they said, oh, getting to Warren, that's easy. Warren and Bill are best friends. That's not a problem. And I'll never know exactly what happened. But what I do know is that I got an email a week later from Bill Gates' chief of staff that said, please, no more contact to Warren's office. Thanks. And it didn't take a rocket scientist to know that I had essentially gotten myself blacklisted from Warren Buffett's office. And the lesson I learned here is that there is a such thing as over persistence. I'd always assumed persistence was about banging on a door 1,000 times, but the truth is persistence is really about banging on 1,000 different doors. Because when you bang on one door 1,000 times, it's not that the door will break in, it's that the people on the inside will lock it and call the police. And what I couldn't have known was that it is possible to dig yourself into such a deep hole that even Bill Gates couldn't pull me out. So that lesson on over persistence is crucial, because as much as persistence is important, it has to be done the right way, particularly in an industry where sales is so critical. And for our final story today, it is one that is very, very dear to my heart. And, with our focus on growth, with our focus on change, it's important to know where that fuel from that growth comes from. Because we might have all these big ambitions to climb all these big mountains. But at the end of the day, we have to know why we're climbing that mountain in the first place in order to persevere and make it. And if there is someone who I truly believe is incredibly good at climbing not just one mountain peak, but 2 mountain peaks at the same time, it's the actress Jessica Alba. Most people know Jessica Alba as being this, award-winning actress, this big international movie star. She clearly climbed one mountain to the peak, But at the same time, she climbed a second mountain. She created the Honest Company, a $1 billion consumer products brand. And it wasn't that she climbed one mountain and then, decades later climbed a second one. She did both at the same time. She was on the cover of both Forbes and Shape magazine in the same month. So when I got the chance to interview her, I knew I needed to find out how she found that fuel and how she found that vision to climb that second mountain. And what I couldn't have anticipated is in that same month I had that interview with Jessica Alba, my dad had just been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And it's one of those things that no matter how much you read about or how many stories you hear about it, when someone you love is diagnosed with a disease like that, it affects you in a way you couldn't anticipate. And what no one at actually NADA knows when they asked me to come speak here this year is that my dad was a car salesman. My dad and my grandpa had a car dealership. My uncle still works at a car dealership. So I know just through my family's history that dealerships aren't just a place, to buy and sell cars. It's a place to sustain a family and to sustain a community of families. And when my dad was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, it was really the first time in my life that it felt like someone I loved was drowning. And no matter how far I reached out my hand, I couldn't help them. And when I was sitting in the lobby of Jessica Alba's office, waiting for the interview to begin, I just kept reminding myself, I'm not here for a therapy session. I'm here to focus on the book. And I just needed to keep my mind off of cancer, off of death, and just focus on learning from Jessica Alba. I just had to take my mind off of death and stay positive. So, it's time and I get shown through the hallway and her hallway is just, bright. Sunlight is shining in and there's, artwork on the wall spelling out the word honesty and butterflies. And, it's very bright and positive. And I go to her office and she's sitting on the couch and I sit on the, chair beside her. And, I just knew I had to stay positive. And I figured, there would be no question that would be more positive than if I asked her about, her mother. Because I'd read in past interviews, she had a great relationship with her mother. So I looked at her and I said, what's the best lesson your mother ever taught you? I just thought that would just take it to the most positive place. And Jessica Alba, looks down and she thinks and she goes, well, she takes a long pause and she goes, my mom taught me to cherish every moment you have with your parents because you never know when it'll be the last. And I just, cringed. And Jessica Alba keeps on going. She goes, my mom taught me, to be careful what words you use because you never know when it's the last thing you might say to someone you love. And I'm, my insights feel like they're on fire now. And I knew I had to change the subject. So I very quickly said, can you tell me how you started the Honest Company? And frankly, it's a question I knew the answer to. I'd read, dozens of interviews and she always had the same very positive answer about how much she cares about children and being healthy. Yet for some reason that day, she looks at me and says, the reason I started the company is because I was thinking about death. And, she goes on to explain how when she was a kid, she spent a lot of time in the hospital and growing up around family members who got sick. And she talked about how her aunt had cancer, her grandparents had cancer, how her mom was in the hospital nonstop. And she kept talking about death and cancer until literally I couldn't take it anymore. And it just came out of my mouth uncontrollably. And I said, my dad has pancreatic cancer. And she just slapped her hand down on the couch and was like, shit. And for some reason, it felt like her response right then lifted a weight off my shoulders I didn't know I was carrying. And from that moment, it was no longer an interview. It was a conversation. And we continued talking about our families and our family's history with cancer. And the more we talked about it, I ended up telling her how I actually bought some of the Honest products to help my dad while he was going through chemo. And the more we realized it, the more I heard from Jessica Alba that her biggest fear in life was dying. And even when she was at the top of her first mountain, even when she was at the pinnacle, most celebrities, when they're starting a business, after they've gotten a lot of success, make a clothing line or a fragrance line, it's something, they create a business around their life at the top of the mountain. But Jessica Alba created an entire business inspired by her darkest valley, by her biggest fear. And as she's explaining this to me, I sort of look at her and I say, wait a minute. So you're telling me that you essentially grabbed your biggest fear by the collar, sat it down and looked at it and said, what am I going to do about you? And now her eyes opened up and it looked like, she had just, gotten a weight lifted off her shoulders. And we ended up talking about how the reason she was able to climb her second mountain, the fuel that she was able to have, to work nonstop, to pitch investors, even though she had already succeeded, was because she had faced her biggest fear and asked it, what am I going to do about you? And for every single one of you, whether you're thinking about the growth of your dealerships, how to inspire your team, or even how to face some of the big challenges you might be facing at home, the best thing you can do is to look your biggest fear in its eyes, sit it down and say, what am I going to do about you? Because in that cave, in that darkness of that fear, is many times the diamond we need to fuel the growth of our second mountain. Now, we, sort of covered a broad spectrum of different lessons and stories. And, to wrap it up, I, again, want to just thank everyone at NADA who spent, tireless amounts of energy and time in making this year's virtual show possible. If there is a testament to what hard work and creativity can lead to, it's this year's virtual show. And, on a final note, I just want to share that when it comes to looking at that second mountain, when it comes to looking to our growth for this year, sometimes you can't help but look back. And with the journey of the third door, in some ways, the 10 years it took for this book to come out and for it to go into the world, it's been only natural for me to look back and think about what the mission meant to me in the very beginning. And when I think about it, when I get started my journey, my dream was for this book to be just packed with as much, knowledge and wisdom and hacks and, just be this practical guide. And when I think about it, there's a lot of that elements in it, right? There's, Bill Gates' negotiating secrets and cold email templates and things like that. But it's only now, in hindsight, can I see that that was never the soul of this mission. Only now can I see that what this journey had always been about was possibility. And if there's one thing I've learned over the past 10 years, it's that you can give someone all the best tools and knowledge in the world, and sometimes their life can still feel stuck. But if you change what someone believes is possible, they'll never be the same. And there's this one story that I keep reflecting on, and I read it somewhere during my research over this journey. And for some reason, particularly in this year, I've been thinking about it a lot. And it's the story from Baltimore from a teacher who was teaching for Teach for America. And she was assigned to a really tough school in a really rough part of the neighborhood. And she was assigned to, I think, maybe 3rd or 4th grade. And she realized, these kids need some inspiration. And she said, all right, instead of our math lesson today, we're all going to draw pictures of our biggest dream in life. What we want to be when we grow up. So she starts passing out, papers and crayons, and all these kids start coloring, what they want to be when they grow up, except for this one boy sitting in the back of the class. He won't touch a crayon, and his face is stoic. But about 10 minutes later, his eyes light up and he starts coloring. And at the end of the day, the teacher, collects the papers and the kids go home and she's going through them. And she sees that that young boy drew a picture of a pizza delivery man. And the teacher was very concerned. So she called the mother that night, and the mother said that she wasn't surprised. The mother said that the only male figure in his life who wasn't in jail or on drugs was his uncle who delivered pizza. And what that story taught me is that young people will always, always reach for the highest branch they believe is possible. People will always reach for the highest branch they believe is possible. So it's our jobs, whether it's schools or families or the business community at large, to illuminate more branches. And that's my mission moving forward. So thank you all again. Thank you to the entire NADA team for making this possible. And I hope you all enjoyed the rest of your show at this year's 2021 NADA.
Welcome NADA. Thank you so much for having me. Eric Boles here. Today I get to talk to you about leading and building legacy teams. Man, I'm excited about this. So here's what I'm going to ask that you do right from the beginning. I'm going to ask that you take notes. And when you take notes, I want to make sure you don't just write down what you hear me say. I want you to write down what comes to mind when something is said. I already know I'm speaking to the best. I know I'm speaking to pros. So keep this in mind. Nothing that I'm going to say is going to shock you. But here's what I am going to tell you. If you can capture, if you can write it down, you might hear one thing that'll make a significant difference. The other reason why I think it's important for you to take notes is you're giving me an hour of your time that you don't get back. So please get a return on that investment. The second thing that I'm going to ask that you do as we go through the process is be okay with me challenging you. That's just kind of how it works, right? That's kind of how I'm wired. But more importantly, I remember hearing this from the great John Wooden. And he said he loved coaching the best because the best always want to get better. So my goal is to speak to the greatness in you, not to anybody's weakness. I'm not just here to just fire you up and get you all inspired. I will tell you this, I've been through enough locker room speeches to know just getting fired up at halftime isn't enough, because we just went out in the second half and made the same mistakes with greater intensity, right? So that's not my goal. My goal is to give you practical things that you can walk away and use. Now, I've been very fortunate. I work closely with several members of the NADA. I'm so grateful, especially to the Walzer Automotive Group out of Minneapolis. Andrew's been great for me. Sherry, Greg, those who are there, Pete, all the individuals on that particular team have helped me with context and understanding what goes on in the automotive environment. Also back at home where I live in the Tacoma, Washington area, I'm a huge fan of a gentleman named Jerry Coram out there who owns the Coram Automotive Group as well. And I just appreciate what all of you are about. So my ultimate goal is not talking to you all today about things you need to do around innovation or any of that stuff. Today is all about leadership and building great teams. So this is entitled Leading and Building Legacy Teams. That's what I want to equip every one of you to do. Now, with that being said, you see I got a towel in my hand. For those of you who are like me, hair challenged, I sweat easy. I just think too hard and sweat starts coming at the top of my head. So understand, I get a little excited. I also want to make sure nobody confuses my passion for anger. I'm not angry. I just get passionate about this information, all right? So let's jump right from the beginning. I want you to look at this first slide. In this first slide, I asked a question. What do you see? Now, as you look at this, it's clear. Many people see an acorn. Some of you may see something different. I've heard answers like, I see a tree. Somebody else gives other answers, a seed, a possibility. And the question, or the answer is, absolutely, that is what you see. But others may see even more. And you don't just see an acorn, you may see this next slide. You see an actual oak tree. Because inside of that acorn was this possibility. Now, I want to stay right here for a little bit because I think this establishes context about the purpose of leadership and the purpose of building teams. Because the ultimate purpose is to turn acorns into oak trees. And what do I mean by that? I mean, inside of this acorn was an oak tree the whole time. The possibility of an oak tree. But keep this in mind, I have an acorn at my house sitting in my office. And guess what? If it's been there for 20 years, it's still an acorn. So just because it has the possibility of an oak tree doesn't guarantee it's going to become an oak tree. So what we need to do when it comes to leading and building a strong legacy teams, our goal is to turn possibilities into probabilities. That acorn becoming an oak tree has to go through a process. Actually, the acorn on my desk, if I were to put it in the right environment, if I were actually to bury it, if I were to allow the elements of the environment to start impacting it, allow that acorn to go through some difficulty, what's on the inside of that thing becomes this great possibility, which is an oak tree. My youngest daughter, she goes to Colorado State University, and on their campus, they have this beautiful oak tree. And I remember going to that, looking at that tree and then talking to somebody who was an expert on all things that grow, right? And they said, you know what's most impressive about this tree? Because I was looking at it in the springtime, sitting under it, when, under the shade, it was like, oh, what a beautiful oak tree. And I was like, it's so big, and it is so beautiful, and I can see that it just grows here during the spring. And he was like, you got it backwards. I said, what do you mean I got it backwards? He goes, what's most impressive about this oak tree is that it's been around over 350 years. And not only has it been around over 350 years, it says it survived 350 winters. See, what makes this oak tree so spectacular, Eric, is what's happening beneath the surface. Its root structure, how far it reaches out, everything that it's doing. It actually connects with other oak trees long distances away, under the ground. It's what you don't see that makes it so powerful. Not only did it survive 350 winters, it's during the winter that its root structure goes out further. It's through the difficulty that the oak tree actually becomes stronger. Now, how does that relate to what we're talking about today? It completely relates. Because just like an oak tree had to survive 350 winters, I'll tell you right now, for many of you who, in the success of your business, how many winters have you had to go through? How many difficult seasons have you had to experience? We're all coming out of a difficult season right now. We're in the midst of one. But what does it reveal? It reveals what we're capable of. I had a coach during my playing days. He would always remind me. He said, Eric, remember this. Champions are celebrated in the light, but they're made in the dark. Champions are made when nobody's looking. When, it's during the grind. Everybody loves playing on Sundays. The great Tony Dungy used to say it all the time. Everybody wants to play on Sundays. But, look, you're paid to practice. You play for free. And what that simply means is the grind is what you have to go through to actually create, legacy building teams that will last on and on and on. The beautiful thing about this acorn becoming an oak tree is the fact that it actually fulfilled its potential. And when I talk about it fulfilling potential, look at this oak tree real quick. When you look at it, what else do you see? The next slide shows you that inside that one acorn was an oak tree. But inside this single oak tree is a whole forest of oak trees. And all of that possibility was found in one simple acorn. And how did it come out? By being challenged. So what I want to talk about today is how do we ensure we maximize, fulfill, unleash all the potential that we have in our businesses, in those that we lead, those that we influence, but also in our personal lives. How do we maximize the potential? How do we make sure we transform potential into actual performance? It was the great coach John Wooden who said it best. He said, all of us are underachievers to various degrees. And when he said that, he meant we have so much potential, every one of us, but so few of us actually maximize it. Do you know that human beings are the only creatures on the planet who make a conscious choice not to fulfill their potential? So those of us who are in the positions of leadership, in the positions of doing things, that's what we're about, maximizing potential. Now, I speak quite often about the importance of maximizing potential, about the importance of bringing out the best in others. But here's what I'm going to ask that you do as you're listening with me. I am all about you all getting greater results. I am all about all the great things you can do. But I also fundamentally believe this to my core. We're in the business of growing people. We're in the business of developing people. We're in the business of developing great teams and developing great leaders, using automotive industry and using cars to do it. That's all we're doing. So I want you to focus on right now the leadership aspect. I want you to think about the people around you who you can go from where they are to what they can be. I want you to also reflect back on those leaders, those people that you had in your life who saw an oak tree in you when all you saw in you was an acorn. Do you remember who those individuals were? Can you think about those individuals who saw something in you before you saw it in yourself? Aren't you grateful? And didn't you give them permission to coach you tougher, stronger? Many times even the way they led you was in alignment with being an oak tree, not just remaining comfortable being an acorn. So this is what I want to talk about today. So first of all, let me define the word potential. Potential is dormant ability. It's unused success. It's everything that we can be but have not yet become. It's everything that we can do but have not yet done. Potential does not retire, right? Potential has no retirement plan connected to it. My mentor used to say all the time, he says, Eric, it's not age that wrinkles the skin that you need to worry about. It's the lack of purpose that wrinkles the soul that you need to be concerned about. Man, there's people who are 60, 70, 80 years old who are green and growing. And there's those who are 20, 30, 40 years old who are ripe and rotting because they're not growing any longer. It's all about potential. We want to stay green and growing. So with that being said, how do we ensure we keep maximizing potential? Potential is actually like muscle in the body. It needs to be challenged to be released. When it's given responsibility, it grows. So if you actually reflect back, just like I gave an illustration on the acorn becoming an oak tree, when you think about the reason your business is where it is today, when you think about where you're at today, and you think about what you endured, what you went through, what you had to press through, you start thanking those obstacles instead of cursing those obstacles. And I gotta tell you, to every single person I'm talking to right now, we need individuals, just like every one of you who are listening right now, we need the kind of individuals who in the midst of difficulty see opportunity, who can see all kinds of possibility and influence others to do the same. And I'm talking to the individuals in this great country who are doing that very thing. So with that being said, how do we go from being an acorn to being an oak tree? And going from being an oak tree to actually creating a forest of oak trees. I talk about building. I talk about leading. I talk about leaving a legacy. But what I want you to understand is leadership and teamwork, there's no ceiling in terms of possibilities. We may be limited to how much more we can do from a marketing standpoint. We may be limited in terms of the innovations we can do all across the board when it comes to different ways that we sell and how we connect different warranties and all the other services that we can provide as we go through the process, considering different methods of selling and all that stuff. There's a laundry list of stuff, but all of those things have limitations to them. We may be even limited to time and the amount of labor we can apply to something. But here's where there is no limit. There is no ceiling when it comes to good leadership, and there is no ceiling when it comes to great teamwork. So when we get serious about those two things, whatever we have in our hands, we can maximize. My goal is that you maximize what's already in your hands. Often we look outside of ourselves and try to find what other things can we do that allow us to be more successful. Here's the real question. Are we even maximizing what's in our hands already? What happens if we were taking it to its ultimate level? That's the difference between an average leader and a great leader. An average leader is only trying to be a little bit better than who they're competing with. But a great leader is always thinking about what's our potential if we perform at our best. That is a totally different standard. Because here's the thing, if my goal is to unleash our potential, guess what's so awesome about that? If our goal is to unleash our potential, the probability that we're going to win on the scoreboard is high. If we're always trying to maximize what access we have and we're trying to maximize what we can do, the scoreboard will work in our favor a majority of the time. So all I want to talk about from this point on is what must we do to make sure we're going from an acorn to a forest of oak trees. All right, so let's get practical. So let me pull up this first slide. So in order to keep earning, we must keep learning. There's a quote by a gentleman named Eric Hoffer that says, "In times of change, learners inherit the earth, while the learned, the know-it-alls, are beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists." What Eric Hoffer is saying in his quote, I think is appropriate for all of us today. In order to keep earning, we're going to have to keep learning. Why? Because we must keep learning how to add greater value. We got to maximize our intelligence. We all have to get smarter together. We got to remain curious. I had a mentor of mine who would remind me quite often, his name was Bob Mowat, and Bob would say quite often, he says, "Eric, even after your success, remember, man, it's okay to coast." I was like, good, because I feel like coasting. He says, but always remember this. In order to coast, you must be going downhill. It kind of reminds me of those of us who are football fans. And, I played for the New York Jets. I played for the Green Bay Packers. And during my playing days, even as a fan today, and I watch, here's what I noticed. There's certain times your team can do something that just drives you crazy. They take risks all game. They take chances. They blitz. They do all that. And then when they have victory in their grasp, they start playing what's called prevent defense. They start playing not to lose. And the worst part about playing not to lose, it gives your opponents or your competitors confidence. Because now, certain things that weren't working begin to work. You start playing on your heels instead of pressing the gas pedal down. Man, there's a statement used to say this way, like, I'm okay just the way I am. I'm not the one who needs to change. It's they who need to change out there. No, we got that backwards. I always said it this way. Whatever you were doing in the past to exceed your customers' expectations, there's a good chance if you're still doing that today, you're only meeting expectations. And the new definition of mediocrity is meeting expectations. So always be a learner, always be curious, always find new ways to delight and celebrate it and create these unbelievable customers who are appreciative of the effort you put in. But please do not just compartmentalize that to business. Man, I gotta still keep growing as a husband. I gotta keep growing as a father. I gotta keep growing as a friend. I gotta keep growing as a son, and so do you. I gotta keep growing. For those of you who are gonna grow as a daughter or a wife, whatever the context is, as long as we keep growing, we're green, we're growing, right, we're rotting. And so it's just a desire to keep learning. Now, I don't believe anybody's watching this right now struggles with that. I believe that's where your mindset is, or you wouldn't even be in this conference. But after we move from that, now let's get practical. Now let's talk about overcoming the fear of the future. So put that slide up. Overcoming the fear of the future. Now, this is a leadership thing. This is why leadership is so important. This is why building teamwork is so important. There's a part of every single person who has a fear of the future. But how do we transform fear of the future into confidence in the future? How do we turn the unknown into making it known? It's been said that people choose unhappiness over uncertainty. What that simply means is I'd rather be unhappy and certain about it than take the risk of going through uncertainty and to gather and gain what I really, really want. And so one of the challenges that we put on people all the time, especially on leaders, is, man, give us a picture of what better actually looks like. Here's my challenge to each of you individually. Answer this question for yourself. In 12 months, you're going to arrive. My question is, where? Are you going to arrive at a designed destination or an undesigned destination? Are you being clear about where you want to go? Do you have a vision of what better looks like? One of the reasons we like to follow leaders is we like to follow leaders who are taking us somewhere. I used to have a coach, and I'm not going to call him out personally, but there's nothing worse than being coached by a leader with no vision. Because when you're led by a leader with no vision, when you're led by a leader who isn't taking you anywhere, what they have a tendency to do is just overmanage where you're at. What we need help is help us see what the future can look like. We as the coach who would run over to us and sit down with us and say, hey, guess what, guys? We're like, yeah, coach. He says, look at the scoreboard. And we look up there. And he was like, we need to score more points and walk off. And we would look at him and we're like, I guess that's why he gets paid the big bucks, right? Brilliant. Wow, what a vision. Okay? No, we need a leader. We need a coach. We need somebody in front of us who can tell us, let me tell you what better looks like. Let me tell you what the future looks like. That's really legacy. I always say legacy is a result of a clear destiny. And clear destiny is a result of a clear identity. And so what we look for in our organizations, in our individual lives, with leaders, with particular teams, is we want to have our identity clarified. We want to know where we're headed, which is our destiny. And then we want to know about our legacy, which is what impact are we going to leave behind. And this is what a leader's responsibility is. So here's a practical challenge I have for you. There's not anybody listening to me right now who hasn't done some strategic planning. And the reason you do strategic planning is to ensure that you get a return on your limited resources. And when you get a return, so you have to make conscious decisions of how you're going to get return on those resources, a return on those investments. I would argue that there are too many leaders who have a strong strategic plan in their business, but not a strong strategic plan in their own individual life. It's because it's very important that you also keep in mind, you need to have clear goals in many areas of your life to ensure you get a return on energy. Because you're going to spend a year. The question is, what kind of return are you going to invest? You're going to invest the time. The question is where? Make sure you're investing it in the right place. And not only you as a leader doing it, but make sure your people are doing the same. Do you know, I had a coach, and it was so good. The impact that he had on my life was specific for this. I knew what he wanted from me because he worked hard to make that clear. I knew what he wanted from me. But you know what made all the difference in the world that allowed him to have such great influence in my life? He also made it clear what he wanted for me. And what I've discovered is in leading and building legacy teams, on those teams, there's a level of trust. There's a level of connection, and it all comes from the leader themselves. When you know that the leader cares about you, when they care about not only high expectations and standards of what they want from you, but they've also established really strong compelling, real and authentic connection with you because you know what they want for you, man, your performance, your desire to perform for that leader goes through the roof. And so these are practical things that I know. I like to call myself Captain Obvious for a reason. I'm telling you stuff you already know. But it's these basic fundamentals that lead to wins. It's these basic fundamentals that make all the difference. It's behind the scenes. Remember I said, champions are celebrated in the light, but they're made in the dark. And leaders and coaches who know how to create championship teams, they know the things you do when no one's looking counts. So that's my encouragement to you. Now, I'm going to challenge you with one additional thing. I'm going to talk to you right now about clarity, about the 5 things that you must do to make your vision as clear as possible. I said once before, no matter how talented a team is, if the quarterback gets in a huddle and says, just get open, you're going to have problems. You're going to have a whole bunch of highly talented individuals running around like crazy with no direction. So clarity is what we want because clarity leads to focus and focus leads to execution. And I'm going to go over that on this next slide. So let's talk about clarity and clarity's importance. There's first clarity. Clarity leads to focus, and focus leads to execution. Now, I know every single leader I'm talking to right now, every person who's watching this, is all about getting results. But many times we confuse getting results and being able to just talk about results as if that's going to satisfy or make it happen. Remember, the scoreboard, our results, those are lagging indicators. They're not leading indicators, right? So what are the leading indicators? One of the leading indicators is clarity. So what is clarity? Now, I learned this from General Robles, who was the CEO for USAA Insurance. And he called it commander's intent. He was a 4-star general. And he says, Eric, this is what clarity looks like. And I want you to write these 5 things down. Number 1, when it comes to clarity, is knowing what it is we want. What is it that we want? That's number 1. Number 2 is why do we want it? Now, that seems obvious, but let me make this perfectly clear. We spend a lot more time talking about what it is we want to do and far less time talking about why it's important. And that's where the gap lies, because many times the power comes in why. When you have clarity about why we want to accomplish this, guess what that does? That raises everybody's IQ, everybody's intelligence. Oh, hey, make sure when a customer walks in, we make sure we greet them right away. That's what to do. But if we actually understood why it's so important, how we made that customer feel, the likelihood of that customer having not only a good thought about us, but the likelihood that they'll come back, the likelihood that they'll stay, all of a sudden, not only do a few people in the organization understand that, but everybody does, the why just went up. Think about that when it comes to sports. It's not enough to just have players who can just do stuff. I have never seen a highly productive, confused ball player in my life. I don't care how much talent they have. If they don't have clarity about not only what to do, but why to do it, their effectiveness just got diminished. So number 1 is what, number 2 is why, but number 3 is how. And here's why how is different for leaders today than ever before. Before we used to say, this is how we're going to do it, and we're not going to turn to the right or the left, we're going to do it exactly this way. When General Robles said how, he said, we also got to be aligned on how we're going to do it while being flexible. And I asked General Robles, I was like, General, why do you have to be flexible? He was like, it's simple. Because the enemy gets a vote. Okay? Like whatever your plans are, you can be clear about what you want to go after. Demonstrative about why you're going after it, but you have to be flexible with how. Why? Because the enemy gets to vote. The marketplace gets a vote. The weather gets a vote. A virus gets a vote. Politics gets a vote. All kinds of things get a vote. So we have to be adaptive. Our superpower is our ability to adapt. So as long as we're crystal clear about what we want and why we want it, we'll find a way to get there. But what happens so often is a few people talk about why and then do not allow that to be translated to everybody else. I like to call it why power. Not just what power, why power. I believe there was a quote by a gentleman named Saint-Exupéry, and it simply said this. It says that if you want to build a boat, before you just go out and grab materials and tools and nails and everything and get your team to construct a boat, help your team fall in love with the immensity of the sea. Because once they fall in love with the immensity of the sea, they'll find a way to build the boat. And so often we leave that part out of what we're going after. We don't let our people fall in love, get passionate about the purpose. I always like to say, what we're going to do is the vision. That's the vision we have. Why we're going to do it is the purpose of it. And if we got the vision and the purpose clear, we'll figure out how to do it. So we want to be flexible on the how. Now, the other two components are critical. Number 4 is identifying all the benefits that we get when we make this thing happen. And lastly, I believe one of the most important parts of this is number 5. What will be the cost of an action if we don't accomplish it? What will it cost us? Now, for everyone who I'm listening to right now, or who's listening to me right now and I'm engaged with, let's be all honest. Urgency is one of the things we miss so often in our organizations. There's some people who feel the weight of urgency and we need to move now, but we're surrounded by people who don't have the same sense of urgency. And many times we get mad at them for not having the same sense of urgency, but part of the practical reason they don't have it is because we haven't been clear about what price we'll pay if we don't reach our goal. Don't keep that from them, share it with them. I tell leaders all the time, you are responsible to your people to tell them everything. Well, we have a tendency to treat our folks sometimes like children, like we want to keep certain news from them. No, they want to be fully engaged. Our confidence comes when we collectively are going to figure out how we're going to make that happen, when we can all use our minds in terms of reaching that goal. So remember this, leaders. If we want better execution, have better focus. But to have better focus, you have to have greater clarity. And many times to get greater clarity, just use these 5 steps. I challenge you, sit down with your folks. Okay, guys, what are we going after? This. Why are we going after it? Just listen to their answers. And those are the moments we create alignment. And when we get alignment, man, a team that is aligned can't be stopped. We want to lead teams and build legacy teams. Man, legacy teams have chemistry. And most teams don't reach their goals, not because of just people say chemistry problems. No, many times it's lack of clarity problem. And another thing that many times we lack as we're going forward is we just haven't had an opportunity to really do the grinding and the work together. We got to do this collectively. Now, that's one of the ways we overcome any fear of the future, by creating clarity of what it is we want and where we're going. Now, the next thing that can get in our way of us actually maximizing this potential, and I want you to pull up the next slide, and it simply is the elimination of the fear of failure. We must eliminate the fear of failure. Now, hear me. I did not say eliminate failure. Failure, uncertainty, all those things go hand in hand with success. So we're not going to eliminate failure. It's the fear of failure that gets us in trouble. It's the fear of failure that slows us down. We need to fail faster, especially in this time of change that we're in now. I said it earlier, and I'm going to say it again. It is no longer the big eating the small. It is the fast eating the slow. And typically those who are moving slow, they're just not getting enough reps. They're not failing fast enough. They're not changing and adapting quick enough. Our new superpower is no longer, because we just did it right. No, our new superpower is we have enough opportunities at failure to course correct. That's what's allowing us to be so good, our ability to adapt, our ability to be agile. So here's what I ask every single leader when it comes to helping them overcome their fear of failure. You know how you do that within an organization, within a team? And I challenge leaders to do this every time. I'm challenging each one of you. Use your failures as case studies for the people that you lead. Too often, we got leaders who get amnesia. I've done a lot of work with our U.S. Army Rangers, and I still remember the story where I was working at one particular base, and I had the commanding officer as well as the sergeant major who was in charge of all the enlisted men there at the same time. And as I was talking with them, the sergeant major tells me a story. And the story he told me was they would have soldiers who were right before they were dishonorably discharged, they would meet with the sergeant major and the commanding officer. And the sergeant major told me, he said, man, Eric, we were losing many of these soldiers when they would come through. It was their final strike and they were out. He goes, but we were able to turn it completely around in a short amount of time. And I said, sir, how did you do that? Did you lower the standard? Did you change the accountability? He said, no, Eric, we did none of that. Our standard never changed. Accountability was the same. He said, I did one thing. I said, what's that? He goes, I stopped having amnesia. I said, sir, what do you mean by that? He said, I finally told the truth. I told these soldiers that there was a day in my experience that I also sat in that same chair, that I had a substance abuse problem, that I had almost lost all of this, that I was like, and how did that change everything? He says, because I became a walking example that there's life after a mistake. So what I'm challenging every single leader here, I am not saying we want to make mistakes and we want to have failure. I'm just saying we need to fail faster. I'm just saying errors, because people are attempting to make plays and we're getting feedback and we can course correct, that's priceless. And that attitude has everything to do with the leaders of the organization. Leaders dictate that because it's dealing with culture. I always say leadership leads to culture, culture leads to behaviors, behavior leads to results. So if we want the results, we got to get the right behaviors. We want the right behaviors, then we're going to have to get, the right culture. If we want the right culture, it's all about leadership. So with that being said, how do we overcome our fear of failure? By using our failures, especially leaders, as encouragement to others. But individually, how do we eliminate the fear of failure in our own lives? Man, we got to get better at reviewing our highlight films. We got to get better at seeing our past successes and using them in our current moments. I always say positive momentum is a leader's best friend. But many times the way you get momentum is to momentarily think about your wins over and over and over again. And the more I put moments together, guess what I created? Positive momentum. That's how it works. We eliminate the fear of failure by focusing on our successes. And we eliminate the fear of failure by sharing our failures with those that we lead and influence and let them know there's life after a mistake. So let's bring up that last slide, increasing the speed of feedback. Now I have a question for you. What does it feel like to be wrong? Now think about your answers right now. Usually when I ask that question, people say, I feel bad, it's disgusting, I feel terrible, embarrassing. Other times people say it feels normal because I'm wrong all the time. That's usually my answer when I ask the question to my wife about me. But typically, when people are answered that question, those answers are accurate but incomplete. Because what you told me was what it feels like when you discovered you were wrong. I feel bad when I discover I was wrong. I feel less than when I discover I was wrong. I worry about those who I let down once I discovered I was wrong. The real question is, how long did you go before you found out you were wrong? There's nothing wrong with being wrong. It's just how long do you go? It's the time you spent being wrong that's expensive. This is why leadership is so important. This is why teamwork is so important, because it helps us course correct faster. The probability of being wrong is really, really high. But when you have good leadership and surrounded by good people on a good team, we communicate so quickly, it allows us to adjust. This is why increasing the speed of feedback is so important. Remember this, leaders. Your actions and your decisions are only as wise as the information they're based on. So it's hard to make good decisions with bad information. And so we need to have an ability to get our feedback faster, and we need it accurate. I've shared this story many times. I believe the worst run NFL football team is still ran better than 99% of organizations in the world. And I say that all the time. I believe that to my soul. And people are like, how can you say that? It's not because of the selection process. All you got to do is watch the news. We got problems in the league. It's not because our people are smart or sharp or anything. I believe it's for one reason and one reason only. Video cameras. And the reason I say that is because we get feedback not on intentions, but we get feedback based on what's happened. I mean, it's so important for us to constantly get feedback so we can course correct. I remember saying that statement. I was over across the pond with a particular organization, financial organization over in Europe. And I was bringing up this point. And the first thing one of their individuals said to me was, okay, Eric, I understand you played American football. And he said it with a smile on his face. He goes, but I graduated from Oxford, and somebody else, and he said, so-and-so graduated from another Ivy League school. And there were individuals in the group that I had seen before, probably on CNBC. So I understand we got some sharp individuals in front of me. But I didn't realize what he was really asking me was, Eric, what qualifies you to come talk to us about leadership, teamwork, about performing at a high level? And I didn't realize he was actually insulting me because his accent was so awesome, right? But I turned around and I looked at him and I said, first of all, man, let me make something clear. I graduated from Central Washington University, which is one of the most prestigious universities in the central part of Washington, right? But he looked at me and I was like, but all kidding aside, the reason I believe I can tell you this is what I just got through telling you all earlier. Because in the NFL, we got video cameras. We can't hide. We don't have semi-annual performance reviews. We don't do any of those things. Our feedback is frequent. And because the feedback is frequent, you can have frequent correction. Now, in your world, it'd be great if we could just have video cameras and we got the scoreboard and we could look at the data and look at the stats. I hear all of that. But what's more important is, can we give feedback one to another faster? Informal feedback, frequent feedback, so we can course correct. If we can course correct faster, guess what we do? We collapse time from where we are to where we want to get to. So leaders, it's very important that you're on a team where the feedback is going back and forth frequently. Now, here's one little tool, one little way I increase feedback, even in my personal life. My wife had been married, and I have been married over 25 years, and she'd tell you they've been 2 to 3 of the best years of her life. Okay. But the reality is, frequently I may ask, honey, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you say I'm doing at serving you? How would you say I'm doing at meeting your needs? Now, you understand the answers can be all across the board, but the number she gives me isn't as important as the next question. She can say 5, she can say 7, she can say 3 based on what I've done, right? But the bigger question is, honey, what would make it a 10? Because what I want to know is what would actually make it a 10. Because now I can work hard with good information. I tell every leader I work with and every team I work with, listen, you're going to work hard anyways. You might as well work hard with good information. So how can you get the best information and understand how you can exceed expectations? Usually, if I want to exceed an expectation, I need to know from the person what their expectations are in the first place. Frustration is a result of unmet expectations. So find out as much as you can. Ask those questions. Ask your team. Not only give feedback, leaders, but ask for feedback back. On a scale of 1 to 10, how are we doing at this? Scale of 1 to 10, how are we doing this? And I always encourage leaders, ask those closest to the challenge. Ask those closest to the problem. Why? Because they got a better perspective. It's been said that idealism diminishes or expands based on one's distance from the problem. If you want to know the truth, get closer to the problem. And so one of the things that's important with increasing the speed of feedback is giving feedback both directions. Now, I like to kind of wrap all these things up together. Now in closing, to keep earning, we must keep learning. So we got to be a learning organization. That's humility. That's curiosity. We got to keep asking the question, how do we keep getting better? Remember, when we're green, we grow. When we're ripe, we rot. So we got to continuously maintain an environment, a culture of learning. We also have to overcome our fear of the future. And the way we do that is with clarity. Remember, we got to be clear about what it is we want, why we want it, how we're going about it with flexibility, our benefits, and the cost of inaction. Then we got to eliminate the fear of failure. That doesn't mean eliminate failure, just the fear of failure. How do we do that? We do that by using our own failures, especially leaders, and getting the fear of them out of the way. Sometimes we got to celebrate the risks that people took, not just the results they ended up with. And so I encourage you, man, use your failures to encourage others. Use your previous wins to encourage yourself. Lastly, increasing the speed of feedback. Man, when we got feedback, I like to say feedback is the breakfast of champions. Feedback gives us exactly what teams, they're fueled by feedback. Leaders can make good decisions based on feedback. Man, your actions and decisions, remember, are only as wise as the information they're based on. Everything I'm telling you right now is simple and practical, but it does take courage. To lead and build teams, especially to lead and build legacy teams, they're built on the foundation of courage. And so one simple measurement that I've challenged leaders to do is do this. Remember this. Many times a leader's success can be measured by the number of uncomfortable conversations they're willing to have. And not just sometimes uncomfortable for the other person, but uncomfortable for yourself. So when you think about these areas, sometimes it's important that we got to get uncomfortable. I got to get outside of my comfort zone if we're going to really take advantage of these opportunities in the midst of this difficulty. I'm so honored to be joining you all today. Thank you, NADA, for having me. And to every single leader out there, continue building legacy teams.
Ну что, вот и закончились все семинары и воркшопы, и мы переходим... А их, кстати, было 33 в итоге, счастливое число. Мы планировали 30, а в итоге вместе с бонусами сделали целых 33. Напоминаю, что все они будут доступны вам по результатам дня. Для членов Ассоциации РОАД они придут сегодня, а для тех, кто зарегистрировался на сайте Авто.ру, они придут в начале следующей недели. Поэтому не переживайте, очень много вопросов в трансляции на тему того, когда будут доступны записи, они будут. Ничего экрана не надо было записывать, как некоторые делали. Все будет доступно для вас бесконечное долгое количество времени, все записи. Ну а сейчас самое интересное. Часть дня, самая такая живая, энергичная, это панельная дискуссия. Сегодня к нам любезно присоединились, нас сегодня больше, нас 5 всех вместе, нас 3 в студии. Владислав Рыдаев, генеральный директор прагматики и вице-президент РОАД, к нам присоединился в онлайне. Кожухов Сергей, заместитель руководителя HR-комитета РОАД, присоединился к нам вживую в офлайне. Вместе с Олегом Масеевым, членом совета директоров группы компаний Аками и вице-президентом РОАД. Ну и Александр Зверев из команды Авто.ру. Александр, руководитель службы по развитию бизнеса Яндекс Вертикалей. Целых больших. Вот.
Всем привет.
Всем привет. Рады, что мы здесь все собрались. У меня вопрос первый. Первый вопрос, он такой личный, поделиться. Олег, ты ездишь на NADA дольше, чем я. Я был 5 раз, ты я не знаю, какое количество раз. Вот. Оно отличается вообще? Ну, то есть есть что-то новое? Или это все как заезженная пластинка из года в год?
Слушай, 11-е для меня NADA. Я же, видишь, еще олдскульно конвеншн называю, потому что они в 17-м году переименовали в шоу, как раз на столетие в Орлеане. Они назвали шоу и решили оставить это. Нет, ну понятно, что за 11 лет произошла существенная трансформация того, о чем говорят, что показывают, потому что 11 лет назад 70% выставки — это подъемники, сход-развал, мойки, там, эти стойки для демонстрации машин вот там в космосе.
Крутить, да.
Вот, то, что вот 3 года назад все по 20 тысяч или по 32 тысячи долларов.
Все продукты за 32 тысячи, кому не подойдешь.
Сейчас это в основном IT-решения и редкие очень стенды с железом. И то железо, в котором уже много каких-то IT-технологий. Самодвижущиеся отдельные стойки подъемников, которые сами подъезжают в нужное место. Вот. И понятно, что с точки зрения контента это абсолютно как бы другая история. А что касается, вот, ну, если сравнивать офлайн и онлайн, то, ну, с одной стороны, конечно, есть в офлайне существенный плюс, но это энергетика. Когда ты приезжаешь на конвенцию, там, на шоу теперь, и вокруг тебя 22-32 тысячи дилеров, ну, сотрудников дилеров, да, вот, то просто энергетически, конечно, это так напитывает тебя там за эти несколько дней. Но в онлайн-формате тоже есть свои плюсы, особенно для российских дилеров. Я тебе могу сказать, что там, когда в октябре Совет РОАД принял решение не делать вообще NADA, и я в том числе голосовал за это решение, потому что решение было единогласным. Вот, я потом неделю, наверное, ходил, мучился, блин, ну как мы пропустим такое событие? И вот потом родилась идея, что а давайте мы сделаем просто онлайн, если они онлайн, то есть это вообще упрощается. И, конечно, с точки зрения покрытия дилеров, это существенно увеличивает, то есть там самое максимальное количество дилеров было в 2011 году, было 150 человек в Сан-Франциско. А за последние там 5 лет, вот в прошлом году там 70 чем-то было, то понятно, что, ну, сейчас гораздо больше смогло посмотреть. И качество перевода для тех, кто не может воспринимать на английском, существенно, конечно, лучше даже в прошлогодней истории, когда мы с собой возили переводчиков, вот, потому что, ну, все-таки, ну, технологически проще обеспечить здесь. И, конечно, количество переводных семинаров не сравнить, потому что если мы берем...
Там 6 или 7 обычно бывает.
То есть там обычно это, да, 7 семинаров, ну и плюс вот в прошлом году мы еще там делали
русский день,
еще там 6 семинаров, да, то есть итого 13, это был максимальный год по количеству. В этом году 33. Поэтому в этом смысле, ну и плюс ты не тратишь на перелет, ты не тратишь на гостиницу, там, на питание и так далее, джетлэгов нет, то есть
не
ты сидишь комфортно, ты, ну, вообще просто, ну, мне кажется, что стоит подумать уже насчет следующей NADA, что, в принципе, наверное, надо там разговаривать с коллегами из NADA, что, ребят, мы вот, ну, давайте мы больше к вам ездить не будем, вот, будем делать опять такую трансляцию.
Но в Лас-Вегас я больше не хочу точно.
Слушай, я, ну, нет, я, знаешь, в Вегас съездил, потому что Гордону Рамзи сходить бургеры поесть.
Ну это да. Ты со мной сегодня мыслью поделился насчет того, Брайана Паша, мы с тобой в перерыве обсуждали, с нее и хотел начать.
Ну, смотри, во-первых, что касается сегодняшнего дня, то есть вот три прямо классных выступления. Брайан Паш, ну, я, в принципе, много его слушаю, потому что я считаю, что это один из крутейших маркетологов в автобизнесе. Вот. И, в принципе, то, что сегодня, ну, я услышал, меня порадовало. Друзей моих айтишников вряд ли эта мысль сильно порадует, но что показал Брайан? Что когда мы хотим что-то изменить, то в последнее, ну, то мы упираемся типа в технологические решения.
Типа технологии нет?
Типа технологии нет,
Да.
или технология есть, и мы только в технологию врезаемся. А на самом деле только 20% успеха в технологии. 50%. Нет, давай не так. Немножко сейчас я по-другому подведу. 30% это адвертайзинг и маркетинг, и 50% это лидерство. Это, ну, то, о чем нельзя забывать. И, кстати, в прошлом году как раз тоже это вот было выступление. Русской группе не зашло. Когда человек говорил, что вы упираетесь в технологии, а вы посмотрите на своих сотрудников. Возможно, что он последним выступал на русском дне, и поэтому уже все уставшие были. Но я думаю, что нет. Потому что все равно хотят волшебную таблетку. И понятно, что купить коробку с хорошим IT-решением, красивую картинку, проще, чем заниматься людьми. Поэтому люди все равно остаются краеугольным камнем нашего бизнеса.
Я вот очень много как раз слышал, когда была пандемия, о том, что мы внедрили онлайн-продажи. Я говорю, как? У нас кнопка на сайте «Оплатить» появилась. Вот. Я просто всегда удивлялся, действительно ли так?
По поводу кнопки сегодня Джонс вообще просто зажег.
Мы дойдем, кстати, до этого, это будет интересно. Саш, вот вы со стороны, вы как IT-компания, ну, условно говоря, написать продукт можно любой, ну, и много написать. Действительно ли люди так важны?
Ну, во-первых, я в целом согласен, что люди очень важны. Здесь нужно обязательно не попасть на ту самую ошибку выжившего. Не говорить там, где действительно существуют технологии, там действительно технологии, наверное, 20% успеха. Во всех остальных местах ничего не меняется, потому что технологии просто не существует. Поэтому мне все-таки кажется, как представитель IT-компании, что технологии все-таки первичны в некотором смысле. Но я в целом соглашусь с тезисом. Безусловно, и я, когда вернулся с прошлогоднего НАДА, я пришел ребятам и сказал, ребят, слушайте, там довольно значимый процент, прям видимый процент докладов были посвящены HR-проблемам дилеров. Я на наших конференциях такого количества, то есть бывают истории, да, рассказывают там про тренинги, это довольно сложный процесс, как вот такой средний сегмент людей, как их обучать, опускать, потому что там текучка, и такие проблемы существуют. Но в таком массовом количестве я не видел. И мне кажется, что это, конечно, основной тезис, безусловно, правдивый. У нас вообще, на мой взгляд, с HR большие проблемы. И с точки зрения там большого бизнеса, и в частности, конечно, у дилеров. Это вещь, которой нужно заниматься вместе с IT, конечно.
Я хочу Владислава подключить к нашей беседе. Я просто смотрю и наблюдаю за группой компаний «Прагматика». Они во многом, ну, это правда мое мнение, вы в авангарде во многих технологических решений находитесь и довольно быстро принимаете все новые практики. Есть ли сложность, как раз вы причем вы участвуете, насколько я понимаю, Владислав, очень много именно во внедрении. Есть ли реально проблема с людьми, либо она надумана, по вашему мнению?
Да, коллеги, всем добрый день. Слушайте, хотел бы поддержать слова Олега о том, что сейчас вдруг мы получили совершенно новый опыт и новые впечатления от участия в мероприятии онлайн. Раньше такого не было, нужно было лететь в Америку, переживать джетлаг, значит, ходить на конференции, заряжаться этой энергетикой и уже из этого что-то отфильтровывать. Значит, как говорят наши американские коллеги, every value has a cost. No cost, no value. Потому что если ты не платишь цену, ты не получаешь ценности. Есть, на мой взгляд, небольшой риск о том, что поскольку сейчас вдруг такой огромный массив информации стал доступен, и он стал доступен просто нажатием клавиши play, то эффективность его восприятия, его востребованность может быть хуже. Что же касается значения команды в реализации, это, конечно, две стороны одной медали, и одна без другой не работает. Но если оценивать те усилия, которые нужно предпринимать для того, чтобы процесс в комплексе запустился, то, безусловно, работа с командой – это добрые 50% от всех усилий. IT – это важно, это обязательно должно быть, без этого не взлетит, но это 20-25%, потому что это как отдельная сторона. И, на мой взгляд, то, как мы пережили период закрытия или переживаем ее, как мы меняемся, подстраиваясь под новые модели поведения потребителей, как раз это ровно про это. Прикрутить омниканальный коммуникатор – задача технологически понятная. Научить ребят и сделать из этого устойчивую привычку, как коммуницировать с клиентами там, где ему удобно, и так, как ему удобно. Это как раз задача на годы работы, и мы все в этой очереди сейчас стоим.
Да, это точно. На самом деле непонятно, сколько времени нам удастся, чтобы быстро искать тех людей, которые теперь нужны в новом времени. Я здесь как раз самый профильный здесь специалист из нас, из нашей панели, на самом деле Сергей, потому что Сергей HR-комитет, заместитель HR-комитета в РОАД. С вашей точки зрения, велика ли проблема, либо, мне как обывателю, она кажется огромной? Может быть, там есть куча решений уже, с которыми РОАД работает?
Александр, коллеги, я вспоминаю выступление Эрик Ферец лет 10 назад на одной из конференций. Он сказал: ребята, если вы не рисуете комиксы, значит, вы лузеры. Вот меня тогда это так зацепило, и это время пришло. Если еще 10 лет назад наши центры работали с предыдущим поколением, да, которое было достаточно самомотивированное, которое имело базовую еще советскую систему образования, которая умела учиться, то сейчас другие времена, и мы с вами должны перестраиваться. Вот, поэтому, если проанализировать сегодняшнюю ситуацию, то у нас проблемы, господа. У нас проблемы, и вы посмотрите, есть такой замечательный индекс Headhunter, который показывает соотношение количества резюме на одну размещенную вакансию. И если сравнить отрасли, то авто-ритейл, индекс Headhunter порядка 2 единиц. Медиа 11. Государственная власть 16. То есть мы с вами находимся по индексу Headhunter на самой нижней планке. Ниже только неквалифицированный персонал.
Я правильно понимаю, что никто
проблема.
не хочет, получается, идти?
Не хотят идти. И, вероятно, здесь нужен системный подход, отраслевой системный подход, и, возможно, надо работать над созданием бренда, над брендом отрасли, над брендом ассоциации дилеров. Потому что, когда мы общаемся со студентами, а таких встреч бывает много и часто, в рамках нашей компании порядка 250 студентов ежегодно проходят практику и встречи. Сейчас в рамках тех проектов, которые запустил HR-комитет, это объемы порядка 300-400 человек за одну встречу. И когда ты общаешься со студентами, то их отношение поменялось. Они другие. И действительно, сегодня первый докладчик в серии HR нам это всем очень четко показал. Что хотят студенты? Что хочет молодое поколение? Они хотят свободы. Они хотят признания. Они хотят достаточно быстрого уровня дохода в соответствии с рынком. И очень многие хотят свободы. Да? Работа в дилерских станциях по жестким стандартам с 9 до 9 очень многих отпугивает. Да? Многие ребята боятся громких названий BMW, Volvo, Lexus. Они не верят в то, что они могут здесь работать. Поэтому вот первая ключевая, наверное, таблетка, которая нас спасет, но на это требуется значительное время и усилия всех нас, это создание бренда.
Саш, я хотел сейчас спросить, потому что у вас-то как раз наоборот к вам. Мне кажется, у вас вакансий очень мало, а народу, которые хотят к вам прибежать, очень много. Как вы это сделаете?
Я это сказал.
Как вы это делаете? Такое, может быть, у тебя есть какой-то...
Очень просто все. Надо просто быть очень крутой компанией. Кроме того, есть еще важный момент. Крутые люди нанимают крутых людей. И это тоже важный момент. То есть, нет, на самом деле, если серьезно говорить, конечно же, за этим стоит огромное построение большого HR-бренда, в котором, это как бы перманентная работа. Нужно понимать, что это нельзя сделать такой: ой, пойдемте построим HR-бренд. Такие посидели, сделали, и все, классно, у нас HR-бренд, пошли. И это работа, которая постоянно делают. И все семинары наши, и все там, не знаю, также взаимоотношения с университетами и прочие всякие практики, возможно, всякие крутые вещи, которые делает Яндекс, это пример активности, которые должны быть перманентные. Вот. И, кстати, у меня комментарий по поводу HeadHunter и индекса. У меня есть ощущение, что еще вот какое. Совершенно не спорю с выводами, они, на мой взгляд, очень корректные. Но количество резюме на единицу внутри HeadHunter может еще говорить вот еще о чем. О том, что это плохой канал для привлечения такого рода сотрудников. Потому что это в целом, как раз та самая IT, и как раз тот самый инструмент, с помощью которого обычно более продвинутые люди ищут работу. Поэтому чем выше, там, не знаю, если там посмотреть на IT, очевидно, там не только потому, что мы такие классные, а просто потому, что этот канал максимально более адаптирован для тех людей, которые ищут работу. А если ты слесарь, никого не хотел убить, просто как пример, да, то, скорее всего, ты ищешь каким-то другим путем. И это, кстати, проблема индустрии в том числе, потому что нету понятного канала, с которым вы будете говорить с потенциальными сотрудниками. Вот этого канала нет. Если у нас он есть, да, интернет — это наш канал, то в таком более офлайн сегменте сильно сложнее.
Радует, что меняются, с другой стороны, поколения новые приходят, и они более, что называется, как сказать, компьютер-френдли, или как это правильно, их больше будет становиться, и, надеюсь, они все будут там появляться. Вот. Вопрос, да, вопрос подбора персонала. Я не знаю, Олег, интересный вопрос. Ты за время, ты очень много посещал лекций по поводу HR в Штатах, реально, огромное количество за эти там 10 лет. И ты это переживал, как я знаю, мы с тобой делимся, то есть все пропускаешь через себя. Ты заметил, что по-другому подбор персонала там, в твоих компаниях стал происходить из-за вот поколенческой проблемы?
Слушай, ну давай я, во-первых, не могу не прокомментировать Сашу,
извини,
потому
давай.
что, конечно, надо не забывать, что уровень зарплат просто в IT совершенно другой. Вот. И, но при этом, ну, потому что просто, если мы сравним, да.
Я пику не вижу никакой.
Нет, ну я имею в виду, что поэтому сравнивать IT с автобизнесом не очень. Хотя с точки зрения молодого поколения, безусловно, ты когда приходишь там в Яндекс, в другую IT-компанию, просто сама атмосфера, даже ну, просто в офисе, да, она другая. Она как раз для современной молодежи. То есть много свободы, открытые пространства, дружелюбная атмосфера, никто тебя не пушит старыми методами. Вот, и поэтому это как раз привлекает в том числе, ну и плюс доходы, да. А что мы имеем в автобизнесе? Да, студенты приходят на встречу, им там рассказывают, как прикольно, они думают, о, да, прикольно, а потом они приходят в реальную компанию. А в реальной компании, я вчера вот разговаривал с человеком, там, владелец крупного регионального холдинга, ну, мы обсуждали разные там вещи, в том числе текучку персонала. Он говорит, ты знаешь, у меня, в принципе, текучка небольшая. Вот. Более того, я подпитываюсь все время новыми, свежими, классными кадрами. Я говорю, а в чем секрет? Ты что-то такое-то гений? Он говорит, да нет, я-то не особо гений, у меня антигений мой основной конкурент. Он раз в 3 месяца штрафует персонал. И как только он начинает выписывать штрафы, самые талантливые начинают уходить. Потому что сейчас для человека штраф воспринимается анахронизмом каким-то. Ну, вот. А в целом, ну, как бы отрасль, она такая олдскульная очень. Во всем. Лидогенерации, управление персоналом. Это все из прошлого века. Вот. Ну, просто вот, ну, какие-то динозавры. Ну, вот. Поэтому в этом смысле, конечно, я стараюсь всегда, ну, сделать такую дружелюбную атмосферу в компании, чтобы это все-таки было более современное. Да, с механиками, конечно, там все сложнее. Ну, прям сильно сложнее.
Ну да.
Вот,
мягкий диван механику не поможет.
Вот, ну да, мягкий пуфик этот бесформенный, вот, ему вообще никак. Ну, вот, но и там и возраст выше. Там, к сожалению, есть провал, потому что в 90-х было уничтожено профобразование. Вот. И в итоге мы просто потеряли целое поколение для бизнеса. И вот этим нужно, конечно, сейчас заниматься и делать. И этим молодым, конечно, нужно тоже давать какие-то, ну, соответствует времени, ну, возможности на работе, да, проявить себя, более гибкие графики какие-то. Вот, поэтому, если мы этого не сделаем, мы, собственно говоря, ну, рискуем просто быть такими вообще аутсайдерами в отраслях. Но, кстати, я тебе могу сказать, что американцы почему так много последние, особенно там 5-6 лет про HR. Потому что 10 лет назад в отрасли был существенный кризис. Дилер было имя нарицательное. Идти к работу к дилеру...
Стыдно.
Просто, по-моему, ты, кстати, был на этом тренинге, где один из ведущих бизнес-тренеров по автомобилям с промегом в Академии НАДА рассказывал, что когда он сказал родителям, что он собирается пойти работать к дилеру, они рыдали: ты куда? Не надо. Вот. И поэтому они взялись за это и пытаются вот, ну, сломать эту, чтобы опять работа у дилера стала престижной.
Интересно. Это точно. По профстандартам. Я просто думаю, что эта тема животрепещущая.
Часа на 3.
Часа на 3,
Не,
да.
но тем не менее.
Все по порядку. Коллеги, на самом деле все не так, все печально, но решение есть. И здесь ассоциация начала делать правильные шаги еще 4 года назад, в 2017 году. С одной стороны. С другой стороны, мы все знаем, что в Россию пришел WorldSkills, да, с чемпионатами. Поэтому, в моем понимании, вот это совместное воздействие системы профессиональных стандартов и WorldSkills на систему образования, она, с одной стороны, стимулирует, с другой стороны, мотивирует систему профобразования меняться. Везде ситуация разная. Да? Вы загляните, если в московские колледжи, один колледж может быть на высоте, с роботизированной площадкой обучения, а другой может карбюраторы до сих пор К-151 перебирать и вот так обучать своих студентов. Значит, что реально было сделано и что делается сейчас, немножко поделюсь. Ну, во-первых, очень важно, что ассоциация в 2017 году начала взаимодействовать с объединением автопроизводителей России, в том числе в области профессиональных стандартов, потому что да, действительно, у нас есть компании, которые имеют собственные корпоративные университеты, есть компании, которые имеют многолетние партнерские отношения с колледжами, вузами, реализуют практику, и там все, с одной стороны, хорошо, но это не системный подход. Не системный подход, поэтому этим вопросом надо заниматься. А заниматься надо через профессиональные стандарты, которые сейчас активно внедряются, и, уважаемые коллеги, я призываю всех, посмотрите, пожалуйста, на досуге стратегию развития национальной системы профквалификаций до 2030 года. Там очень много, четко, конкретно, с установленными KPI все прописано, что нас ждет в ближайшие 6-7 лет в течение 2 этапов. И мы должны к этому плавному переходу готовиться. Поэтому профессиональные стандарты. И это первое, на системном уровне. Дальше, когда есть живые профессиональные стандарты, и вот опять же 3 года мы пытаемся актуализировать 2 профстандарта. Специалист по мехатронным системам и специалист по продажам, которые, собственно, определяют все квалификации, которые живут в дилерском бизнесе. Ну, есть логисты, есть маркетологи, но это 2 ключевых профстандарта. И на самом деле я очень рад, что до 2021 года мы не внесли правки, потому что цифра пришла, и ей надо заниматься. Потому что все большее внимание, с одной стороны, уделяется цифре, с другой стороны, коммуникации, отношению с клиентом, а у нас в системе образования клиентингу никто не учит. Если вот посмотреть только, может быть, университет туризма и сервиса и немножко университет кооперации, если взять по Москве и области. Это второй вопрос. Клиентинг должен быть в профстандарте. Поэтому эта работа ведется, и она должна завершиться в 2021 году. Финансирование есть, и мы будем этим вопросом заниматься. Дальше. Взаимодействие с системой образования. Ну, как-то так сложилось, что образование живет в своем мире под государственный заказ, и государство финансирует подушевое финансирование каждого студента. Бизнес и производство живут в своем мире. И вот эти миры на разных частотах общаются, они не стыкуются. Сейчас, вот благодаря тому, что внедряется новая стратегия, благодаря тем изменениям, которые вносятся в закон об образовании, очередной, который вступит в силу с 1 сентября 2021 года, образовательные организации, учреждения должны руководствоваться профессиональными стандартами. И реально на уровне Совета по профквалификациям мы наблюдаем всплеск обращений со стороны ФУМО, учебно-методических объединений, с точки зрения оценки, актуализации образовательных программ, ВГОСов и так далее, и так далее. Вот буквально сейчас занимаемся подобной работой по 23-й группе «Наземный транспорт». Далее.
Я просто, можно, немножко буду коричневой шапочкой?
Коричневой?
Да, ну...
Такая бывает?
Да. Смотрите, мы опять будем отставать. Вот мы опять будем отставать. Почему? Потому что если вы посмотрите на тренды в образовании, которые сейчас происходят, образование смещается на платформенные решения. Крупнейшие платформы уже близки к тому, что они будут выдавать дипломы учебных заведений. Не просто, что ты прослушал курс Гарвардского университета, а что ты получил диплом Гарварда. Или там в России там, получил диплом того-то. Мы опять пытаемся работать со старыми площадками, с колледжами и так далее. А они через 3 года могут умереть просто. И молодежь учится сейчас, а молодежь учится все больше на онлайн-площадках. У меня сын учится в стандартном финансовом университете, но он параллельно обучается на нескольких онлайн-площадках, и ему там больше нравится. А мы, вместо того, чтобы идти к ним и договариваться, что пацаны, давайте с вами что-то делать, мы готовы помогать, мы опять идем в колледжи, техникумы а-ля советской эпохи. И мы будем все время так отставать.
Я с тобой с одной стороны согласен, а с другой стороны я тяжело представляю, как в онлайне научить мастера.
Жестянщик. Нет,
я понимаю,
мы же не только про жестянщик.
Да, я понимаю, да, это я сутрировал.
Продавца легко можно научить.
А их и нет продавцов, их не учат у нас.
Но мне на самом деле понравилась тема с клиентингом. Я бы хотел, чтобы у нас времени хватило перейти к теме с онлайн-продажами, потому что у нас сегодня же 2 потока было: персонал и онлайн-цифровые продажи, диджитал, вот эта вся история. И мне тема с клиентингом почему понравилась? Потому что я сегодня слышал такую интересную изречение про наркозависимость дилера от лидов. Настоящая такая зависимость, о которой говорил спикер. И заключается она в том, что у нас основная задача на сайте — это 148 окон, которые должны взять твой телефон, и в любой карточке у тебя 17 лидоформ, никак тебе не помогают. То есть все сделано не с точки зрения клиентинга, когда, условно говоря, то есть у нас даже в маркетинге этого нет. Когда мы делаем сайт для того, чтобы он добро какое-то клиенту причинил и, соответственно, выполнил какую-то его задачу. А все сделано для того, чтобы наш маркетолог насобирал этих лидов, пришел к директору и сказал: было 187. План выполнен на 97%, все счастливы, погнали. Вот. Меня эта тема прям, она мне настолько близка сегодня оказалась.
Слушай, я тебе могу сказать, что мне эта тема давно близка. Я еще в позапрошлой жизни, когда работал в автоспеццентре, в 2008 году настоял на том, что у маркетологов основная мотивация не на лиды, а на продажи. Потому что лидогенерация, это тогда уже было понятно, что это утопия. Соответственно, и всю дальнейшую, там, и в собственном бизнесе, в автомобильном, маркетологи, основная их задача — это продажи, а не лидогенерация. Потому что, старый случай, еще быстро расскажу. На Таганке мороженое поставили летом, там лояльность персонала, лояльность клиентов выросла, потому что жара на улице, они заходят в кондиционированное помещение, еще и бесплатно мороженое. Вот, соответственно, лояльность подросла. Маркетолог на Варшавке думает: я тоже так сделаю. Но только рядом торговый центр. И все продавцы этого торгового центра своим клиентам говорили: специально для вас информация, вот туда можете сходить за бесплатным мороженым. В итоге дилерский центр Audi Варшавка
Слава богу, не обанкротился.
Испытал нашествие людей. Маркетолог отчитался о том, что у него трафик просто вообще вырос нереально. Он молодец. Вот, а продаж нет, потому что те люди, которые хотели купить Audi, они заходили: не, пошли отсюда. Понятно, что это экстремальный случай, но в принципе ты когда заходишь на сайт, и вот то, что сегодня отметил, то, что близко мне, должна быть честная, понятная коммуникация с клиентом. Не надо его вот этим догонять и оставь телефон, и мы тебе перезвоним. Люди становятся другими. Я хочу получить информацию и сконтактировать. Не надо меня заставлять оставить свои данные, чтобы потом мне перезвонили. Вот сейчас, кстати, в Фейсбуке очень многие этим злоупотребляют. Вот эти бесконечные рекламы: оставь свою информацию, мы тебе пришлем прайс. Да, до свидания.
Не ругай меня, я так делаю.
кажется, проблема-то глубже чуть-чуть. Ну, то есть мы все такие умные на диване сидим, говорим, вы плохие, вы такие глупые, поставили, значит, кнопочку на формочку, вы глупые. На самом деле, ну, они, во-первых, думают, правда же, когда речь идет про большие деньги,
не думают.
Я уверен, они думают. Я уверен, что они считают. Вопрос не в этом. Вопрос в том, что это же всегда дилемма. Ну, есть математика такой, мне ближе математика, поэтому есть такая, значит, теория оптимизации, когда, значит, вам нужно, условно говоря, найти максимальный путь спуститься с горы или, наоборот, подняться. Самый лучший способ. И это, на самом деле, в случае как бы двухмерности, ну, задача решабельная. Когда этих измерений много, то становится сложно это сделать. На самом деле история в том, что есть некоторый трейд-офф между тем, что здесь сейчас получить хорошую воронку первого уровня и как бы интегральное значение выручки. На самом деле, то, что вы говорите все, это означает, что, вообще говоря, значит, продавцы должны за ебеду отвечать. Но это же абсурд, правда же? Ничего, ну, этого невозможно сделать, потому что они придут и скажут, типа, а как это мы будем заниматься ебеду? Значит, наверное, я здесь должен скидку дать? То есть, понимаете, это история про то, что...
Не, Саш, ты вообще все перевернул. Вообще вот все перевернул. Вот правда. Ну, при чем тут ебеда, и при чем... Мы говорим о честной, понятной коммуникации с клиентом.
Ну,
вот.
Ты не дослушал просто. Я говорю, и история про то, что, ну, так система работает. Наверное, действительно надо двигаться в эту сторону. Но она работает не потому, что там глупые люди. Ну, правда. Ну, вот что, я общаюсь с этими маркетологами, нормальные люди. Они сидят с Excel, все считают, и воронки, когорты. И ты в Фейсбуке трафик показываешь, потому что работает, правда же? И Олег Дорожок из Озона показывал огромное количество вот этого шлака, который, значит, Facebook выбирал, ну, потому что это работает. И реально работает. И потому что, ну, на самом деле важно. Первый уровень воронки продаж важно. Поэтому если мы собираем до каждой чихи имейл, не мы, а дилеры, то это сейчас в моменте работает. Но проблема не в этом. Проблема в том, что IT еще не дозрело до того, чтобы на самом деле нивелировать этот человеческий фактор. И как только мы это сделаем, как только система будет предугадывать, когда она будет динамический креатив делать, вместо этой кнопочки будет показывать что-то, что будет сильно увеличивать ебеду, то тогда будет совсем другая история. Я вот про что.
Владислав, вы хотели сказать?
Сегодняшнее выступление Джонатан Джона.
Джонатан Джона.
Имя поменяешь свое мнение.
Владислав.
Да, интересная, важная тема. Я бы хотел Александра поддержать. С одной стороны, как руководитель компании, который пытается развить свой бренд, основанный на умении создавать ценности для клиента, и мы к этому прилагаем большие усилия. Коллеги, я хочу сказать, давайте будем прозрачны и откровенны. Экономически эффективная существующая модель экономики, существующая воронка коммуникации и, соответственно, модель продаж. Остальное пока работает хуже. Сможет ли оно работать лучше? Я в этом смысле очень уверен. Но пока какие бы другие модели не реализовывались, а продавец отвечает за финансовый результат. У нас финансовый результат NPS не измеряется, увы. Вот. И так далее. И уж если быть там по этой теме пойти дальше, то если мы сопоставим рекламу честной цены и рекламу скидкой 400 тысяч рублей на Hyundai Solaris, угадайте, какая из двух реклам более эффективно сработает. Потребитель хочет покупать чудо. И, соответственно, он его покупает. Очень рассчитываю, что Александр со своей командой сможет реализовать какую-то предиктивную модель по реализации задач клиентов, но пока больше работает и потребительский спрос, больше настроен смотреть такие вот, с одной стороны, токсичные для бизнеса и для клиентского опыта решения. То, что там есть большое внутреннее противоречие, я с этим согласен двумя руками. Но пока мы постепенно меняем эту модель поведения. И хорошего, быстрого решения там пока не видно.
Владислав, а у меня такой вопрос. А раз все-таки это так, онлайн-то, вот, наверное, самый важный вопрос. Онлайн-продажи-то, они в итоге возможны? Если, ну, то есть, условно, если есть коммуникация минус 400, выгода 700, 800, 100, 500 миллионов и, соответственно, честная цена. Онлайн все-таки продажи, как таковые, ну, условно говоря, массовые, они только возможны, если мы честны и прозрачны. Значит ли это, что нужно туда идти, не нужно идти? Как сказать, значит ли это, что вообще онлайн-продажи массово возможны или невозможны?
Александр, вопрос, мне кажется, такой, с какой стороны к нему подойти. С точки зрения технологии реализации однозначно возможно. Насколько это соответствует внутренним потребностям клиентской аудитории, я вот совсем не уверен. Соответственно, то, что большая часть, большое количество этапов продаж уйдет на онлайн-коммуникации, будет понятнее, быстрее, менее токсично для клиента 100%. И здесь как раз роль человеческого фактора больше, чем наличие IT-инструментов. То, что это будет реализовано в полноценной замене существующего офлайн опыта, где нужна консультация, совет, опыт других клиентов, ощущение тактильное и так далее, безусловно, это возможно. Уйдет на это 2 года, 20 либо 200 лет, я не знаю. Но постепенно оно все развивается. Мое личное мнение, что конечному потребителю, за исключением очень узких аудиторий, которые постепенно растут в мегаполисах, но они очень узкие, это просто не востребовано. Вот. Соответственно, но то, что большинство этапов пути покупки клиента туда уходит, да, я с этим согласен, и мы однозначно развиваемся в эту сторону.
Мне это очень напоминает дискуссию NADA, с одной стороны, и нового рынка с другой стороны, типа Cowan и так далее. NADA, представители NADA говорят, да не, вообще ничего не поменяется, классическая дилерская модель будет вечная. А ребята из Cowan, там, из Shift и прочих такие, бабам с Рума, там, и там уже Cowan на 4-м месте по продажам в США. А дилеры до сих пор сидят и такие, да не, классическая дилерская модель, она вечна, мы никуда не денемся, онлайн никому не нужен, честная цена никому не нужна, мы так привыкли. Так же работают многие дилеры в США, так же, как и мы, да, они врут, мы врем. Вот мы сегодня же слышали на выступлении. Ну, а что? Ну, так и есть.
Не все.
Ну, большинство дилеров...
Ну, ты правду говоришь сейчас.
Сегодня американский коллега то же самое говорил, что да, давайте мы признаемся, мы потребителю врем. Соответственно, и на этом зарабатываем дополнительные бенефиты, о которых говорит Владислав. Но, с другой стороны, в Миннеаполисе мы были, компания, которая в какой-то момент, да, вынуждена, перешла на честную, открытую модель. Во что превратилась эта компания? Выросла в 3 раза.
Да.
В 3 раза. Выросла.
И нынче новый президент, которого
да, и теперь
объявили.
владелец этой компании, теперь президент NADA.
Со вчерашнего дня.
И в том числе, я думаю, что потому что хотят посмотреть на новый взгляд. Поэтому мы можем бесконечно говорить, что рынок не готов, нам выгоднее врать 400 тысяч на Солярис, потому что это экономически эффективно. Просто в один прекрасный день мы оглянемся, а честный Яндекс уже 50% рынка занимает. Вот во что превратится эта ситуация.
Одновременно мне поражает, как Олег говорит. Во-первых, смотрите, следите за руками. Во-первых, Олег одновременно, апеллирует к тому, что сказал Владислав. Мне кажется, что совсем не это сказал. И 400 тысяч, кстати, были вообще не про это.
Про это?
Нет, совершенно не про это.
Про то, что это более эффективно.
Он говорит, да, это более эффективно, но речь шла же про онлайн-канал. В смысле, вот сейчас мы делаем такие лендосы, потому что это эффективно. Потому что
я тебе говорю, что
работает.
это неэффективно, потому что вот опыт Миннесоты показывает, они перестали врать и стали давать честную цену сразу. И в итоге выросли в 3 раза.
Ну, классно было бы, если так будет. Я там очень большой
Это
апологет.
это кейс реальный,
Ну,
понимаешь?
я точно совершенно не против этого, Олег. Вот, я уверен, что и Владислав тоже не против. Если такое
Владислав-
произойдет, это будет
Нет,
прекрасно.
Владислав-то топит как раз, чтобы все перестали врать. Ну вот.
Мы все за.
Просто он, как бы, понятно, что страшно становиться первому переставать врать. Ну, потому что ты думаешь, что я перестану врать, а все вокруг крутят пробеги, и что с этим делать?
Коллеги, можно все-таки два слова в
Да.
эту дискуссию, чтобы мы на одинаковых вещах фокусировались. Дело не про то, врем либо не врем. Дело про то, что потребитель между двумя предложениями, которые ему делает, статистически выбирает 400 тысяч скидку на Солярис. У каждого дилерского центра и в нашей группе то же самое. Огромное количество таких кейсов, когда мы там сделали разные предложения, а потом просто смотрели коммуникационную воронку. В этом вся
Эффект
история.
выжившего. Ты не думал об этом?
Вопрос в поведении потребителя. Пока он перестанет выбирать токсичные скидки, а будет искать 20 тысяч рублей скидку на кузов, зато это будет 20 тысяч рублей скидка на кузов, там без дополнительных галочек, которые нужно внизу поставить. Соответственно, тогда модель изменится. Дело не в том, что в России нет дилера, который не пытается продавать другие по-другому структурированные продукты. Вообще не в этом дело. Вопрос в том, что сопоставляя эффективность разных вот этих компоновок, пока более эффективна та. Кстати, мы не занимаемся Hyundai, поэтому я здесь не даю пример моей компании. Правильно говорит, что мое глубокое убеждение, что это очень сильно делает токсичным наш бизнес и наше будущее. Но чтобы из этого выйти, недостаточно одного только желания и осмысления дилеров.
Вы знаете, интересный момент по кейсу Олега. Та компания, про которую Олег рассказывает, Волзер, они вообще о чем... И они вторят, на самом деле, мнению Владислава. Они говорят о том, что они возвели факт единой цены, прозрачности и всего остального в маркетинговый дифференциатор. То есть они на самом деле сказали о чем? Это тоже одна из тактик и стратегий, которая может жить. О том, что везде вы увидите выгоду 400 тысяч с 17 галочками и подписками на тему того, что вы для этого должны взять в компании. Они сказали о том, что, ребят, мы против, то есть, знаете, как типа правильно определить врага. То есть они определили врага и сказали, мы себя дифференцируем от всех остальных, и за счет этого они как бы создали себе определенную платформу.
Да, надо добавить, конечно, что у них был провал 6-9 месяцев в зависимости от дилерских центров.
Да.
Но потом был резкий рост,
Да,
потому что потребитель понял, все врут, а эти ребята честные.
Угу. И это интересно за счет 6-9 месяцев, что действительно нет никакой таблетки гарантированной, или там в смысле, возможно, это получится, возможно, нет, о чем вот они тогда тоже говорили, о том, что вообще любой поход в онлайн-продажи это прозрачность, а прозрачность это единые цены, а единые цены это без вот этих вот 2 автомобиля по цене одного, вот такие смс-ки тоже встречаются. Это не гарантия результата с первого месяца.
Но мы-то ушли, понимаешь, о чем мы начинали вообще, просто ушли, сори, это я, наверное, начинали с чего? Что сейчас мы заходим на сайт многих дилеров и видим, что там нажми сюда, получи то-то, нажми сюда, получи то-то, нажми сюда. И я вот осенью покупал машину, да? Покупал не у себя, потому что у меня такой нет машины, не было. Вот. Соответственно, я там зашел на 3 сайта дилеров марки, и я просто раздражался, что мне все время надо крестики нажимать. Да отстаньте вы от меня. Я машину смотрю, отстаньте, уйдите. И у дилера, который меня только...
На другой сайт заходить, Олег.
Но и на самом деле я остался на сайте дилера, который всего 2 раза меня замучил этим окном. А не 10, понимаешь? Так мне, 48 лет. Я терпеливее, чем молодежь. А теперь представьте, 25 лет парню, а ему вот это и он сидит, отмахивается, как от мух. А почему? Потому что лидогенерацию нужно. Потому что нам же нужно. Давайте, тащим.
Нет, это действительно так. Я поддерживаю.
Поэтому,
у меня болезнь.
Мы можем делать вид, что все зашибись. Что надо дальше собирать лиды. Я искренне считаю, что это
Мне
неправильно.
кажется, что надо на это смотреть в долгосрочке. Ну, на самом деле, если так посмотреть, если говорить про то, что бизнес-модель основана на том, что кто-то кого-то обманывает, такая бизнес-модель, конечно, не жизнеспособна. Но мне кажется, дело не в этом. Дело все в том, что, условно говоря, мы пытаемся, ну или дилеры пытаются, варьировать, то есть у них на самом деле динамическое ценообразование в том, что в данный конкретный момент разные value приносит пользователю. Поэтому на самом деле в этом нет никакого обмана. Если дилер продает какой-то набор сервисов, и ему удачно получается продавать, в этом нет никакого обмана. Это все-таки какой-то не шантаж, его не заставляет покупать страховку жизни, правда же? Ну, отчасти.
Только рассказываю.
Безусловно, там есть какая-то история, куда надо, конечно, пустить регулятора, который скажет, хватит так делать. И рано или поздно это произойдет. Рано или поздно это произойдет совершенно однозначно, я уверен. То есть на обмане нельзя строить бизнес. Но дело не в обмане, поверьте мне. Дело все в том, что значит, у дилера в зависимости от набора услуг он может давать разный value. И если это value как бы динамическое, то да, динамическое ценообразование может. Потому что этот пользователь пришел ногами, на нем можно будет зарабатывать меньше, потому что он с высокой вероятностью придет на сервис. Вот та же самая кумулятивная маржа, которую мы делаем, мы можем опуститься в стоимости привлечения, например. А этот явно совершенно уедет в другой город, зачем нам ему со скидкой продавать? И так далее. Ну, это какой-то там базовый уровень, но мне кажется, эту проблему нужно, конечно, смотреть в некотором среднесрочной перспективе. Если это проблема, она изменится, если так будут работать. Но мне что-то кажется, что предпосылок пока нету.
Ну, смотри, во-первых, если мы вспоминаем про почему дилеры в Америке не продают страховые продукты. Потому что они там сильно обманывали, и им запретили это делать. Государство в свое время пришло и сказало: все, ребята, вот мы устали с вами бороться, вы больше не имеете права на территории дилерского центра продавать страховые продукты. У нас регулятор уже думает об этом. Но мы сейчас не про обман, мы сейчас про лидогенерацию. Вот я почему-то, как активный пользователь разных продуктов Яндекса, пока они не объединили в Яндекс.Го часть этих продуктов,
обратная связь внезапная.
Вот. Я не помню, чтобы когда я открывал приложение...
в каком-то другом такси сейчас приехал.
Вот. Нет. Я не помню, чтобы я, когда открывал Яндекс Такси, мне высвечивались окошки. А вот у нас тут еще Яндекс Еда, а у нас тут еще Яндекс Маркет, а у нас тут еще Яндекс Музыка. Нет этого, потому что ваши люди понимают, что нельзя человеку долбить ему вот этими... Он пришел заказать такси. Я зашел на сайт дилера выбрать автомобиль. Не надо меня отвлекать от этого.
Здесь даже на самом деле, я вот, может, еще так переформулирую. Проблема же заключается в чем? Мы сделали крутую витрину, там можно заявку на кредит оформить и так далее, а подход к общению с клиентом, маркетингом, не изменили. То есть мы, короче, привели его на вроде классное место, где ему должно быть комфортно и где он должен дойти до конца. Причем самое главное дойти до конца и ответить для себя на кучу вопросов без нас и без возможности нам помочь ему это сделать, а именно сделать это онлайн, а мы его все время по-старому пилим, соответственно, дай нам контакт. То есть это больше вопрос к тому, что вот эти вот наши традиции многодесятилетние немножко не совпадают вообще с целеполаганием внедрения витрин, крутых онлайн-продаж.
Они не только наши, они у Америки.
У американ,
заметь, вот там куча выступлений за 3 дня. Какие 2 самых главных слова было за эти 3 дня? Не буду мучить, я специально обратил внимание. Честность и простота.
С этим я согласен.
Честность и простота. Это самые 2 часто употребляемых слова во всех этих семинарах. Честность и простота.
Ну, что, мне только остается знак равенства поставить, написать IT. Ну, это правда же. Простота — это IT. На самом деле, даже вот я хотел про предыдущую тему связать. Человеческий фактор и сложность подбора на самом деле должен нивелироваться правильными IT-системами. То есть нам сложно найти людей на рутинную задачу. Потому что на самом деле, по-честному говоря, это не человеческая деятельность. Рутинные задачи должны переходить в автоматизацию, так или иначе, в большом смысле этого слова. В том числе и маркетинг. В каком-то смысле должна быть система автоматизации, которая бы понимает, что да, вот я сюда деньги засовываю, а вот здесь у меня выходят проданные машины. Примерно так должно быть в какой-то степени. И поверьте мне, искусственный интеллект сейчас технически готов к этому. Вполне.
Но если я правильно понимаю, что онлайн-продажи в данном случае тоже замена продавцам в каком-то смысле или нет?
Нет, вот смотри, здесь бы я как раз хотел обратить внимание. на то, что вот все, что мы видим, как происходит в мире, там не только вот про эти 3 дня речь. Я просто этой темой активно там 4 года уже занимаюсь. То есть онлайн-продажа автомобиля, она все равно отличается от онлайн-продажи пылесоса. Потому что здесь нужна консультация, здесь все равно нужно. То есть онлайн в данном случае это не то, что ты зашел, кнопку нажал, машина это, финансовый продукт этот, кредит этот, моя машина вот вам, и ушел, и все. Те приехали, машину забрали, новую привезли. Так не работает. То есть надо понимать, что онлайн-продажи в автобизнесе это максимальная коммуникация удаленно от дилерского центра. То есть только финализация, вот этот one hour, это в дилерском центре. А до этого с тобой должен работать человек. Другое дело, что при правильной организации труда этих людей будет меньше, чем сейчас.
Я, пожалуй, соглашусь. Наверное, если прозвучало так, что я против людей в этом месте, нет, я как раз считаю, что человек должен созидать, а в некотором смысле продажи — это творческий процесс. Поэтому если есть часть, которая, там, не знаю, какая-нибудь звезда, продавец может взять на себя и делать больше, я уверен, что это можно. Я про часть, связанную именно с рутинной вещью. Там, не знаю, лиды, да, собирать, обзванивать их, там, что-то им говорить, одинаковую коммуникацию показывать, следить за когортами и прочее, прочее. Вот эту часть совершенно точно можно, в какой-то момент, в каком-то приближении обобщить. Но человеческий фактор как раз должен заниматься тем, чем люди умеют лучше всего — созидать. Не делать какие-то вещи, которые не делает машина.
Ну, то есть, условно говоря, человек зашел на сайт, отправил там первый запрос на автомобиль с какими-то вопросами, да, то сейчас этот запрос может быть... Вот мне ответили в прошлом году через месяц. Через месяц. Я уже машину купил, уже на ней почти месяц ездил. А мне с другого дилерского центра через месяц поступил звонок. А вы вот тут как бы интересовались.
У них в этот день трафик кончился.
Но на самом деле вот сегодня там тоже приводили пример. Полностью заполненный лид разослали в 100 дилерских центров. В течение часа ответил один. И этот же один оказался в течение дня. А все остальные, они как приводили, там было тоже пример, там переписка. Человек пишет: мне интересна такая-то машина. Ау, вы про меня не забыли? Это через час. Еще через 2 часа. Все, забудьте. То есть, а для этого как раз может быть и вот, то, что говорит Саша, если бы были нормальные системы, которые бы дергали, то есть, условно говоря, поступило письмо там, или текстовое сообщение, или еще что-то, звонок от клиента, да, соответственно, ему тут же эта информация падает в нужную ячейку в дилерском центре и контрольную ячейку, человека, которому там через 2 минуты красным начнет моргать, что алло, у тебя там висит. Или там вот с точки зрения технологий, мне вчера, по-моему, это было, мне понравилась история, когда человек звонит, а занято. И ему говорят, что там, если вам удобно, мы вас сейчас переведем в мессенджер, и сотрудник вам там быстро ответит.
Автоматически, да. Это новая технология, кстати, они в этом году ее запустили.
То есть вот это прикольная штука, потому что ты как бы, здесь машинный интеллект помогает организовать.
Упрощает.
А уже понятно, что пока чат-боты там не про то, чтобы проконсультировать человека по поводу его вопросов по автомобилю или по финансовым программам. Там, да.
Я еще хотел вот какую тему поднять. Мы очень много про онлайн-продажи говорим, но очень мало говорим про онлайн-сервис. Имеется в виду про онлайн-продажи в сервисе или онлайн-обслуживание в сервисе. А сейчас автомобили...
Вчера же вы говорили об этом.
Вчера мы говорили.
Про сервис нет?
Не, мы про сервис говорили, но на самом деле диджитал у нас сегодня. Вчера сервис был, он такой во многом был, как сказать, такой традиционный, без цифровизации. Но что...
Мы вообще за традиционные ценности.
Мы тоже, но автомобили...
Странно для IT-компании.
Но автомобили, они становятся все более подключенными. Они, соответственно, начинают передавать нам огромное количество информации и выстраивают для нас большое количество возможностей для предоставления онлайн-услуг. Все знают про обновление over the air, что называется, обновление программного обеспечения автомобиля. Но, помимо всего прочего, мы кучу данных можем собирать себе для того, и использовать их в целях лучшего обслуживания клиентов. Делаем мы это или нет? Вот вопрос тоже в сфере онлайн и цифровизации.
Ты про дилеров? Или
Да,
про...
дилеров.
Нет,
ну, я не делаю. Ты делаешь? Не, про дилеров.
Яндекс-то как раз собирает по полной программе, имеет огромное количество бесплатных данных, которые нам потом задорого продает, простите. Ну, это в принципе...
Очень поверхностная история по поводу бесплатности.
Нет, ну, я имею в виду, это как выглядит в глазах. Понятно, что вы тратите безумные деньги на то, чтобы их собрать с точки зрения там, разработки технологий, команд. Это, кстати, ну, на самом деле очень многие думают, что там вот там Авто.ру вот там заработала куча денег. Ну, я просто вот советую, там, когда в офлайн ребята все выйдут, приехать к ним в офис, посмотреть, сколько людей вообще работает над продуктом. Я просто, ну, поскольку был немного раз, то, ну, это впечатляет. Ну, вернемся к данным. Смотри. Конечно, дилеру хочется, дилеру надо собирать данные про своего клиента по максимуму, все, про его потребительские предпочтения. Кстати, вчера тоже тут, ну, я уже у меня несколько каша, но вот в этот раз на Наде эта тема тоже обсуждалась, что вы про клиента должны знать максимум,
Да.
чтобы ему и сервис нужный предложить, и потом машину в нужное время и нужно. При этом, ну, есть проблема, что часть данных у нас нам производители не дают.
Потому что, по сути дела...
Потому что, по сути, они их получают. И у меня было много кейсов, когда я обращался к производителю, дай мне данные про моих клиентов, а мне был отказ, что это не твои данные. Ну, вот. Ставить телематические свои персональные устройства, ну, там есть проблемы с ними. Вот. Поэтому здесь сейчас такая пограничная история на рынке, где, с одной стороны, есть IT-гиганты, которые собирают эти данные. С другой стороны, есть производители, которые каждый собирает эти данные. С третьей стороны, есть там, государственный, пока государственный проект, который тоже планирует собирать эти данные. Вот. При том, что, ну, мне, как это ни странно, самое вот удивительно, я вообще против государственного каких-то историй.
Удивительно?
Вот, ну, нет. Удивительно, что я против... Не удивительно, что я против государственных, но удивительно, что философия, как раз которую продвигает государственный проект, мне нравится больше всего. Вот,
что данные доступны всем.
Данные принадлежат тому, кто генерит эти данные, вот, а все остальные имеют равнозначный доступ к этим данным.
Ну, это что-то похоже сейчас на, соответственно, историю автомобиля. Ну, там у вас, то есть тот, кто вкладывает, ну, условно говоря, свои данные, тот получает доступ ко всем остальным.
Нет, здесь немножко все-таки другая история. То есть, смотри, то есть вот я физическое лицо, купил автомобиль, у меня подключенный автомобиль, он со мной общается через смартфон. То есть я понимаю, что раз он со мной общается, он производителю еще больше отдает. Ну и более того, там я знаю это, что дилеру уведомление о предстоящем ТО приходит раньше, чем собственнику автомобиля. Вот. Чтобы дилер мог заранее сконтактировать и быть таким прикольным. Да? Вот. И сейчас, то есть я пользуюсь этим автомобилем. Автомобиль про меня распространяет кучу информации производителю. Часть этой информации делится производитель с дилером, а информация вообще моя. А я, может, не хочу. Вот не хочу я, чтобы они фиксировали, где я был, что я делал, как я езжу. Я согласия не давал на это. А производитель эти данные собирает. Точно так же, как Яндекс. Он точно знает, где я, что и сколько мне домой ехать. Вот. Ну и Google, на самом деле.
Гад какой.
А дубльгиз что делает?
Ну, слушай, ты на самом деле поднял важную тему, в том смысле, что на самом деле персонализация имеет, понятно, две стороны медали. Персонализация, с одной стороны, классно, когда тебе, значит, Яндекс показывает релевантные тебе запросы и ответы, когда, зная, что твои предпочтения, ты будешь говорить, ну что мне показывают эту машину? Я как бы не знают, что мне не интересно. Что тебе плохо, когда ты заходишь в Яндекс Карты, и тебе в один клик тебе показывают, сколько до дома ехать?
Саш,
С другой стороны, ты совершенно прав, что на самом деле, ну, в современном как бы мире вот все, что значит GDPR, да, в Европе и у нас, в общем, аналоги есть, когда по большому счету, да, значит, персональные данные — это часть, которой владеет пользователь, и он должен в некотором смысле явном виде дать там добро на то или на иное. Но это же, как сказать, это же как бы только идеализированная ситуация. Потому что ты далеко не всегда понимаешь, какой value тебе несет тот факт, что ты даешь их, и наоборот. Далеко не всегда как бы ограничения, ты понимаешь последствия этих ограничений. Классический пример на днях вот буквально. macOS, новая штука, подход значит, к системе. Она тебя спрашивает, а ты точно даешь доступ к своему экрану приложению Zoom? Да? Если ты этого не дашь, то ты не сможешь шарить слайды. Она называется, это Apple тебе пишет, как ты предоставляешь доступ к приложению к записи твоего экрана. Да. На самом деле это просто так работает, потому что это действительно это доступ к записи экрана, иначе ты его не можешь отправлять. Вот она как бы, значит, вот он трейд-офф.
Да. Опасно. Опасно все это. Все новые технологии опасны. И онлайн-продажи — это страшно. Но это я, конечно, не хотел на
я
это...
подумал, вот, было бы прикольно, если бы Яндекс объединился с государственным проектом или взял его в управление.
Владислав хочет добавить. Мы как раз, Владислав, вы завершаете дискуссию как раз. Я как раз хотел вам слово дать в конце.
Спасибо большое. Это очень почетная и приятная миссия. Мне кажется, тут есть там 2 или, может быть, 3 совершенно важные и разные проблемы, с которыми так или иначе ведется работа. Первое – это структурное решение, чьи данные, где они должны складироваться, кто должен иметь к ним доступ. Это очень задача непростая, она решается. С Олегом согласен, что здесь, наверное, государственная инициатива имеет самые большие шансы, чтобы это все системно, единообразно сделать. Вторая задача, она вытекает из первой. А кто и что с этими данными потом будет делать? И вообще, какие есть успешные примеры использования этих данных? Ведь давайте будем откровенны, в текущей ситуации использование этих данных добавить на наши экраны еще 10-2 уведомлений: купите здесь, зайдите там, и значит, почему бы вам по дороге домой не купить Биг Мак. А я не люблю Биг Маки, я никому не говорю, покажите мне, где купить Биг Мак. Кто-то же на этом зарабатывает деньги. Соответственно, мне кажется важным, чтобы кроме больших гигантов, где, конечно, Яндекс безусловный лидер, значит, должны быть площадки для небольших стартапов, проектов, команд, у которых есть идеи, а что из этого можно сделать, какую дополнительную ценность для клиента это может принести. Давайте не будем забывать, что большая доля из существующих интернет-проектов не про то, как создать новую ценность для клиентов, а как по-другому перераспределить доход, который зарабатывается на текущих продуктах. Поэтому, на мой взгляд, задача дилеров не в том, чтобы использовать эти данные. У нас разные для этого размеры. Дилеры могут и должны быть площадкой для тестирования и каналом по получению обратной связи от клиентов. Ни один большой онлайн-продукт не будет работать, если не будет хорошо налажены системы поддержки, в том числе офлайновой поддержки, чтобы где-то были живые люди, которые способны объяснить, показать, нажать на галочку, систему настроить и так далее. Это очень кропотливая итерационная работа, которая в конце концов, по гипотезе, должна из этих больших данных дать какое-то стабильное конвертируемое решение, которое для клиентов создает добавочную стоимость, а для дилеров продукт, который они могут покупать, либо в который они могут инвестировать. И вот мне кажется, что кроме большой инфраструктурной задачи, очень важно, чтобы была какая-то еще организованная работа, возможности, чтобы из этих данных мы все вместе пытались получить какой-то результат. То, что здесь есть далеко куда идти, я в этом абсолютно уверен. Спасибо.
Супер. На самом деле радует, что мы в последнюю минуту снова вспомнили слова ценность, добавочная стоимость и клиент, потому что по большому счету об этом мы часто забываем за вот этими все диджиталами, кнопками и всяческой прочей историей.
Нет, целый день про это.
Мы нет, они целый день про это, мы тут про это. Главное оставить это, потому что можно сегодня вечером пойти и забыть о том, что это нужно.
А так и будет.
Поверь мне.
Не обобщай.
Саша, а про персонал-то мы опять забыли.
Да, про персонал. А про персонал, на самом деле, Владислав очень правильно сказал о том, что должны быть еще и люди, которые смогут этими данными помочь клиенту воспользоваться. В общем, персонал, ценность, клиент и все прочее во главе. Спасибо вам большое сегодня вышло время нашей сегодня панельной дискуссии. Спасибо вам большое сегодня за участие, за то, что нашли время. Владислав, передаем вам большое спасибо в онлайн. В офлайне мы всех поблагодарили. А я, завершая эти 3 дня, наверное, сосредоточусь на том, что это я не знаю, сколько часов, кто сумел посмотреть все, но я думаю, что это где-то почти 25-26 часов материала, которые были доступны для вас, но самое главное, они продолжают быть доступными. Они продолжают быть доступными. И сегодня, в конце дня, все члены Ассоциации РОАД получат их эксклюзивно первыми. Все, кто зарегистрировался на сайте мероприятия, получат их в начале следующей недели. Мы еще раз благодарим команду РОАД за те усилия, которые она произвела для того, чтобы договориться с NADA, для того, чтобы выбрать и подобрать правильный материал и собрать это мероприятие. Мы благодарим команду Авто.ру за то, что в этом году впервые за всю историю формат онлайн позволил не только 70-110 человекам с этими знаниями наполниться и, как сказать, получить возможность их применить. А я боюсь сказать, сколько тысяч человек, но я там подглядывал за статистикой, это там тысячи человек, уникальных человек, которые посмотрели с нами и участвовали полностью 3 дня, либо частично, и сумели этот весь контент принять. Напоминаю также, что экскурсии по выставочной площади будут тоже вам доступны, об этом будет отдельная рассылка всем зарегистрировавшимся на мероприятии. Безусловно, в конце стоит поблагодарить вас за то, что вы, как благодарный зритель, мы получали очень много комментариев в личных сообщениях, команду РОАД, мы, те, кто участвовал в панели. Спасибо большое, что смотрите, спасибо большое, что вы вкладываете свое время, чтобы вот эти новые практики, новые знания получать. До новых встреч, через год встретимся на том же месте, я уверен, в офисе Яндекс. Яндекс предоставит нашу замечательную площадку, коллеги из Авто.ру поддержат снова, а команда РОАД, несмотря на кучу усилий, которые нужно преодолевать, снова займется этим, и через год мы встретимся снова здесь и снова поделимся мнениями. Всем пока, спасибо за эти 3 дня.